say to Mrs. Lamb'll, why don't you play? And so, looking about her, she saw Miss Podsnap, and seeming to say responsively, that card, and to be answered, yes, went and sat beside Miss Podsnap. Mrs. Lamb'll was overjoyed to escape into a corner for a little quiet talk. It promised to be a very quiet talk, for Miss Podsnap replied in a flutter, oh. Indeed, it's very kind of you, but I am afraid I don't talk. Let us make a beginning, said the insinuating Mrs. Lamb'll, with her best smile. Oh. I am afraid you'll find me very dull. But Ma talks. That was plainly to be seen, for Ma was talking then at her usual canter, with arched head and mane, opened eyes and nostrils. Fond of reading perhaps? Yes. At least I can't mind that so much, returned Miss Podsnap. Music. So insinuating was Mrs. Lamb'll that she got half a dozen ms into the word before she got it out. I haven't nerve to play even if I could. Ma plays. At exactly the same canter, and with a certain flourishing appearance of doing something, Ma did, in fact, occasionally take a rock upon the instrument. Of course you like dancing? Oh no, I don't, said Miss Podsnap. No? With your youth and attractions? Truly, my dear, you surprise me. I can't say, observed Miss Podsnap, after hesitating considerably, and stealing several timid looks at Mrs. Lamb'll's carefully arranged face, how I might have liked it if I had been a. You won't mention it, will you? My dear. Never. No, I am sure you won't. I can't say then how I should have liked it, if I had been a chimney sweep on May Day. Gracious, was the exclamation which amazement elicited from Mrs. Lamb'll. There. I knew you'd wonder. But you won't mention it, will you? Upon my word, my love, said Mrs. Lamb'll, you make me 10 times more desirous, now I talk to you, to know you well than I was when I sat over yonder looking at you. How I wish we could be real friends. Try me as a real friend. Come. Don't fancy me a frumpy old married woman, my dear. I was married but the other day, you know. I am dressed as a bride now, you see. About the chimney sweeps. Hush. Ma'll hear. She can't hear from where she sits. Don't you be too sure of that, said Miss Podsnap, in a lower voice. Well, what I mean is, that they seem to enjoy it. And that perhaps you would have enjoyed it, if you had been one of them? Miss Podsnap nodded significantly. Then you don't enjoy it now? How is it possible, said Miss Podsnap. Oh, it is such a dreadful thing. If I was wicked enough, and strong enough to kill anybody, it should be my partner. This was such an entirely new view of the terpsichorean art as socially practiced, that Mrs. Lamb'll looked at her young friend in some astonishment. Her young friend sat nervously middling her fingers in a pinioned attitude, as if she were trying to hide her elbows. But this latter utopian object, in short sleeves, always appeared to be the great inoffensive aim of her existence. It sounds horrid, don't it, said Miss Podsnap, with a penitential face. Mrs. Lamb'll, not very well knowing what to answer, resolved herself into a look of smiling encouragement. But it is, and it always has been, pursued Miss Podsnap, such a trial to me. I so dread being awful. And it is so awful. No one knows what I suffered at Madame Sauteur's, where I learned to dance and make presentation curtsies, and other dreadful things, or at least where they tried to teach me. Ma can do it. At any rate, my love, said Mrs. Lamb'll, soothingly, that's over. Yes, it's over, returned Miss Podsnap, but there's nothing gained by that. It's worse here, than at Madame Sauteur's. Ma was there, and Ma's here, but Pa wasn't there, and company wasn't there, and there were not real partners there. Oh, there's Ma speaking to the man at the piano. Oh, here's Ma going up to somebody. Oh, I know she's going to bring him to me. Oh, please don't, please don't, please don't. Oh, keep away, keep away, keep away. These pious ejaculations Miss Podsnap uttered with her eyes closed, and her head leaning back against the wall. But the ogre advanced under the pilotage of Ma, and Ma said, "Georgiana." Mr. Grumpus and the ogre clutched his victim and bore her off to his castle in the top couple. Then the discreet automaton who had surveyed his ground, played a blossomless tuneless set, and 16 disciples of Podsnappery went through the figures of 1. Getting up at 8 and shaving close at 1/4 past, 2. Breakfasting at 9, 3. Going to the city at 10, 4. Coming home at 5:30, 5. Dining at 7, and the grand chain. While these solemnities were in progress, Mr. Alfred Lambdell, most loving of husbands, approached the chair of Mrs. Alfred Lambdell, most loving of wives, and bending over the back of it, trifled for some few seconds with Mrs. Lambdell's bracelet. Slightly in contrast with this brief airy toying, one might have noticed a certain dark attention in Mrs. Lambdell's face as she said some words with her eyes on Mr. Lambdell's waistcoat, and seemed in return to receive some lesson. But it was all done as a breath passes from a mirror. And now, the grand chain riveted to the last link, the discreet automaton ceased, and the 16, 2 and 2, took a walk among the furniture. And herein the unconsciousness of the ogre Grumpus was pleasantly conspicuous, for, that complacent monster, believing that he was giving Miss Podsnap a treat, prolonged to the utmost stretch of possibility a peripatetic account of an archery meeting, while his victim, heading the procession of 16 as it slowly circled about, like a revolving funeral, never raised her eyes except once to steal a glance at Mrs. Lambdell, expressive of intense despair. At length the procession was dissolved by the violent arrival of a nutmeg, before which the drawing-room door bounced open as if it were a cannon-ball, and while that fragrant article, dispersed through several glasses of coloured warm water, was going the round of society, Miss Podsnap returned to her seat by her new friend. "Oh my goodness," said Miss Podsnap. "That's over. I hope you didn't look at me." "My dear, why not?" "Oh, I know all about myself," said Miss Podsnap. "I'll tell you something I know about you, my dear," returned Mrs. Lambdell in her winning way, "and that is, you are most unnecessarily shy." "Ma ain't," said Miss Podsnap. "I detest you. Go along." This shot was levelled under her breath at the gallant Grumpus for bestowing an insinuating smile upon her in passing. "Pardon me if I scarcely see, my dear Miss Podsnap," Mrs. Lambdell was beginning when the young lady interposed. "If we are going to be real friends, and I suppose we are, for you are the only person who ever proposed it, don't let us be awful. It's awful enough to be Miss Podsnap, without being called so. Call me Georgiana." "Dearest Georgiana," Mrs. Lambdell began again. "Thank you," said Miss Podsnap. "Dearest Georgiana, pardon me if I scarcely see, my love, why your mamma's not being shy, is a reason why you should be." "Don't you really see that?" asked Miss Podsnap, plucking at her fingers in a troubled manner, and furtively casting her eyes now on Mrs. Lambdell, now on the ground. "Then perhaps it isn't. My dearest Georgiana, you defer much too readily to my poor opinion. Indeed it is not even an opinion, darling, for it is only a confession of my dullness." "Oh, you are not dull," returned Miss Podsnap. "I am dull, but you couldn't have made me talk if you were." Some little touch of conscience answering this perception of her having gained a purpose, called bloom enough into Mrs. Lambdell's face to make it look brighter as she sat smiling her best smile on her dear Georgiana, and shaking her head with an affectionate playfulness. Not that it meant anything, but that Georgiana seemed to like it. "What I mean is," pursued Georgiana, "that Ma being so endowed with awfulness, and Pa being so endowed with awfulness, and there being so much awfulness everywhere, I mean, at least, everywhere where I am, perhaps it makes me who am so deficient in awfulness, and frightened at it, I say it very badly. I don't know whether you can understand what I mean." "Perfectly, dearest Georgiana." Mrs. Lamble was proceeding with every reassuring while, when the head of that young lady suddenly went back against the wall again and her eyes closed. "Oh, there's Ma being awful with somebody with a glass in his eye. Oh, I know she's going to bring him here. Oh, don't bring him, don't bring him. Oh, he'll be my partner with his glass in his eye. Oh, what shall I do?" This time Georgiana accompanied her ejaculations with taps of her feet upon the floor, and was altogether in quite a desperate condition. But there was no escape from the majestic Mrs. Podsnap's production of an ambling stranger, with one eye screwed up into extinction and the other framed and glazed, who, having looked down out of that organ, as if he descried Miss Podsnap at the bottom of some perpendicular shaft, brought her to the surface, and ambled off with her. And then the captive at the piano played another set expressive of his mournful aspirations after freedom, and other 16 went through the former melancholy motions, and the ambler took Miss Podsnap for a furniture walk, as if he had struck out an entirely original conception. In the meantime a stray personage of a meek demeanour, who had wandered to the hearthrug and got among the heads of tribes assembled there in conference with Mr. Podsnap, eliminated Mr. Podsnap's flush and flourish by a highly unpolite remark, no less than a reference to the circumstance that some half-dozen people had lately died in the streets, of starvation. It was clearly ill-timed after dinner. It was not adapted to the cheek of the young person. It was not in good taste. "I don't believe it," said Mr. Podsnap, putting it behind him. The meek man was afraid we must take it as proved, because there were the inquests and the registrar's returns. "Then it was their own fault," said Mr. Podsnap. Veneering and other elders of tribes commended this way out of it. At once a short cut and a broad road. The man of meek demeanour intimated that truly it would seem from the facts, as if starvation had been forced upon the culprits in question, as if, in their wretched manner, they had made their weak protests against it, as if they would have taken the liberty of staving it off if they could, as if they would rather not have been starved upon the whole, if perfectly agreeable to all parties. "There is not," said Mr. Podsnap, flushing angrily, "there is not a country in the world, sir, where so noble a provision is made for the poor as in this country." The meek man was quite willing to concede that, but perhaps it rendered the matter even worse, as showing that there must be something appallingly wrong somewhere. "Where?" said Mr. Podsnap. The meek man hinted wouldn't it be well to try, very seriously, to find out where? "Ah," said Mr. Podsnap. "Easy to say somewhere, not so easy to say where. But I see what you are driving at. I knew it from the first. Centralization? No. Never with my consent. Not English." An approving murmur arose from the heads of tribes, as saying, "There you have him. Hold him." He was not aware, the meek man submitted of himself, that he was driving at any ization. He had no favoritization that he knew of. But he certainly was more staggered by these terrible occurrences than he was by names, of howsoever so many syllables. Might he ask, was dying of destitution and neglect necessarily English? "You know what the population of London is, I suppose," said Mr. Podsnap. The meek man supposed he did, but supposed that had absolutely nothing to do with it, if its laws were well administered. "And you know, at least I hope you know," said Mr. Podsnap, with severity, "that Providence has declared that you shall have the poor always with you." The meek man also hoped he knew that. "I am glad to hear it," said Mr. Podsnap with a portentous air. "I am glad to hear it. It will render you cautious how you fly in the face of Providence." In reference to that absurd and irreverent conventional phrase, the meek man said, for which Mr. Podsnap was not responsible, he the meek man had no fear of doing anything so impossible, but Mr. Podsnap felt that the time had come for flushing and flourishing this meek man down for good. So he said, "I must decline to pursue this painful discussion. It is not pleasant to my feelings, it is repugnant to my feelings. I have said that I do not admit these things. I have also said that if they do occur, not that I admit it, The fault lies with the sufferers themselves. It is not for me, Mr. Podsnap pointed me forcibly, as adding by implication, though it may be all very well for you, it is not for me to impugn the workings of Providence. I know better than that, I trust, and I have mentioned what the intentions of Providence are. Besides, said Mr. Podsnap, flushing high up among his hairbrushes, with a strong consciousness of personal affront, the subject is a very disagreeable one. I will go so far as to say it is an odious one. It is not one to be introduced among our wives and young persons, and he finished with that flourish of his arm which added more expressively than any words, and I remove it from the face of the earth. Simultaneously with this quenching of the meek man's ineffectual fire, Georgiana, having left the ambler upper lane of sofa, in a no thoroughfare of back drawing-room, to find his own way out, came back to Mrs. Lambole. And who should be with Mrs. Lambole, but Mr. Lambole? So fond of her! Alfred, my love, here is my friend. Georgiana, dearest girl, you must like my husband next to me. Mr. Lambole was proud to be so soon distinguished by this special commendation to Miss Podsnap's favour. But if Mr. Lambole were prone to be jealous of his dear Sophronia's friendships, he would be jealous of her feeling towards Miss Podsnap. Say, Georgiana, darling, interposed his wife. Towards, shall I, Georgiana? Mr. Lambole uttered the name, with a delicate curve of his right hand, from his lips outward. For never have I known Sophronia, who is not apt to take sudden likings, so attracted and so captivated as she is by, shall I once more, Georgiana? The object of this homage sat uneasily enough in receipt of it, and then said, turning to Mrs. Lambole, much embarrassed, I wonder what you like me for. I am sure I can't think. Dearest Georgiana, for yourself. For your difference from all around you, well. That may be. For I think I like you for your difference from all around me, said Georgiana with a smile of relief. We must be going with the rest, observed Mrs. Lambole, rising with a show of unwillingness, amidst a general dispersal. We are real friends, Georgiana dear. Real. Good night, dear girl. She had established an attraction over the shrinking nature upon which her smiling eyes were fixed, for Georgiana held her hand while she answered in a secret and half-frightened tone, Don't forget me when you are gone away. And come again soon. Good night. Charming to see Mr. and Mrs. Lambole taking leave so gracefully, and going down the stairs so lovingly and sweetly. Not quite so charming to see their smiling faces fall and brood as they dropped moodily into separate corners of their little carriage. But to be sure that was a sight behind the scenes, which nobody saw, and which nobody was meant to see. Certain big, heavy vehicles, built on the model of the Podsnap plate, took away the heavy articles of guests weighing ever so much, and the less valuable articles got away after their various manners, and the Podsnap plate was put to bed. As Mr. Podsnap stood with his back to the drawing-room fire, pulling up his shirt-collar, like a veritable cock of the walk, literally pluming himself in the midst of his possessions, nothing would have astonished him more than an intimation that Miss Podsnap, or any other young person properly born and bred, could not be exactly put away like the plate, brought out like the plate, polished like the plate, counted, weighed, and valued like the plate. That such a young person could possibly have a morbid vacancy in the heart for anything younger than the plate, or less monotonous than the plate, or that such a young person's thoughts could try to scale the region bounded on the north, south, east, and west, by the plate, was a monstrous imagination which he would on the spot have flourished into space. This perhaps in some sort arose from Mr. Podsnap's blushing young person being, so to speak, all cheek, whereas there is a possibility that there may be young persons of a rather more complex organization. If Mr. Podsnap, pulling up his shirt collar, could only have heard himself called that fellow in a certain short dialogue, which passed between Mr. and Mrs. Lambole in their opposite comers of their little carriage, rolling home. Sophronia, are you awake? Am I likely to be asleep, sir? Very likely, I should think, after that fellow's company. Attend to what I am going to say. I have attended to what you have already said, have I not? What else have I been doing all tonight? Attend, I tell you, in a raised voice, to what I am going to say. Keep close to that idiot girl. Keep her under your thumb. You have her fast, and you are not to let her go. Do you hear? I hear you. I foresee there is money to be made out of this, besides taking that fellow down a peg. We owe each other money, you know. Mrs. Lamel winced a little at the reminder, but only enough to shake her sense and essences anew into the atmosphere of the little carriage, as she settled herself afresh in her own dark comer. Chapter 12 The sweat of an honest man's brow. Mr. Mortimer Lightwood and Mr. Eugene Rayburn took a coffee-house dinner together in Mr. Lightwood's office. They had newly agreed to set up a joint establishment together. They had taken a bachelor cottage near Hampton, on the brink of the Thames, with a lawn, and a boathouse, and all things fitting, and were to float with the stream through the summer and the long vacation. It was not summer yet, but spring, and it was not gentle spring ethereally mild, as in Thomson's seasons, but nipping spring with an easterly wind, as in Johnson's, Jackson's, Dixon's, Smith's, and Jones's seasons. The grating wind soared rather than blew, and as it soared, the sawdust whirled about the saw pit. Every street was a saw pit, and there were no top sawyers, every passenger was an under sawyer, with the sawdust blinding him and choking him. That mysterious paper currency which circulates in London when the wind blows, gyrated here and there and everywhere. Whence can it come, whither can it go? It hangs on every bush, flutters in every tree, is caught flying by the electric wires, haunts every enclosure, drinks at every pump, cowers at every grating, shudders upon every plot of grass, seeks rest in vain behind the legions of iron rails. In Paris, where nothing is wasted, costly and luxurious city though it be, but where wonderful human ants creep out of holes and pick up every scrap, there is no such thing. There, it blows nothing but dust. There, sharp eyes and sharp stomachs reap even the east wind, and get something out of it. The wind soared, and the sawdust whirled. The shrubs yew among their many hands, bemoaning that they had been over-persuaded by the sun to bud, the young leaves pined, the sparrows repented of their early marriages, like men and women, the colours of the rainbow were discernible, not in floral spring, but in the faces of the people whom it nibbled and pinched. And ever the wind soared, and the sawdust whirled. When the spring evenings are too long and light to shut out, and such weather is rife, the city which N.L. Podsnap so explanatorily called London, London, is at its worst. Such a black shrill city, combining the qualities of a smoky house and a scolding oof, such a gritty city, such a hopeless city, with no rent in the leaden canopy of its sky, such a beleaguered city, invested by the great marsh forces of Essex and Kent. So the two old schoolfellows felt it to be, as, their dinner done, they turned towards the fire to smoke. Young Blight was gone, the coffee-house waiter was gone, the plates and dishes were gone, the wine was going, but not in the same direction. "The wind sounds up here," quoth Eugene, stirring the fire, "as if we were keeping a lighthouse. I wish we were. Don't you think it would bore us?" Lightwood asked. "Not more than any other place. And there would be no circuit to go. But that's a selfish consideration, personal to me. And no clients to come," added Lightwood. "Not that that's a selfish consideration at all personal to me. If we were on an isolated rock in a stormy sea," said Eugene, smoking with his eyes on the fire, "Lady Tippins couldn't put off to visit us, or, better still, might put off and get swamped. People couldn't ask one to wedding breakfasts. There would be no precedents to hammer at, except the plain sailing precedent of keeping the light up. It would be exciting to look out for techs. But otherwise," suggested Lightwood, "there might be a degree of sameness in the life." "I have thought of that also," said Eugene, as if he really had been considering the subject in its various bearings with an eye to the business, "but it would be a defined and limited monotony. It would not extend beyond 2 people. Now, it's a question with me, Mortimer, whether a monotony defined if that precision and limited to that extent, might not be more endurable than the unlimited monotony of one's fellow creatures. As Lightwood laughed and passed the wine, he remarked, "We shall have an opportunity, in our boating summer, of trying the question." "An imperfect one," Eugene acquiesced, with a sigh, "but so we shall. I hope we may not prove too much for one another." "Now, regarding your respected father," said Lightwood, bringing him to a subject they had expressly appointed to discuss, always the most slippery eel of eels of subjects to lay hold of. "Yes, regarding my respected father," assented Eugene, settling himself in his armchair. "I would rather have approached my respected father by candlelight, as a theme requiring a little artificial brilliancy, but we will take him by twilight, enlivened with a glow of Wallsend." He stirred the fire again as he spoke, and having made it blaze, resumed. "My respected father has found, down in the parental neighbourhood, a wife for his not generally respected son. With some money, of course. With some money, of course, or he would not have found her. My respected father, let me shorten the dutiful tautology by substituting in future M.R.F., which sounds military, and rather like the Duke of Wellington." "What an absurd fellow you are, Eugene." "Not at all, I assure you. M.R.F. having always in the clearest manner provided, as he calls it, for his children by pre-arranging from the hour of the birth of each, and sometimes from an earlier period, what the devoted little victim's calling and course in life should be, M.R.F. pre-arranged for myself that I was to be the barrister I am, with the slight addition of an enormous practice, which has not accrued, and also the married man I am not. The first you have often told me. The first I have often told you. Considering myself sufficiently incongruous on my legal eminence, I have until now suppressed my domestic destiny. You know M.R.F., but not as well as I do. If you knew him as well as I do, he would amuse you." "Filially spoken, Eugene." "Perfectly so, believe me, and with every sentiment of affectionate deference towards M.R.F. But if he amuses me, I can't help it. When my eldest brother was born, of course the rest of us knew, I mean the rest of us would have known, if we had been in existence, that he was heir to the family embarrassments, we call it before the company the family estate. But when my second brother was going to be born by and by, this says M.R.F. is a little pillar of church. Was bomb, and became a pillar of the church, a very shaky one. My third brother appeared, considerably in advance of his engagement to my mother, but M.R.F., not at all put out by surprise, instantly declared him a circumnavigator. Was pitchforked into the navy, but has not circumnavigated. I announced myself and was disposed of with the highly satisfactory results embodied before you. When my younger brother was half an hour old, it was settled by M.R.F. that he should have a mechanical genius. And so on. Therefore I say that M.R.F. amuses me. Touching the lady, Eugene. There M.R.F. ceases to be amusing, because my intentions are opposed to touching the lady. Do you know her? Not in the least. Hadn't you better see her? My dear Mortimer, you have studied my character. Could I possibly go down there, labelled eligible, on view and meet the lady, similarly labelled? Anything to carry out M.R.F.'s arrangements, I am sure, with the greatest pleasure, except matrimony. Could I possibly support it? I, so soon bored, so constantly, so fatally. But you are not a consistent fellow, Eugene. In susceptibility to boredom return that worthy, I assure you I am the most consistent of mankind. Why, it was but now that you were dwelling in the advantages of a monotony of 2. In a lighthouse. Do me the justice to remember the condition. In a lighthouse. Mortimer laughed again, and Eugene, having laughed too for the first time, as if he found himself on reflection rather entertaining, relapsed into his usual gloom, and drowsily said, as he enjoyed his cigar, "No, There is no help for it, one of the prophetic deliveries of MRF must forever remain unfulfilled. With every disposition to oblige him, he must submit to a failure. It had grown darker as they talked, and the wind was soaring and the sawdust was whirling outside paler windows. The underlying churchyard was already settling into deep dim shade, and the shade was creeping up to the housetops among which they sat. As if, said Eugene, as if the churchyard ghosts were rising. He had walked to the window with his cigar in his mouth, to exalt its flavour by comparing the fireside with the outside, when he stopped midway on his return to his armchair, and said, "Apparently one of the ghosts has lost its way, and dropped in to be directed. Look at this phantom." Lightwood, whose back was towards the door, turned his head, and there, in the darkness of the entry, stood a something in the likeness of a man, to whom he addressed the not irrelevant inquiry, "Who the devil are you?" "I ask your pardons, governors," replied the ghost, in a hoarse double-barreled whisper, "but might either on you be Lavia Lightwood?" "What do you mean by not knocking at the door?" demanded Mortimer. "I ask your pardons, governors," replied the ghost, as before, "but probably you was not aware your door stood open." "What do you want?" "Hurry into the ghost again hoarsely replied, in its double-barreled manner, "I ask your pardons, governors, but might one on you be Lawyer Lightwood?" "One of us is," said the oathmer of that name. "All right, governors," both returned the ghost, carefully closing the room door, "tickle a business." Mortimer lighted the candles. They showed the visitor to be an ill-looking visitor with a squinting leer, who, as he spoke, fumbled at an old sodden fur cap, formless and mangy, that looked like a furry animal, dog or cat, puppy or kitten, drowned and decaying. "Now," said Mortimer, "what is it?" "Governors," both returned the man, in what he meant to be a wheedling tone, "which on you might be Lawyer Lightwood?" "I am." Lawyer Lightwood, ducking at him with a servile air, "I am a man as gets my living, and as seeks to get my living, by the sweat of my brow. Not to risk being done out of the sweat of my brow, by any chances, I should wish afore going further to be swore in. I am not a swearer in of people, man." The visitor, clearly anything but reliant on this assurance, doggedly muttered, "Alfred David." "Is that your name?" asked Lightwood. "My name," returned the man. "No, I want to take a Alfred David." Which Eugene, smoking and contemplating him, interpreted as meaning affidavit. "I tell you, my good fellow," said Lightwood, with his indolent laugh, "that I have nothing to do with swearing." "He can swear at you," Eugene explained, "and so can I. But we can't do more for you." Much discomfited by this information, the visitor turned the drowned dog or cat, puppy or kitten, about and about, and looked from one of the governors both to the other of the governors both, while he deeply considered within himself. At length he decided, "Then I must be took down." "Where?" asked Lightwood. "Here," said the man. "In pen and ink." "First, let us know what your business is about." "It's about," said the man, taking a step forward, dropping his hoarse voice, and shading it with his hand, "it's about from £5,000 to £10,000 reward. That's what it's about. It's about murder. That's what it's about. Come nearer the table. Sit down. Will you have a glass of wine?" "Yes, I will," said the man, "and I don't deceive you, governors." It was given him. Making a stiff arm to the elbow, he poured the wine into his mouth, tilted it into his right cheek, as saying, "What do you think of it?" tilted it into his left cheek, as saying, "What do you think of it?" jerked it into his stomach, as saying, "What do you think of it?" To conclude, smacked his lips, as if all three replied, "We think well of it." "Will you have another?" "Yes, I will," he repeated, "and I don't deceive you, governors." And also repeated the other proceedings. "Now," began Lightwood, "what's your name?" "Why, there you're rather fast, Lavia Lightwood," he replied, in a remonstrant manner. "Don't you see, Lawyer Lightwood? There you're a little bit fast." I'm going to earn from £5,000 to £10,000 by the sweat of my brow, and as a poor man doing justice to the sweat of my brow, is it likely I can afford to part with so much as my name without its being took down? Deferring to the man's sense of the binding powers of pen and ink and paper, Lightwood nodded acceptance of Eugene's nodded proposal to take those spells in hand. Eugene, bringing them to the table, sat down as clerk or notary. "Now," said Lightwood, "what's your name?" But further precaution was still due to the sweat of this honest fellow's brow. "I should wish, Lawyer Lightwood," he stipulated, "to have that other governor as my witness that what I said. Consequent, will the other governor be so good as chuck me his name and where he lives?" Eugene, cigar in mouth and pen in hand, tossed him his card. After spelling it out slowly, the man made it into a little roll, and tied it up in an end of his neckerchief still more slowly. "Now," said Lightwood, for the third time, "if you have quite completed your various preparations, my friend, and have fully ascertained that your spirits are cool and not in any way hurried, what's your name?" "Roger Riderhood." "Dwelling place?" "Limehouse Hole." "Calling or occupation?" Not quite so glib with this answer as with the previous two, Riderhood gave in the definition, "waterside character." "Anything against you?" Eugene quietly put in, as he wrote. Mr. Rather balked, Mr. Riderhood evasively remarked, with an innocent air, that he believed the other governor had asked him summa tea. "Ever in trouble?" said Eugene. "Once." "Might happen to any man," Mr. Riderhood added incidentally. "On suspicion of seaman's pocket," said Mr. Riderhood. "Whereby I was in reality the man's best friend, and tried to take care of him." "With the sweat of your brow?" asked Eugene. "Till it poured down like rain," said Roger Riderhood. Eugene leaned back in his chair, and smoked with his eyes negligently turned on the informer, and his pen ready to reduce him to more writing. Lightwood also smoked, with his eyes negligently turned on the informer. "Now let me be took down again," said Riderhood, when he had turned the Druned cap over and under, and had brushed it the wrong way, if it had a right way, with his sleeve. "I give information that the man that done the harm and murder is Gaffer Hexam, the man that found the body. The hand of Jesse Hexam, commonly called Gaffer on the river and along shore, is the hand that done that deed. His hand and no other." The two friends glanced at one another with more serious faces than they had shown yet. "Tell us on what grounds you make this accusation," said Mortimer Lightwood. "On the grounds," answered Riderhood, wiping his face with his sleeve, "that I was Gaffer's partner, and suspected of him many a long day and many a dark night. On the grounds that I knowed his ways. On the grounds that I broke the partnership because I see the danger, which I warn you his daughter may tell you another story about that, for anything I can say, but you know what it'll be worth, for she'd tell you lies, the world round and the heavens broad, to save her father. On the grounds that it's well understood along the causeways and the stairs that he done it. On the grounds that he's fell off from, because he done it. On the grounds that I will swear he done it. On the grounds that you may take me where you will, and get me sworn to it. I don't want to back out of consequences. I have made up my mind. Take me anywheres." "All this is nothing," said Lightwood. "Nothing," repeated Riderhood, indignantly and amazedly. "Merely nothing? It goes to no more than that you suspect this man of the crime. You may do so with some reason, or you may do so with no reason, but he cannot be convicted on your suspicion. Haven't I said, I appeal to the other governor as my witness? Haven't I said from the first minute that I opened my mouth in this here world without end everlasting chair?" He evidently used that form of words as next in force to an affidavit, "that I was willing to swear that he done it? Haven't I said, take me and get me sworn to it? Don't I say so now? You won't deny it, Lawyer Lightwood?" "Surely not, but you only offer to swear to your suspicion, and I tell you it is not enough to swear to your suspicion." "Not enough, ain't it, Lawyer Lightwood?" he cautiously demanded. Positively not. And did I say it was enough? Now, I appeal to the other governor. Now, fair. Did I say so? He certainly has not said that he had no more to tell, Eugene observed in a low voice without looking at him, whatever he seemed to imply. Ha! Cried the informer, triumphantly perceiving that the remark was generally in his favour, though apparently not closely understanding it. Fortunate for me I had a witness. Go on, then, said Lightwood. Say out what you have to say. No afterthought. Let me be took down then, cried the informer, eagerly and anxiously. Let me be took down, for by George and the Dragon I'm a-coming to it now. Don't do nothing to keep back from honest man the fruits of the sweat of his brow. I give information, then, that he told me that he done it. Is that enough? Take care what you say, my friend, returned Mortimer. Lawyer Lightwood, take care, what I say, for I judge you'll be answerable for following it up. Then, slowly and emphatically beating it all out with his open right hand on the palm of his left, I, Roger Riderhood, Limehouse Hole, waterside character, tell you, Lawyer Lightwood, that Thim and Jesse Hexam, commonly called upon the river and along-shore gaffer, told me that he done the deed. What's more, he told me with his own lips that he done the deed. Had's more, he said that he done the deed. And I'll swear it. Where did he tell you so? Outside, replied Riderhood, always beating it out, with his head determinedly set askew, and his eyes watchfully dividing their attention between his two auditors, outside the door of the 6 Jolly Fellowships, towards 12:15 o'clock at midnight, but I will not in my conscience undertake to swear to so fine a matter as 5 minutes, on the night when he picked up the body. The 6 Jolly Fellowships won't run away. If it turns out that he warned tea at the 6 Jolly Fellowships that night at midnight, I'm a liar. What did he say? I'll tell you, take me down, other governor, I ask no better. He come out first, I come out last. I might be a minute arter him, I might be half a minute, I might be a quarter of a minute, I cannot swear to that, and therefore I won't. That's knowing the obligations of Alfred David, ain't go on. I found him awaiting to speak to me. He says to me, Rogue Riderhood, for that's the name I'm mostly called by, not for any meaning in it, for meaning it has none, but because of its being similar to Roger. Never mind that. Excuse me, Lawyer Lightwood, it's a part of the truth, and as such I do mind it, and I must mind it and I will mind it. Rogue Riderhood, he says, words passed betwixt us on the river tonight. Which they had, ask his daughter. I threatened you, he says, to chop you over the fingers with my boat's stretcher, or take a aim at your brains with my boat hook. I did so on accounts of your looking too hard at what I had in tow, as if you was suspicious, and on accounts of your holding on to the goon whale of my boat. I says to him, Gaffer, I know it. He says to me, Rogue Riderhood, you are a man in a dozen, I think he said in a score, but of that I am not positive, so take the lowest figure, for precious be the obligations of Alfred David. And he says, when your fellow men is up, be it their lives or be it their watches, sharp is ever the word with you. Had you suspicions? I says, Gaffer, I had, and what's more, I have. He falls a-shaking, and he says, of what? I says, of foul play. He falls a-shaking worse, and he says, there was foul play then. I done it for his money. Don't betray me. Those were the words as ever he used. There was a silence, broken only by the fall of the ashes in the grate. An opportunity which the informer improved by smearing himself all over the head and neck and face with his drowned cap, and not at all improving his own appearance. What more? Asked Lightwood. Of him, do ye mean, Lawyer Lightwood? Of anything to the purpose. Now, I'm blessed if I understand you, governors both, said the informer, in a creeping manner, propitiating both, though only one had spoken. What ain't that enough? Did you ask him how he did it, where he did it, when he did it? Far be it from me, Lawyer Lightwood. I was so troubled in my mind, that I wouldn't have knowed more, no, not for the sum as I expect to earn from you by the sweat of my brow, twice told. I had put an end to the partnership. I had cut the connection. I couldn't undo what was done, and when he begs and prays, old partner, on my knees, don't split upon me. I only makes answer never speak another word to Roger Riderhood, nor look him in the face, and I shuns that man. Having given these words a swing to make them mount the higher and go the further, Rogue Riderhood poured himself out another glass of wine unbidden, and seemed to chew it, as, with the half-emptied glass in his hand, he stared at the candles. Mortimer glanced at Eugene, but Eugene sat glowering at his paper, and would give him no responsive glance. Mortimer again turned to the informer, to whom he said, "You have been troubled in your mind a long time, man." Giving his wine a final chew, and swallowing it, the informer answered in a single word. "Hages." When all that stir was made, when the government reward was offered, when the police were on the alert, when the whole country rang with the crime, said Mortimer, impatiently. "Ha!" Mr. Riderhood very slowly and hoarsely chimed in, with several retrospective nods of his head. "Warn't I troubled in my mind then? When conjecture ran wild, when the most extravagant suspicions were afloat, when half a dozen innocent people might have been laid by the heels any hour in the day," said Mortimer, almost warming. "Ha!" Mr. Riderhood chimed in, as before. "Warn't I troubled in my mind through it all?" "But he hadn't," said Eugene, drawing a lady's head upon his writing paper, and touching it at intervals, "the opportunity then of earning so much money, you see." The other governor hits the nail, Lawyer Lightwood. It was that as turned me. I had many times and again struggled to relieve myself of the trouble on my mind, but I couldn't get it off. I had once very nigh got it off to Miss Abby Potterson, which keeps the 6 Jolly Fellowships. There is loose, it won't run away, there lives the lady, she ain't likely to be struck dead afore you get there, ask her, but I couldn't do it. At last, out comes the new bill with your own lawful name, Lawyer Lightwood, printed to it, and then I asks the question of my own intellects, am I to have this trouble on my mind for ever? Am I never to throw it off? Am I always to think more of Gaffer than of my own self? If he's got a daughter, ain't I got a daughter? And Echo answered. Eugene suggested. You have said, Mr. Riderhood, in a firm tone. Incidentally mentioning, at the same time, her age, inquired Eugene. Yes, Governor. 22 last October. And then I put it to myself, regarding the money. It is a pot of money. For it is a pot, said Mr. Riderhood, with candour, and why deny it? Here. From Eugene as he touched his drawing. It is a pot of money, but is it a sin for a labouring man that moistens every crust of bread he earns, with his tears, or if not with them, with the colds he catches in his head, is it a sin for that man to earn it? Say there is anything again earning it. This I put to myself strong, as in duty bound, how can it be said without blaming Lawyer Lightwood for offering it to be earned? And was it for me to blame Lawyer Lightwood? No. No, said Eugene. Certainly not, Governor, Mr. Riderhood acquiesced. So I made up my mind to get my trouble off my mind, and to earn by the sweat of my brow what was held out to me. And what's more, he added, suddenly turning bloodthirsty, I mean to have it. And now I tell you, once and away, Lawyer Lightwood, that Jesse Hexam, commonly called Gaffer, his hand and no other, done the deed, on his own confession to me. And I give him up to you, and I want him took. This night. After another silence, broken only by the fall of the ashes in the grate, which attracted the informer's attention as if it were the chinking of money, Mortimer Lightwood leaned over his friend, and said in a whisper, I suppose I must go with this fellow to our imperturbable friend at the police station? I suppose, said Eugene, there is no help for it. Do you believe him? I believe him to be a thorough rascal. But he may tell the truth, for his own purpose, and for this occasion only. It doesn't look like it. He doesn't, said Eugene. But neither is his late partner, whom he denounces, a prepossessing person. The firm are cutthroat shepherds both, in appearance. I should like to ask him one thing. The subject of this conference sat leering at the ashes, trying with all his might to overhear what was said, but feigning abstraction as the governors both glanced at him. You mentioned, twice, I think, a daughter of this Hexam's, said Eugene, aloud. You don't mean to imply that she had any guilty knowledge of the crime? The honest man, after perhaps considering how his answer might affect the fruits of the sweat of his brow, replied, unreservedly, no, I don't. And you implicate no other person? It ain't what I implicate, it's what Gaffer implicated, was the dogged and determined answer. I don't pretend to know more than that. His words to me was, I done it. Those was his words. I must see this out, Mortimer, whispered Eugene, rising. How shall we let us walk, whispered Lightwood, and give this fellow time to think of it? Having exchanged the question and answer, they prepared themselves for going out, and Mr. Riderhood rose. While extinguishing the candles, Lightwood, quite as a matter of course, took up the glass from which that honest gentleman had drunk, and coolly tossed it under the grate, where it fell shivering into fragments. Now, if you will take the lead, said Lightwood, Mr. Rayburn and I will follow. You know where to go, I suppose? I suppose I do, Lawyer Lightwood. Take the lead, then. The waterside character pulled his drowned cap over his ears with both hands, and making himself more round-shouldered than nature had made him, by the sullen and persistent slouch with which he went down the stairs, round by the Temple Church, across the Temple into Whitefriars, and so on by the waterside streets. Look at his hang-dog air, said Lightwood, following. It strikes me rather as a hangman air, returned Eugene. He has undeniable intentions that way. They said little else as they followed. He went on before them as an ugly fate might have done, and they kept him in view, and would have been glad enough to lose sight of him. But on he went before them, always at the same distance, and the same rate. Aslant against the hard implacable weather and the rough wind, he was no more to be driven back than hurried forward, but held on like an advancing destiny. There came, when they were about midway on their journey, a heavy rush of hail, which in a few minutes pelted the streets clear, and whitened them. It made no difference to him. A man's life being to be taken and the price of it got, the hailstones to arrest the purpose must lie larger and deeper than those. He crashed through a team, leaving marks in the fast-melting slush that were mere shapeless holes. One might have fancied, following, that the very fashion of humanity had departed from his feet. The blast went by, and the moon contended with the fast-flying clouds, and the wild disorder raging up there made the pitiful little tumults in the streets of no account. It was not that the tin swept all the brawlers into places of shelter, as it had swept the hail still lingering in heaps wherever there was refuge for it, but that it seemed as if the streets were absorbed by the sky, and the night were all in the air. If he has had time to think of it, said Eugene, he has not had time to think better of it, or differently of it, if that's better. There is no sign of drawing back in him, and as I recollect this place, we must be close upon the corner where we alighted that night. In fact, a few abrupt turns brought them to the riverside, where they had slipped about among the stones, and where they now slipped more, the wind coming against them in slants and flaws, across the tide and the windings of the river, in a furious way. With that habit of getting under the lee of any shelter which waterside characters acquire, the waterside character at present in question led the way to the lee side of the 6 Jolly Fellowship Porters before he spoke. Look round here, Lawyer Lightwood, at them red curtains. It's the Fellowships, the loos as I told you wouldn't run away. And has it run away? Not showing himself much impressed by this remarkable confirmation of the informer's evidence, Lightwood inquired what other business they had there. I wished you to see the fellowships for yourself, Lawyer Lightwood, that you might judge whether I'm a liar, and now I'll see Gaffer's window for myself, that we may know whether he's at home." With that, he crept away. "He'll come back, I suppose," murmured Lightwood. "And go through with it," murmured Eugene. He came back after a very short interval indeed. "Gaffer's out, and his boat's out. His daughter's at home, sitting looking at the fire. But there's some supper getting ready, so Gaffer's expected. I can find what move he's upon, easy enough, presently." Then he beckoned and led the way again, and they came to the police station, still as clean and cool and steady as before, saving that the flame of its lamp, being but a lamp flame, and only attached to the force as an outsider, flickered in the wind. Also, within doors, Mr. Inspector was at his studies as of yore. He recognized the friends the instant they reappeared, but their reappearance had no effect on his composure. Not even the circumstance that Riderhood was their conductor moved him, otherwise than that as he took a dip of ink he seemed, by a settlement of his chin in his stock, to propound to that personage, without looking at him, the question, "What have you been up to, last?" Mortimer Lightwood asked him, would he be so good as look at those notes? Handing him Eugene's. Having read the first few lines, Mr. Inspector mounted to that, for him, extraordinary pitch of emotion that he said, "Does either of you two gentlemen happen to have a pinch of snuff about him?" Finding that neither had, he did quite as well without it, and read on. "Have you heard these read?" he then demanded of the honest man. "No," said Riderhood. "Then you had better hear them. And so read them aloud, in an official manner. Are these notes correct, now, as to the information you bring here and the evidence you mean to give?" he asked, when he had finished reading. "They are. They are as correct," returned Mr. Riderhood, "as I am. I can't say more than that for M. I'll take this man myself, sir," said NLR Inspector to Lightwood. Then to Riderhood, "Is he at home? Where is he? What's he doing? You have made it your business to know all about him, no doubt." Riderhood said what he did know, and promised to find out in a few minutes what he didn't know. "Stop," said Mr. Inspector, "not till I tell you, we mustn't look like business. Would you two gentlemen object to making a pretence of taking a glass of something in my company at the fellowships? Well-conducted house, and highly respectable landlady." They replied that they would be happy to substitute a reality for the pretence, which, in the main, appeared to be as one with near Inspector's mien. "Very good," said he, taking his hat from its peg, and putting a pair of handcuffs in his pocket as if they were his gloves. "Reserve." Reserve saluted. "You know where to find me." Reserve again saluted. "Riderhood, when you have found out concerning his coming home, come round to the window of Cosy, tap twice at it, and wait for me. Now, gentlemen." As the three went out together, and Riderhood slouched off from under the trembling lamp his separate way, Lightwood asked the officer what he thought of this. Mr. Inspector replied, with due generality and reticence, that it was always more likely that a man had done a bad thing than that he hadn't. That he himself had several times reckoned up Gaffer, but had never been able to bring him to a satisfactory criminal total. That if this story was true, it was only in part true. That the two men, very shy characters, would have been jointly and pretty equally in it, but that this man had spotted the other, to save himself and get the money. "And I think," added Mr. Inspector, in conclusion, "that if all goes well with him, he's in a tolerable way of getting it. But as this is the fellowships, gentlemen, where the lights are, I recommend dropping the subject. You can't do better than be interested in some lime works anywhere down about Northfleet, and doubtful whether some of your lime don't get into bad company as it comes up in barges." "You hear, Eugene," said Lightwood, over his shoulder. "You are deeply interested in lime. Without Lime, returned that unmoved Bannister at law, my existence would be illuminated by a ray of hope. Chapter 13. Tracking the bird of prey. The two lime merchants, with their escort, entered the dominions of Miss Abby Potterson, to whom their escort, presenting them and their pretended business over the half-door of the bar, in a confidential way, preferred his figurative request that a mouthful of fire might be lighted in Cosy. Always well disposed to assist the constituted authorities, Miss Abby bade Bob Glidry attend the gentleman to that retreat, and promptly enliven it with fire and gaslight. Of this commission the bare-armed Bob, leading the way with a flaming wisp of paper, so speedily acquitted himself, that Cosy seemed to leap out of a dark sleep and embrace them warmly, the moment they passed the lintels of its hospitable door. "They burn sherry very well here," said Mr. Inspector, as a piece of local intelligence. "Perhaps you gentlemen might like a bottle?" The answer being by all means, Bob Glidry received his instructions from Near Inspector, and departed in a becoming state of alacrity engendered by reverence for the majesty of the law. "It's a certain fact," said Mr. Inspector, "that this man we have received our information from, indicating Riderhood with his thumb over his shoulder, has for some time past given the other man a bad name arising out of your lime barges, and that the other man has been avoided in consequence. I don't say what it means or proves, but it's a certain fact. I had it first from one of the opposite sex of my acquaintance, vaguely indicating Miss Abby with his thumb over his shoulder, down away at a distance, over yonder." "Then probably Mr. Inspector was not quite unprepared for their visit that evening?" Lightwood hinted. "Well, you see," said Mr. Inspector, "it was a question of making a move. It's of no use moving if you don't know what your move is. You had better by far keep still. In the matter of this lime, I certainly had an idea that it might lie betwixt the two men. I always had that idea. Still I was forced to wait for a start, and I wasn't so lucky as to get a start. This man that we have received our information from, has got a start, and if he don't meet with a check he may make the running and come in first. There may turn out to be something considerable for him that comes in second, and I don't mention who may or who may not fry for that place. There's duty to do, and I shall do it, under any circumstances, to the best of my judgment and ability." "Speaking as a shipper of lime," began Eugene. "Which no man has a better right to do than yourself, you know," said Mr. Inspector. "I hope not," said Eugene, "my father having been a shipper of lime before me, and my grandfather before him, in fact we having been a family immersed to the crowns of our heads in lime during several generations. I beg to observe that if this missing lime could be got hold of without any young female relative of any distinguished gentleman engaged in the lime trade, which I cherish next to my life, being present, I think it might be a more agreeable proceeding to the assisting bystanders, that is to say, lime burners." "I also," said Lightwood, pushing his friend aside with a laugh, "should much prefer that." "It shall be done, gentlemen, if it can be done conveniently," said Mr. Inspector, with coolness. "There is no wish on my part to cause any distress in that quarter. Indeed, I am sorry for that quarter." "There was a boy in that quarter," remarked Eugene. "He is still there?" "No," said Mr. Inspector. "He has quitted those works. He is otherwise disposed of." "Will she be left alone then?" asked Eugene. "She will be left," said Mr. Inspector, "alone." Bob's reappearance with a steaming jug broke off the conversation. But although the jug steamed forth a delicious perfume, its contents had not received that last happy touch which the surpassing finish of the 6 Jolly Fellowship Porters imparted on such momentous occasions. Bob carried in his left hand one of those iron models of Sugarloaf hats, before mentioned, into which he emptied the jug, and the pointed end of which he thrust deep down into the fire, so leaving it for a few moments while he disappeared and reappeared with 3 bright drinking glasses. Placing these on the table and bending over the fire, meritoriously sensible of the trying nature of his duty, he watched the wreaths of steam, until at the special instant of projection he caught up the iron vessel and gave it one delicate twirl, causing it to send forth one gentle hiss. Then he restored the contents to the jug, held over the steam of the jug each of the 3 bright glasses in succession, finally filled them all, and with a clear conscience awaited the applause of his fellow creatures. It was bestowed, Mr. Inspector having proposed as an appropriate sentiment the lime trade, and Bob withdrew to report the commendations of the guests to Miss Abby in the bar. It may be here in confidence admitted that, the room being close shut in his absence, there had not appeared to be the slightest reason for the elaborate maintenance of this same lime fiction. Only it had been regarded by Mr. Inspector as so uncommonly satisfactory, and so fraught with mysterious virtues, that neither of his clients had presumed to question it. 2 taps were now heard on the outside of the window. Mr. Inspector, hastily fortifying himself with another glass, strolled out with a noiseless foot and an unoccupied countenance, as one might go to survey the weather and the general aspect of the heavenly bodies. "This is become grim, Mortimer," said Eugene, in a low voice. "I don't like this." "Nor I," said Lightwood. "Shall we go?" "Being here, let us stay. You ought to see it out, and I won't leave you. Besides, that lonely girl with the dark hair runs in my head. It was little more than a glimpse we had of her that last time, and yet I almost see her waiting by the fire tonight. Do you feel like a dark combination of traitor and pickpocket when you think of that girl?" "Rather," returned Lightwood. "Do you?" "Very much so." Their escort strolled back again, and reported. Divested of its various limelights and shadows, his report went to the effect that Gaffer was away in his boat, supposed to be on his old lookout, that he had been expected last high water, that having missed it for some reason or other, he was not, according to his usual habits at night, to be counted on before next high water, or it might be an hour or so later, that his daughter, surveyed through the window, would seem to be so expecting him, for the supper was not cooking, but set out, ready to be cooked, that it would be high water at about 1, and that it was now barely 10, that there was nothing to be done but watch and wait, that the informer was keeping watch at the instant of that present reporting, but that 2 heads were better than 1, especially when the second was Mr. Inspector's, and that the reporter meant to share the watch. And forasmuch as crouching under the lee of a hauled-up boat on a night when it blew cold and strong, and when the weather was varied with blasts of hail at times, might be wearisome to amateurs, the reporter closed with the recommendation that the 2 gentlemen should remain, for a while at any rate, in their present quarters, which were weather-tight and warm. They were not inclined to dispute this recommendation, but they wanted to know where they could join the watchers when so disposed. Rather than trust to a verbal description of the place, which might mislead, Eugene, with a less weighty sense of personal trouble on him than he usually had, would go out with Mr. Inspector, note the spot, and come back. On the shelving bank of the river, among the slimy stones of a causeway, not the special causeway of the 6 Jolly Fellowships, which had a landing place of its own, but another, a little removed, and very near to the old windmill which was the denounced man's dwelling place, were a few boats, some moored and already beginning to float, others hauled up above the reach of the tide. Under one of these latter, Eugene's companion disappeared. And when Eugene had observed its position with reference to the other boats, and had made sure that he could not miss it, he turned his eyes upon the building where, as he had been told, the lonely girl with the dark hair sat by the fire. He could see the light of the fire shining through the window. Perhaps it drew him on to look in. Perhaps he had come out with the express intention. That part of the bank having rank grass growing on it, there was no difficulty in getting close, without any noise of footsteps. It was but to scramble up a ragged face of pretty hard mud some 3 or 4 feet high and come upon the grass and to the window. He came to the window by that means. She had no other light than the light of the fire. The unkindled lamp stood on the table. She sat on the ground, looking at the brazier, with her face leaning on her hand. There was a kind of film or flicker on her face, which at first he took to be the fitful firelight, but, on a second look, he saw that she was weeping. A sad and solitary spectacle, as shown him by the rising and the falling of the fire. It was a little window of but 4 pieces of glass, and was not curtained. He chose it because the larger window near it was. It showed him the room, and the bills upon the wall respecting the drowned people starting out and receding by turns. But he glanced slightly at them, though he looked long and steadily at her. A deep rich piece of colour, with the brown flush of her cheek and the shining lustre of her hair, though sad and solitary, weeping by the rising and the falling of the fire. She started up. He had been so very still that he felt sure it was not he who had disturbed her, so merely withdrew from the window and stood near it in the shadow of the wall. She opened the door, and said in an alarmed tone, "Father, was that you calling me?" And again, "Father." And once again, after listening, "Father. I thought I heard you call me twice before." No response. As she re-entered at the door, he dropped over the bank and made his way back, among the ooze and near the hiding place, to Mortimer Lightwood, to whom he told what he had seen of the girl, and how this was becoming very grim indeed. "If the real man feels as guilty as I do," said Eugene, "he is remarkably uncomfortable." "Influence of secrecy," suggested Lightwood. "I am not at all obliged to it for making me Guy Fawkes in the vault and a sneak in the area both at once," said Eugene. "Give me some more of that stuff." Lightwood helped him to some more of that stuff, but it had been cooling, and didn't answer now. "Pooh," said Eugene, spitting it out among the ashes. "Tastes like the wash of the river." "Are you so familiar with the flavour of the wash of the river?" "I seem to be tonight. I feel as if I had been half drowned, and swallowing a gallon of it." "Influence of locality," suggested Lightwood. "You are mighty learned tonight, you and your influences," returned Eugene. "How long shall we stay here?" "How long do you think?" "If I could choose, I should say a minute," replied Eugene, "for the Jolly Fellowship porters are not the jolliest dogs I have known. But I suppose we are best here until they turn us out with the other suspicious characters, at midnight." Thereupon he stirred the fire, and sat down on one side of it. It struck 11, and he made believe to compose himself patiently. But gradually he took the fidgets in one leg, and then in the other leg, and then in one arm, and then in the other arm, and then in his chin, and then in his back, and then in his forehead, and then in his hair, and then in his nose, and then he stretched himself recumbent on 2 chairs, and groaned, and then he started up. Invisible insects of diabolical activity swarm in this place. I am tickled and twitched all over. Mentally, I have now committed a burglary under the meanest circumstances, and the myrmidons of justice are at my heels. I am quite as bad, said Lightwood, sitting up facing him, with a tumbled head, after going through some wonderful evolutions, in which his head had been the lowest part of him. This restlessness began with me, long ago. All the time you were out, I felt like Gulliver with the Lilliputians firing upon it. Won't do, Mortimer. We must get into the air, we must join our dear friend and brother, Riderhood. And let us tranquilize ourselves by making a compact. Next time, with a view to our peace of mind, we'll commit the crime, instead of taking the criminal. You swear it? Certainly. Sworn. Let Tippins look to it. Her life's in danger. Mortimer rang the bell to pay the score, and Bob appeared to transact that business with him, whom Eugene, in his careless extravagance, asked if he would like a situation in the lime trade. Thanky, sir, no sir, said Bob. I've a good sitter washin' here, sir. If you change your mind at any time, returned Eugene, come to me at my works, and you'll always find an opening in the lime kiln. Thanky, sir, said Bob. This is my partner, said Eugene, who keeps the books and attends to the wages. A fair day's wages for a fair day's work is ever my partner's motto. And a very good UN it is, gentlemen, said Bob, receiving his fee, and drawing a bow out of his head with his right hand, very much as he would have drawn a pint of beer out of the beer engine. Eugene, Mortimer apostrophized him, laughing quite heartily when they were alone again. How can you be so ridiculous? I am in a ridiculous humour, quoth Eugene. I am a ridiculous fellow. Everything is ridiculous. Come along. It passed into Mortimer Lightwood's mind that a change of some sort, best expressed perhaps as an intensification of all that was ill-dressed and most negligent and reckless in his friend, had come upon him in the last half-hour or so. Thoroughly used to him as he was, he found something new and strained in him that was for the moment perplexing. This passed into his mind, and passed out again, but he remembered it afterwards. "There's where she sits, you see," said Eugene, when they were standing under the bank, roared and riven at by the wind. "There's the light of her. I'll take a peep through the window," said Mortimer. "No, don't." Eugene caught him by the arm. "Best not make a show of her. Come to our honest friend." He led him to the post of watch, and they both dropped down and crept under the lee of the boat, a better shelter than it had seemed before, being directly contrasted with the blowing wind and the bare night. "Mr. Inspector at home?" whispered Eugene. "Here I am, sir." "And our friend of the perspiring brow is at the far corner there?" "Good. Anything happened?" "His daughter has been out, thinking she heard him calling, unless it was a sign to him to keep out of the way." "It might have been." "It might have been Rule Britannia," muttered Eugene, "but it wasn't." "Mortimer." "Here. On the other side of Mr. Inspector. 2 burglaries now, and a forgery." With this indication of his depressed state of mind, Eugene fell silent. They were all silent for a long while. As it got to be flood tide, and the water came nearer to them, noises on the river became more frequent, and they listened more. To the turning of steam paddles, to the clinking of iron chain, to the creaking of blocks, to the measured working of oars, to the occasional violent barking of some passing dog on shipboard, who seemed to scent them lying in their hiding place. The night was not so dark but that, besides the lights at bows and mast heads gliding to and fro, they could discern some shadowy bulk attached, and now and then a ghostly lighter with a large dark sail, like a warning arm, would start up very near them, pass on, and vanish. At this time of their watch, the water close to them would be often agitated by some impulsion given it from a distance. Often they believed this beat and plash to be the boat they lay in wait for, running in ashore, and again they would have staffed up, but for the immobility with which the informer, well used to the river, kept quiet in his place. The wind carried away the striking of the great multitude of city church clocks, for those lay to leeward of them, but there were bells to windward that told them of its being 1, 2, 3. Without that aid they would have known how the night wore, by the falling of the tide, recorded in the appearance of an ever-widening black wet strip of shore, and the emergence of the paved causeway from the river, foot by foot. As the time so passed, this slinking business became a more and more precarious one. It would seem as if the man had had some intimation of what was in hand against him, or had taken fright. His movements might have been planned to gain for him, in getting beyond their reach, 12 hours' advantage. The honest man who had expended the sweat of his brow became uneasy, and began to complain with bitterness of the proneness of mankind to cheat him invested with the dignity of labour. Their retreat was so chosen that while they could watch the river, they could watch the house. No one had passed in or out, since the daughter thought she heard the father calling. No one could pass in or out without being seen. "But it will be light at 5, said Mr. Inspector, "and then we shall be seen." "Look here," said Riderhood, "what do you say to this? He may have been lurking in and out, and just holding his own betwixt 2 or 3 bridges, for hours back." "What do you make of that?" said Mr. Inspector. "Stoical, but contradictory. He may be doing so at this present time." "What do you make of that?" said Mr. Inspector. "My boat's among them boats here at the causeway." "And what do you make of your boat?" said Mr. Inspector. "What if I put off in her and take a look round? I know his ways, and the likely nooks he favours. I know where he'd be at such a time of the tide, and where he'd be at such another time. Ain't I been his pardner? None of you need show. None of you need stir. I can shove her off without help, and as to me being seen, I'm about at all times. You might have given a worse opinion, said Mr. Inspector, after brief consideration. Try it. Stop a bit. Let's work it out. If I want you, I'll drop round under the fellowships and tip you a whistle. If I might so far presume as to offer a suggestion to my honourable and gallant friend, whose knowledge of naval matters far be it from me to impeach, Eugene struck in with great deliberation, it would be, that to tip a whistle is to advertise mystery and invite speculation. My honourable and gallant friend will, I trust, excuse me, as an independent member, for throwing out a remark which I feel to be due to this house and the country. Was that the other governor, or Lawyer Lightwood? Asked Riderhood. For they spoke as they crouched or lay, without seeing one another's faces. In reply to the question put by my honourable and gallant friend, said Eugene, who was lying on his back with his hat on his face, as an attitude highly expressive of watchfulness, I can have no hesitation in replying, it not being inconsistent with the public service, that those accents were the accents of the other governor. You've tolerable good eyes, ain't you, governor? You've all tolerable good eyes, ain't you? Demanded the informer. Then if I row up under the fellowship and lay there, no need to whistle. You'll make out that there's a speck of something or another there, and you'll know it's me, and you'll come down that cause to me. Understood all? Understood all. Off she goes then. In a moment, with the wind cutting keenly at him sideways, he was staggering down to his boat, in a few moments he was clear, and creeping up the river under their own shore. Eugene had raised himself on his elbow to look into the darkness after him. I wish the boat of my honourable and gallant friend, he murmured, lying down again and speaking into his hat, may be endowed with philanthropy enough to turn bottom upward and extinguish him, Mortimer. My honourable friend. 3 burglaries, 2 forgeries, and a midnight assassination. Yet in spite of having those weights on his conscience, Eugene was somewhat enlivened by the late slight change in the circumstances of affairs. So were his 2 companions. Its being a change was everything. The suspense seemed to have taken a new lease, and to have begun afresh from a recent date. There was something additional to look for. They were all 3 more sharply on the alert, and less deadened by the miserable influences of the place and time. More than an hour had passed, and they were even dozing, when one of the 3, each said it was he, and he had not dozed, made out Riderhood in his boat at the spot agreed on. They sprang up, came out from their shelter, and went down to him. When he saw them coming, he dropped alongside the causeway, so that they, standing on the causeway, could speak with him in whispers, under the shadowy mass of the 6 jolly fellowship porters fast asleep. Blessed if I can make it out, said he, staring at them. Make what out? Have you seen him? No, what have you seen? Asked Lightwood. For he was staring at them in the strangest way. I've seen his boat. Not empty. Yes, empty. And what's more, adrift. And what's more, with one scull gone. And what's more, with t'other skull jammed in the thowels and broke short off. And what's more, the boats drove tight by the tide atwixt 2 tiers of barges. And what's more, he's in luck again, by George if he ain't. Chapter 14. The bird of prey brought du cold on the shore, in the raw cold of that leaden crisis in the 24 hours when the vital force of all the noblest and prettiest things that live is at its lowest. The 3 watchers looked each at the blank faces of the other 2, and all at the blank face of Riderhood in his boat. Gaffer's boat, Gaffer in luck again, and yet no Gaffer. So spake Riderhood, staring disconsolate. As if with one accord, they all turned their eyes towards the light of the fire shining through the window. It was fainter and duller. Perhaps fire, like the higher animal and vegetable life it helps to sustain, has its greatest tendency towards death, when the night is dying and the day is not yet born. If it was me that had the law of this here job in hand, growled Riderhood with a threatening shake of his head, blessed if I wouldn't lay hold of her, at any rate. But it is not you, said Eugene, with something so suddenly fierce in him that the informer returned submissively, well, t'other governor, I didn't say it was. A man may speak. And vermin may be silent, said Eugene. Hold your tongue, you water rat. Astonished by his friend's unusual heat, Lightwood stared too, and then said, What can have become of this man? Can't imagine. Unless he dived overboard. The informer wiped his brow ruefully as he said it, sitting in his boat and always staring disconsolate. Did you make his boat fast? She's fast enough till the tide runs back. I couldn't make her faster than she is. Come aboard of mine, and see for your own selves. There was a little backwardness in complying, for the freight looked too much for the boat, but on Riderhood's protesting that he had had half a dozen, dead and alive, in her fore now, and she was nothing deep in the water nor doing in the stern even then, to speak of, they carefully took their places, and trimmed the crazy thing. While they were doing so, Riderhood still sat staring disconsolate. All right. Give way, said Lightwood. Give way, by George, repeated Riderhood, before shoving off. If he's gone and made off anyhow, lawyer Lightwood, it's enough to make me give way in a different manner. But he always was a cheat, Eon found him. He always was a infernal cheat, was Gaffer. Nothing straightforward, nothing on the square. So mean, so underhand. Never going through with a thing, nor carrying it out like a man. Hello. Steady, cried Eugene. He had recovered immediately on embarking, as they bumped heavily against a pile, and then in a lower voice reversed his late apostrophe by remarking, I wish the boat of my honourable and gallant friend may be endowed with philanthropy enough not to turn bottom upward and extinguish us. Steady, steady. Sit close, Mortimer. Here's the hail again. See how it flies, like a troop of wild cats, at Mr. Riderhood's eyes. Indeed he had the full benefit of it, and it so mauled him, though he bent his head low and tried to present nothing but the mangy cap to it, that he dropped under the lee of a tier of shipping, and they lay there until it was over. The squall had come up, like a spiteful messenger before the morning. There followed in its wake a ragged tear of light which ripped the dark clouds until they showed a great grey hole of day. They were all shivering, and everything about them seemed to be shivering, the river itself, craft, rigging, sails, such early smoke as there yet was on the shore. Black with wet, and altered to the eye by white patches of hail and sleet, the huddled buildings looked lower than usual, as if they were cowering, and had shrunk with the cold. Very little life was to be seen on either bank, windows and doors were shut, and the staring black and white letters upon wharves and warehouses looked, said Eugene to Mortimer, like inscriptions over the graves of dead businesses. As they glided slowly on, keeping under the shore and sneaking in and out among the shipping by back alleys of water, in a pilfering way that seemed to be their boatman's normal manner of progression, all the objects among which they crept were so huge in contrast with their wretched boat as to threaten to crush it. Not a ship's hull, with its rusty iron links of cable run out of hawse holes long discoloured with the iron's rusty tears, but seemed to be there with a fell intention. Not a figurehead but had the menacing look of bursting forward to run them down. Not a sluice gate, or a painted scale upon a post or wall, showing the depth of water, but seemed to hint, like the dreadfully facetious wolf in bed in grandmamma's cottage, that's to drown you in, my dears. Not a lumbering black barge, with its cracked and blistered side impending over them, but seemed to suck at the river with a thirst for sucking them under. And everything so vaunted the spoiling influences of water, discoloured copper, rotten wood, honeycomb stone, green dank deposit, that the after consequences of being crushed, sucked under, and drowned down, looked as ugly to the imagination as the main event. Some half hour of this work, and Riderhood unshipped his sculls, stood holding on to a barge, and hand over hand longwise along the barge's side gradually worked his boat under her head into a secret little nook of scummy water. And driven into that nook, and wedged as he had described, was Gaffer's boat, that boat with the stains still in it, bearing some resemblance to a muffled human form. "Now tell me I'm a liar," said the honest man. With a morbid expectation murmured Eugene to Lightwood, that somebody is always going to tell him the truth. "This is Hexam's boat," said Near Inspector. "I know her well. Look at the broken skull. Look at the other skull gone. Now tell me I am a liar," said the honest man. Mr. Inspector stepped into the boat. Eugene and Mortimer looked on. "And see now," added Riderhood, creeping aft, and showing a stretched rope made fast there and towing overboard. "Didn't I tell you he was in luck again?" "Haul in," said Near Inspector. "Easy to say haul in," answered Riderhood. "Not so easy done. His luck's got fouled under the keels of the barges. I tried to haul in last time, but I couldn't. See how taut the line is. I must have it up," said Mr. Inspector. "I am going to take this boat ashore, and his luck along with it. Try easy now." He tried easy now, but the luck resisted, wouldn't come. "I mean to have it, and the boat too," said Mr. Inspector, playing the line. But still the luck resisted, wouldn't come. "Take care," said Riderhood. "You'll disfigure. Or pull asunder perhaps." "I am not going to do either, not even to your grandmother," said Mr. Inspector, "but I mean to have it. Come," he added, at once persuasively and with authority to the hidden object in the water, as he played the line again, "it's no good this sort of game, you know. You must come up. I mean to have you." There was so much virtue in this distinctly and decidedly meaning to have it, that it yielded a little, even while the line was played. "I told you so," quoth Mr. Inspector, pulling off his outer coat, and leaning well over the stern with a will. "Come." It was an awful sort of fishing, but it no more disconcerted Mr. Inspector than if he had been fishing in a punt on a summer evening by some soothing weir high up the peaceful river. After certain minutes, and a few directions to the rest to ease her a little for'ard and now ease her a trifle aft and the like, he said composedly, "All clear," and the line and the boat came free together. Accepting Lightwood's proffered hand to help him up, he then put on his coat, and said to Riderhood, "Hand me over those spare sculls of yours, and I'll pull this into the nearest stairs. Go ahead you, and keep out in pretty open water, that I mayn't get fouled again." His directions were obeyed, and they pulled ashore directly, 2 in one boat, 2 in the other. "Now," said Mr. Inspector, again to Riderhood, when they were all on the slushy stones, "you have had more practice in this than I have had, and ought to be a better workman at it. Undo the tow rope, and we'll help you haul in." Riderhood got into the boat accordingly. It appeared as if he had scarcely had a moment's time to touch the rope or look over the stern, when he came scrambling back, as pale as the morning, and gasped out, "By the Lord, he's done me." "What do you mean?" they all demanded. He pointed behind him at the boat, and gasped to that degree that he dropped upon the stones to get his breath. "Gaffer's done me. It's Gaffer." They ran to the rope, leaving him gasping there. Soon, the form of the bird of prey, dead some hours, lay stretched upon the shore, with a new blast storming at it and clotting the wet hair with hailstones. "Father, was that you calling me? Father! I thought I heard you call me twice before." Words never to be answered, those, upon the earth side of the grave. The wind sweeps jeeringly over father, whips him with the frayed ends of his dress and his jagged hair, tries to turn him where he lies stark on his back, and force his face towards the rising sun, that he may be shamed the more. A lull, and the wind is secret and prying with him, lifts and lets falls a rag, hides palpitating under another rag, runs nimbly through his hair and beard. Then, in a rush, it cruelly taunts him. "Father, was that you calling me? Was it you, the voiceless and the dead? Was it you, thus buffeted as you lie here in a heap? Was it you, thus baptized unto death, with these flying impurities now flung upon your face? Why not speak, father? Soaking into this filthy ground as you lie here, is your own shape. Did you never see such a shape soaked into your boat? Speak, father. Speak to us, the Urians, the only listeners left you. Now see, said Mr. Inspector, after mature deliberation, kneeling on one knee beside the body, when they had stood looking down on the drowned man, as he had many a time looked down on many another man, the way of it was this. Of course you gentlemen hardly failed to observe that he was towing by the neck and arms. They had helped to release the rope, and of course not. And you will have observed before, and you will observe now, that this knot, which was drawn chock-tight round his neck by the strain of his own arms, is a slip knot, holding it up for demonstration. Plain enough likewise you will have observed how he had run the other end of this rope to his boat. It had the curves and indentations in it still, where it had been twined and bound. Now see, said Mr. Inspector, see how it works round upon him. It's a wild tempestuous evening when this man that was stooping to wipe some hailstones out of his hair with an end of his own drowned jacket, there. Now he's more like himself, though he's badly bruised, when this man that rows out upon the river on his usual lay he carries with him this coil of rope. He always carries with him this coil of rope. It's as well known to me as he was himself. Sometimes it lay in the bottom of his boat. Sometimes he hung it loose round his neck. He was a light dresser was this man, you see, lifting the loose neckerchief over his breast, and taking the opportunity of wiping the dead lips with it, and when it was wet, or freezing, or blue cold, he would hang this coil of line round his neck. Last evening he does this. Worse for him. He dodges about in his boat, does this man, till he gets chilled. His hands taking up one of them, which dropped like a leaden weight, get numbed. He sees some object that's in his way of business, floating. He makes ready to secure that object. He unwinds the end of his coil that he wants to take some turns on in his boat, and he takes turns enough on it to secure that it shan't run out. He makes it too secure, as it happens. He is a little longer about this than usual, his hands being numbed. His object drifts up, before he is quite ready for it. He catches at it, thinks he'll make sure of the contents of the pockets anyhow, in case he should be parted from it, bends right over the stern, and in one of these heavy squalls, or in the cross swell of two steamers, or in not being quite prepared, or through all almost or some, gets a lurch, overbalances and goes head foremost overboard. Now see. He can swim, can this man, and instantly he strikes out. But in such striking out he tangles his arms, pulls strong on the slip knot, and it runs home. The object he had expected to take in tow, floats by, and his own boat tows him dead, to where we found him, all entangled in his own line. You'll ask me how I make out about the pockets? First, I'll tell you more, there was silver in 'em. How do I make that out? Simple and satisfactory. Because he's got it here. The lecturer held up the tightly clenched right hand. What is to be done with the remains? Asked Lightwood. If you wouldn't object to standing by him half a minute, sir, was the reply, I'll find the nearest of our men to come and take charge of him, else still call it him, you see, said Mr. Inspector, looking back as he went, with a philosophical smile upon the force of habit. Eugene, said Lightwood, and was about to add, we may wait at a little distance, when turning his head he found that no Eugene was there. He raised his voice and called Eugene. Hollo! But no Eugene replied. It was broad daylight now, and he looked about. But no Eugene was in all the view. Mr. Inspector speedily returning down the wooden stairs, with a police constable, Lightwood asked him if he had seen his friend leave them. Mr. Inspector could not exactly say that he had seen him go, but had noticed that he was restless. Singular and entertaining combination, sir, your friend. I wish it had not been a part of his singular entertaining combination to give me the slip under these dreary circumstances at this time of the morning, said Lightwood. Can we get anything hot to drink? We could, and we did. In a public house kitchen with a large fire. We got hot brandy and water, and it revived us wonderfully. Mr. Inspector, having to Mr. Riderhood announced his official intention of keeping his eye upon him, stood him in a corner of the fireplace, like a wet umbrella, and took no further outward and visible notice of that honest man, except ordering a separate service of brandy and water for him, apparently out of the public funds. As Mortimer Lightwood sat before the blazing fire, conscious of drinking brandy and water then and there in his sleep, and yet at one and the same time drinking burnt sherry at the Six Jolly Fellowships, and lying under the boat on the river shore, and sitting in the boat that Riderhood rowed, and listening to the lecture recently concluded, and having to dine in the Temple with an unknown man, who described himself as MHF Eugene Gaffer Harmon, and said he lived at Hailstorm, as he passed through these curious vicissitudes of fatigue and slumber, arranged upon the scale of a dozen hours to the second, he became aware of answering aloud a communication of pressing importance that had never been made to him, and then turned it into a cough on beholding Mr. Inspector. For, he felt, with some natural indignation, that functionary might otherwise suspect him of having closed his eyes, or wandered in his attention. Here just before us, you see, said Mr. Inspector. I see, said Lightwood, with dignity. And had hot brandy and water too, you see, said Near Inspector, then cut off at a great rate. Who, said Lightwood. Your friend, you know. I know, he replied, again with dignity. And after hearing, in a mist through which Mr. Inspector loomed vague and large, that the officer took upon himself to prepare the dead man's daughter for what had befallen in the night, and generally that he took everything upon himself, Mortimer Lightwood stumbled in his sleep to a cab stand, called a cab, and had entered the army and committed a capital military offence and been tried by court-martial and found guilty, and had arranged his affairs and been marched out to be shot, before the door banged. Hard work rowing the cab through the city to the Temple, for a cup of from £5,000 to £10,000 value, given by Mr. Boffin, and hard work holding forth at that immeasurable length to Eugene, when he had been rescued with a rope from the running pavement, for making off in that extraordinary manner. But he offered such ample apologies, and was so very penitent, that when Lightwood got out of the cab, he gave the driver a particular charge to be careful of him. Which the driver, knowing there was no other fare left inside, stared at prodigiously. In short, the night's work had so exhausted and worn out this actor in it, that he had become a mere somnambulist. He was too tired to rest in his sleep, until he was even tired out of being too tired, and dropped into oblivion. Late in the afternoon he awoke, and in some anxiety sent round to Eugene's lodging hard by, to inquire if he were up yet. Oh yes, he was up. In fact, he had not been to bed. He had just come home. And here he was, close following on the heels of the message. Why, what bloodshot, draggled, dishevelled spectacle is this? Cried Mortimer. Are my feathers so very much rumpled? Said Eugene, coolly going up to the looking-glass. They are rather out of sorts. But consider. Such a night for plumage. Such a night, repeated Mortimer. What became of you in the Mong? My dear fellow, said Eugene, sitting on his bed, I felt that we had bored one another so long, that an unbroken continuance of those relations must inevitably terminate in our flying to opposite points of the earth. I also felt that I had committed every crime in the Newgate calendar. So, for mingled considerations of friendship and felony, I took a walk. Chapter 15. Two new servants, Mr. and Mrs. Boffin, sat after breakfast, in the bower, a prey to prosperity. Mr. Boffin's face denoted care and complication. Many disordered papers were before him, and he looked at them about as hopefully as an innocent civilian might look at a crowd of troops whom he was required at 5 minutes' notice to manoeuvre and review. He had been engaged in some attempts to make notes of these papers, but being troubled, as men of his stamp often are, with an exceedingly distrustful and corrective thumb, that busy member had so often interposed to smear his notes, that they were little more legible than the various impressions of itself, which blurred his nose and forehead. It is curious to consider, in such a case as N.L.R. Boffin's, what a cheap article ink is, and how far it may be made to go. As a grain of musk will scent a drawer for many years, and still lose nothing appreciable of its original weight, so a halfpenny worth of ink would blot Mr. Boffin to the roots of his hair and the calves of his legs, without inscribing a line on the paper before him, or appearing to diminish in the inkstand. Mr. Boffin was in such severe literary difficulties that his eyes were prominent and fixed, and his breathing was stertorous, when, to the great relief of Nearest Boffin, who observed these symptoms with alarm, the yard bell rang. "Who's that, I wonder?" said Mrs. Boffin. Mr. Boffin drew a long breath, laid down his pen, looked at his notes as doubting whether he had the pleasure of their acquaintance, and appeared, on a second perusal of their countenances, to be confirmed in his impression that he had not, when there was announced by the hammer-headed young man, Mr. Rokesmith. "Oh," said Mr. Boffin. "Oh, indeed. Our and the Wilfus mutual friend, my dear." "Yes. Ask him to come in." Mr. Rokesmith appeared. "Sit clown, sir," said Mr. Boffin, shaking hands with him. "Mrs. Boffin you're already acquainted with." "Well, sir, I am rather unprepared to see you, for, to tell you the truth, I've been so busy with one thing and another, that I've not had time to turn your offer over." "That's apology for both of us, for Mr. Boffin, and for me as well," said the smiling Mrs. Boffin. "But law! We can talk it over now, can't us?" Mr. Rokesmith bowed, thanked her, and said he hoped so. "Let me see then," resumed Mr. Boffin, with his hand to his chin. "It was secretary that you named, wasn't it?" "I said secretary," assented Mr. Rokesmith. "It rather puzzled me at the time," said Mr. Boffin, "and it rather puzzled me and Mrs. Boffin when we spoke of it afterwards, because, not to make a mystery of our belief, we have always believed a secretary to be a piece of furniture, mostly of mahogany, lined with green baize or leather, with a lot of little drawers in it. Now, you won't think I take a liberty when I mention that you certainly ain't that." "Certainly not," said Mr. Rokesmith. But he had used the word in the sense of steward. "Why, as to steward, you see," returned Mr. Boffin, with his hand still to his chin, "the odds are that Mrs. Boffin and me may never go upon the water. Being both bad sailors, we should want a steward if we did, but there's generally one provided." Mr. Rokesmith again explained, defining the duties he sought to undertake, as those of general superintendent, or manager, or overlooker, or man of business. "Now, for instance, come," said Mr. Boffin, in his pouncing way. "If you entered my employment, what would you do?" "I would keep exact accounts of all the expenditure you sanctioned, Mr. Boffin. I would write your letters, under your direction. I would transact your business with people in your pay or employment. I would, with a glance and a half smile at the table, arrange your papers." Mr. Boffin rubbed his inky ear, and looked at his wife. "And so arrange them as to have them always in order for immediate reference, with a note of the contents of each outside it. I tell you what," said Mr. Boffin, slowly crumpling his unblotted note in his hand, "if you'll turn to at these present papers, and see what you can make of 'em, I shall know better what I can make of you." No sooner said than done. Relinquishing his hat and gloves, Mr. Rokesmith sat down quietly at the table, arranged the open papers into an orderly heap, cast his eyes over each in succession, folded it, docketed it on the outside, laid it in a second heap, and, when that second heap was complete and the first gone, took from his pocket a piece of string and tied it together with a remarkably dexterous hand at a running curve and a loop. "Good," said Mr. Boffin. "Very good. Now let us hear what they are all about, will you be so good?" John Rokesmith read his abstracts aloud. They were all about the new house. Decorators estimate, so much. Furniture estimate, so much. estimate for furniture of offices, so much. Coachmaker's estimate, so much. Horse dealer's estimate, so much. Harness maker's estimate, so much. Goldsmith's estimate, so much. Total, so very much. Then came correspondence. Acceptance of Mr. Boffin's offer of such a date, and to such an effect. Rejection of Mr. Boffin's proposal of such a date and to such an effect. Concerning Mr. Boffin's scheme of such another date to such another effect. All compact and methodical. Apple pie order, said Mr. Boffin, after checking off each inscription with his hand, like a man beating time. And whatever you do with your ink, I can't think, for you're as clean as a whistle after it. Now, as to a letter, said Mr. Boffin, rubbing his hands in his pleasantly childish let's admiration, let's try a letter next. To whom shall it be addressed, Mr. Boffin? Anyone. Yourself. Mr. Rokesmith quickly wrote, and then read aloud, N.F.R. Boffin presents his compliments to Mr. John Rokesmith, and begs to say that he has decided on giving Mr. John Rokesmith a trial in the capacity he desires to fill. Mr. Boffin takes Mr. John Rokesmith at his word, in postponing to some indefinite period, the consideration of salary. It is quite understood that Nira Boffin is in no way committed on that point. Nira Boffin has merely to add, that he relies on Mr. John Rokesmith's assurance that he will be faithful and serviceable. Mr. John Rokesmith will please enter on his duties immediately. Well. Now, Noddy, cried Mrs. Boffin, clapping her hands, that is a good one. Mr. Boffin was no less delighted, indeed, in his own bosom, he regarded both the composition itself and the device that had given birth to it, as a very remarkable monument of human ingenuity. And I tell you, my dearie, said Mrs. Boffin, that if you don't close with Mr. Rokesmith now at once, and if you ever go a-muddling yourself again with things never meant nor made for you, you'll have an apoplexy besides iron moulding your linen, and you'll break my heart. Mr. Boffin embraced his spouse for these words of wisdom, and then, congratulating John Rokesmith on the brilliancy of his achievements, gave him his hand in pledge of their new relations. So did Mrs. Boffin. Now, said Mr. Boffin, who, in his frankness, felt that it did not become him to have a gentleman in his employment 5 minutes, without reposing some confidence in him, you must be let a little more into our affairs, Rokesmith. I mentioned to you, when I made your acquaintance, or I might better say when you made mine, that Nira Boffin's inclinations was setting in the way of fashion, but that I didn't know how fashionable we might or might not grow. Well, Mrs. Boffin has carried the day, and we're going in neck and crop for fashion. I rather inferred that, sir, replied John Rokesmith, from the scale on which your new establishment is to be maintained. Yes, said Mr. Boffin, it's to be a spanker. The fact is, my literary man named to me that a house with which he is, as I may say, connected, in which he has an interest as property, inquired John Rokesmith. Why no, said Mr. Boffin, not exactly that, a sort of a family tie. Association, the secretary suggested. Ah, said Mr. Boffin. Perhaps. Anyhow, he named to me that the house had a board up, this eminently aristocratic mansion to be let or sold. Me and Mrs. Boffin went to look at it, and finding it beyond a doubt eminently aristocratic, though a trifle high and dull, which after all may be part of the same thing, took it. My literary man was so friendly as to drop into a charming piece of poetry on that occasion, in which he complimented Mrs. Boffin on coming into possession of, how did it go, my dear? Mrs. Boffin replied, the gay and festive scene, the halls of dazzling light. That's it. And it was made neater by there really being 2 halls in the house, a front UN and a back UN, besides the servants. He likewise dropped into a very pretty piece of poetry, to be sure, respecting the extent to which he would be willing to put himself out of the way to bring Mrs. Boffin round, in case she should ever get low in her spirits in the house. Mrs. Boffin has a wonderful memory. Will you repeat it, my dear? Mrs. Boffin complied, by reciting the verses in which this obliging offer had been made, exactly as she had received them. 11 Tell thee how the maiden wept, Mrs. Boffin, when her TME love was slain Marum, and how her broken spirit slept, Ifas Boffin, and never woke again Marum. I'll tell, if agreeable to Mr. Boffin, how the steed drew nigh, and len his lord afar, and if my tale, which I hope Mr. Boffin might excuse, should make you sigh, I'll strike the light guitar. Correct to the letter, said Mr. Boffin. And I consider that the poetry brings us both in a beautiful manner. The effect of the poem on the secretary being evidently to astonish him, Mr. Boffin was confirmed in his high opinion of it, and was greatly pleased. Now, you see, Rokesmith, he went on, a literary man, with a wooden leg is liable to jealousy. I shall therefore cast about for comfortable ways and means of not calling up Wegg's jealousy, but of keeping you in your department, and keeping him in his. Law, cried Mrs. Boffin. What I say is, the world's wide enough for all of us. So it is, my dear, said Mr. Boffin, when not literary. But when so, not so. And I am bound to bear in mind that I took Wegg on, at a time when I had no thought of being fashionable or of leaving the Bower. To let him feel himself anyways slighted now, would be to be guilty of a meanness, and toked like having one's head turned by the halls of dazzling light. Which Lord forbid. Rokesmith, what shall we say about your living in the house? In this house? No, no, I have got other plans for this house. In the new house. That will be as you please, Mr. Boffin. I hold myself quite at your disposal. You know where I live at present. Well, said Mr. Boffin, after considering the point, suppose you keep as you are for the present, and we'll decide by and by. You'll begin to take charge at once, of all that's going on in the new house, will you? Most willingly. I will begin this very day. Will you give me the address? Mr. Boffin repeated it, and the secretary toted it down in his pocket-book. Mrs. Boffin took the opportunity of his being so engaged, to get a better observation of his face than she had yet taken. It impressed her in his favour, for she nodded aside to Mr. Boffin, I like him. I will see directly that everything is in train, Mr. Boffin. Thank ye. Being here, would you care at all to look round the Bower? I should greatly like it. I have heard so much of its story. Come, said Mr. Boffin. And he and Mrs. Boffin led the way. A gloomy house, the Bower, with sordid signs on it of having been, through its long existence as Harmony Jail, in miserly holding. Bare of paint, bare of paper on the walls, bare of furniture, bare of experience of human life. Whatever is built by man for man's occupation, must, like natural creations, fulfill the intention of its existence, or soon perish. This old house had wasted, more from desuetude than it would have wasted from use, 20 years for one. A certain leanness falls upon houses not sufficiently imbued with life, as if they were nourished upon it, which was very noticeable here. The staircase, balustrades, and rails, had a spare look, an air of being denuded to the bone, which the panels of the walls and the jambs of the doors and windows also bore. The scanty movables partook of it, save for the cleanliness of the place. The dust into which they were all resolving would have lain thick on the floors, and those, both in colour and in grain, woman-like old faces that had kept much alone. The bedroom where the clutching old man had lost his grip on life, was left as he had left it. There was the old grisly four-post bedstead, without hangings, and with a jail-like upper rim of iron and spikes, and there was the old patchwork counterpane. There was the tight-clenched old bureau, receding atop like a bad and secret forehead. There was the cumbersome old table with twisted legs, at the bedside, and there was the box upon it, in which the will had lain. A few old chairs with patchwork covers, under which the more precious stuff to be preserved had slowly lost its quality of colour without imparting pleasure to any eye, stood against the wall. A hard family likeness was on all these things. The room was kept like this, Rokesmith, said Mr. Boffin, against the son's return. In short, everything in the house was kept exactly as it came to us, for him to see and approve. Even now, nothing is changed but our own room below stairs that you have just left. When the son came home for the last time in his life, and for the last time in his life saw his father, it was most likely in this room that they met. As the secretary looked all round it, his eyes rested on a side door in a corner. Another staircase, said Mr. Boffin, unlocking the door, leading down into the yard. We'll go down this way, as you may like to see the yard, and it's all in the road. When the son was a little child, it was up and down these stairs that he mostly came and went to his father. He was very timid of his father. I've seen him sit on these stairs, in his shy way, poor child, many a time. Mr. and Mrs. Boffin have comforted him, sitting with his little book on these stairs, often. Ah! And his poor sister too, said Mrs. Boffin. And here's the sunny place on the white wall where they one day measured one another. Their own little hands tote up their names here, only with a pencil, but the names are here still, and the poor dear's gone forever. We must take care of the names, old lady, said Mr. Boffin. We must take care of the names. They shan't be rubbed out in our time, nor yet, if we can help it, in the time after us. Poor little children. Ah, poor little children, said Mrs. Boffin. They had opened the door at the bottom of the staircase giving on the yard, and they stood in the sunlight, looking at the scrawl of the two unsteady childish hands 2 or 3 steps up the staircase. There was something in this simple memento of a blighted childhood, and in the tenderness of Mrs. Boffin, that touched the secretary. Mr. Boffin then showed his new man of business the mounds, and his own particular mound which had been left him as his legacy under the will before he acquired the whole estate. It would have been enough for us, said Mr. Boffin, in case it had pleased God to spare the last of those 2 young lives and sorrowful deaths. We didn't want the rest. At the treasures of the yard, and at the outside of the house, and at the detached building which Mr. Boffin pointed out as the residence of himself and his wife during the many years of their service, the secretary looked with interest. It was not until Mr. Boffin had shown him every wonder of the bower twice over, that he remembered his having duties to discharge elsewhere. You have no instructions to give me, Mr. Boffin, in reference to this place? Not any, Rokesmith. No, might I ask, without seeming impertinent, whether you have any intention of selling it? Certainly not. In remembrance of our old master, our old master's children, and our old service, me and Mrs. Boffin mean to keep it up as it stands. The secretary's eyes glanced with so much meaning in them at the mounds, that Mr. Boffin said, as if in answer to a remark, that's another thing. I may sell them, though I should be sorry to see the neighbourhood deprived of 'em too. It'll look but a poor dead flat without the mounds. Still, I don't say that I'm going to keep 'em always there, for the sake of the beauty of the landscape. There's no hurry about it, that's all I say at present. I ain't a scholar in much, Rokesmith, but I'm a pretty fair scholar in dust. I can price the mounds to a fraction, and I know how they can be best disposed of, and likewise that they take no harm by standing where they do. You'll look in tomorrow, will you be so kind? Every day. And the sooner I can get you into your new house, complete, the better you will be pleased, sir. Well, it ain't that I'm in a mortal hurry, said Mr. Boffin, only when you do pay people for looking alive, it's as well to know that they are looking alive. Ain't that your opinion? Quite, replied the secretary, and so withdrew. Now, said Mr. Boffin to himself, subsiding into his regular series of turns in the yard, if I can make it comfortable with Weg, my affairs will be going smooth. The man of low cunning had, of course, acquired a mastery over the man of high simplicity. The mean man had, of course, got the better of the generous man. How long such conquests last, is another matter. That they are achieved, is everyday experience, not even to be flourished away by Podsnappery itself. The undesigning Boffin had become so far immersed by the wily Weg that his mind misgave him he was a very designing man indeed in purposing to do more for Weg. It seemed to him, so skilful was Weg, that he was plotting darkly, when he was contriving to do the very thing that Weg was plotting to get him to do. And thus, while he was mentally turning the kindest of kind faces on Weg this morning, he was not absolutely sure but that he might somehow deserve the charge of turning his back on him. For these reasons Mr. Boffin passed but anxious hours until evening came, and with it Mr. Weg, stumping leisurely to the Roman Empire. At about this period Mr. Boffin had become profoundly interested in the fortunes of a great military leader known to him as Bully Sawyers, but perhaps better known to fame and easier of identification by the classical student, under the less Britannic name of Belisarius. Even this general's career paled in interest for Mr. Boffin before the clearing of his conscience with Weg, and hence, when that literary gentleman had according to custom eaten and drunk until he was all aglow, and when he took up his book with the usual chirping introduction, "And now, Mr. Boffin, sir, we'll decline and we'll fall." Mr. Boffin stopped him. "You remember, Weg, when I first told you that I wanted to make a sort of offer to you?" "Let me get on my considering cap, sir," replied that gentleman, turning the open book face downward. "When you first told me that you wanted to make a sort of offer to me. Now let me think. As if there were the least necessity, yes, to be sure I do, Mr. Boffin. It was at my corner. To be sure it was. You had first asked me whether I liked your name, and candour had compelled a reply in the negative case. I little thought then, sir, how familiar that name would come to be. I hope it will be more familiar still, Weg. Do you, Mr. Boffin? Much obliged to you, I am sure. Is it your pleasure, sir, that we decline and we fall, with a feint of taking up the book? Not just yet a while, Weg. In fact, I have got another offer to make you." Mr. Weg, who had nothing else in his mind for several nights, took off his spectacles with an air of bland surprise. "And I hope you'll like it, Weg." "Thank you, sir," returned that reticent individual. "I hope it may prove so. On all accounts, I am sure. This, as a philanthropic aspiration. What do you think," said Mr. Boffin, "of not keeping a stall, Weg?" "I think, sir," replied Weg, "that I should like to be shown the gentleman prepared to make it worth my while." "Here he is," said Mr. Boffin. Mr. Weg was going to say, "my benefactor," and had said "my bean," when a grandiloquent change came over him. "No, Mr. Boffin, not you, sir. Anybody but you. Do not fear, Mr. Boffin, that I shall contaminate the premises which your gold has bought, with my lowly pursuits. I am aware, sir, that it would not become me to carry on my little traffic under the windows of your mansion. I have already thought of that, and taken my measures. No need to be bought out, sir. Would Stepney Fields be considered intrusive? If not remote enough, I can go remoter. In the words of the poet's song, which I do not quite remember, thrown on the wide world, to wander and roam, bereft of my parents, bereft of a home, a stranger to something and what's his name joy, behold little Edmund the poor peasant boy." And equally said Nira Weg, repairing the want of direct application in the last line, "behold myself on a similar footing." "Now, Weg, remonstrated the excellent Boffin. "You are too sensitive." "I know I am, sir," returned Weg, with obstinate magnanimity. "I am acquainted with my faults. I always was, from a child, too sensitive. But listen," pursued the Golden Dustman, "hear me out, Weg. You have taken it into your head that I mean to pension you off." "True, sir," returned Weg, still with an obstinate magnanimity. "I am acquainted with my faults. Far be it from me to deny them. I have taken it into my head. But I don't mean it." The assurance seemed hardly as comforting to Mr. Weg, as Mr. Boffin intended it to be. Indeed, an appreciable elongation of his visage might have been observed as he replied, "Don't you, indeed, sir?" "No," pursued Mr. Boffin, "because that would express, as I understand it, that you were not going to do anything to deserve your money." "But you are, you are." "That, sir," replied Mr. Wegg, cheering up bravely, "is quite another pair of shoes. Now, my independence as a man is again elevated. Now, I no longer weep for the hour, when to Boffin's bower, the Lord of the Valley with offers came, neither does the mum hide her light from the heavens tonight, and weep behind her clouds or any individual in the present company's shame." Please to proceed, Mr. Boffin. "Thank ye, Wegg, both for your confidence in me and for your frequent dropping into poetry, both of which is friendly. Well, then, my idea is, that you should give up your stall, and that I should put you into the bower here, to keep it for us. It's a pleasant spot, and a man with coals and candles and £1 a week might be in clover here." "Hem! Would that man, sir, we will say that man, for the purposes of argument," Mr. Wegg made a smiling demonstration of great perspicuity here, "would that man, sir, be expected to throw any other capacity in, or would any other capacity be considered extra? Now let us, for the purposes of argument, suppose that man to be engaged as a reader, say, for the purposes of argument, in the evening. Would that man's pay as a reader in the evening be added to the other amount, which, adopting your language, we will call clover, or would it merge into that amount, or clover?" "Well," said Mr. Boffin, "I suppose it would be added." "I suppose it would, sir." "You are right, sir." "Exactly my own views, Mr. Boffin." Here Wegg rose, and balancing himself on his wooden leg, fluttered over his prey with extended hand. "Mr. Boffin, consider it done." "Say no more, sir, not a word more. My stall and I are for ever parted. The collection of ballads will in future be reserved for private study, with the object of making poetry tributary." Wegg was so proud of having found this word, that he said it again, with a capital letter, tributary, to friendship. "Mr. Boffin, don't allow yourself to be made uncomfortable by the pang it gives me to part from my stock and stall. Similar emotion was undergone by my own father when promoted for his merits from his occupation as a waterman to a situation under government. His Christian name was Thomas. His words at the time, I was then an infant, but so deep was their impression on me, that I committed them to memory, were, then farewell, my trim-built wherry, oars and coat and badge farewell. Nevermore at Chelsea F.E. shall your Thomas take a searle. My father got over it, near Boffin, and so shall I." While delivering these valedictory observations, Wegg continually disappointed Mr. Boffin of his hand by flourishing it in the air. He now darted it at his patron, who took it, and felt his mind relieved of a great weight, observing that as they had arranged their joint affairs so satisfactorily, he would now be glad to look into those of Bully Sawyer's, which, indeed, had been left overnight in a very unpromising posture, and for whose impending expedition against the Persians the weather had been by no means favourable all day. Mr. Wegg resumed his spectacles therefore. But Sawyer's was not to be of the party that night, for, before Wegg had found his place, Mrs. Boffin's tread was heard upon the stairs, so unusually heavy and hurried, that Mr. Boffin would have started up at the sound, anticipating some occurrence much out of the common course, even though she had not also called to him in an agitated tone. Mr. Boffin hurried out, and found her on the dark staircase, panting, with a lighted candle in her hand. "What's the matter, my dear?" I don't know, but I wish you'd come upstairs." Much surprised, Mr. Boffin went upstairs and accompanied Mrs. Boffin into their own room, a second large room on the same floor as the room in which the late proprietor had died. Mr. Boffin looked all round him, and saw nothing more unusual than various articles of folded linen on a large chest, which Mrs. Boffin had been sorting. "What is it, my dear? Why, you're frightened." "You frightened? I am not one of that sort certainly, said Mrs. Boffin, as she sat down in a chair to recover herself, and took her husband's arm, but it's very strange. What is, my dear? Noddy, the faces of the old man and the two children are all over the house tonight. My dear, exclaimed Mr. Boffin, but not without a certain uncomfortable sensation gliding down his back. I know it must sound foolish, and yet it is so. Where did you think you saw them? I don't know that I think I saw them anywhere. I felt them. Touched them? No. Felt them in the air. I was sorting those things on the chest, and not thinking of the old man or the children, but singing to myself, when all in a moment I felt there was a face growing out of dark. What face? Asked her husband, looking about him. For a moment it was the old man's, and then it got younger. For a moment it was both the children's, and then it got older. For a moment it was a strange face, and then it was all the faces. And then it was gone. Yes, and then it was gone. Where were you then, old lady? Here, at the chest. Well, I got the better of it, and went on sorting, and went on singing to myself. Law! I says, I'll think of something else, something comfortable, and put it out of my head. So I thought of the new house and Miss Bella Wilfer, and was thinking at a great rate if that sheet there in my hand, when all of a sudden, the faces seemed to be hidden in among the folds of it, and I let it drop. As it still lay on the floor where it had fallen, Mr. Boffin picked it up and laid it on the chest. And then you ran downstairs. No, I thought I'd try another room, and shake it off. I says to myself, I'll go and walk slowly up and down the old man's room 3 times, from end to end, and then I shall have conquered it. I went in with the candle in my hand, but the moment I came near the bed, the air got thick with them. With the faces. Yes, and I even felt that they were in the dark behind the side door, and on the little staircase, floating away into the yard. Then, I called you. Mr. Boffin, lost in amazement, looked at Mrs. Boffin. Mrs. Boffin, lost in her own fluttered inability to make this out, looked at Nira Boffin. I think, my dear, said the Golden Dustman, I'll at once get rid of Weg for the night, because he's coming to inhabit the bower, and it might be put into his head or somebody else's, if he heard this and it got about that the house is haunted. Whereas we know better. Don't we? I never had the feeling in the house before, said Mrs. Boffin, and I have been about it alone at all hours of the night. I have been in the house when death was in it, and I have been in the house when murder was a new part of its adventures, and I never had a fright in it yet. And won't again, my dear, said Mr. Boffin. Depend upon it, it comes of thinking and dwelling on that dark spot. Yes, but why didn't it come before? Asked Mrs. Boffin. This draft on Mr. Boffin's philosophy could only be met by that gentleman with the remark that everything that is at all, must begin at some time. Then, tucking his wife's arm under his own, that she might not be left by herself to be troubled again, he descended to release Weg, who, being something drowsy after his plentiful repast, and constitutionally of a shirking temperament, was well enough pleased to stump away, without doing what he had come to do, and was paid for doing. Mr. Boffin then put on his hat, and Mrs. Boffin her shawl, and the pair, further provided with a bunch of keys and a lighted lantern, went all over the dismal house, dismal everywhere, but in their own 2 rooms, from cellar to cock loft. Not resting satisfied with giving that much chase to Mrs. Boffin's fancies, they pursued them into the yard and outbuildings, and under the mounds. And setting the lantern, when all was done, at the foot of one of the mounds, they comfortably trotted to and fro for an evening walk, to the end that the murky cobwebs in Mrs. Boffin's brain might be blown away. There, my dear, said Mr. Boffin when they came in to supper. That was the treatment, you see. Completely worked round, haven't you? Yes, dearie, said Mrs. Boffin, laying aside her shawl. I'm not nervous any more. I'm not a bit troubled now. I'd go anywhere about the house the same as ever. "But said Mr. Boffin. "But I've only to shut my eyes." "And what then?" "Why then," said Mrs. Boffin, speaking with her eyes closed, and her left hand thoughtfully touching her brow, "then, there they are. The old man's face, and it gets younger. The two children's faces, and they get older. A face that I don't know. And then all the faces." Opening her eyes again, and seeing her husband's face across the table, she leaned forward to give it a pat on the cheek, and sat down to supper, declaring it to be the best face in the world. Chapter 16 Minders and reminders. The secretary lost no time in getting to work, and his vigilance and methods soon set their mark on the Golden Dustman's affairs. His earnestness in determining to understand the length and breadth and depth of every piece of work submitted to him by his employer, was as special as his dispatch in transacting it. He accepted no information or explanation at second hand, but made himself the master of everything confided to him. One part of the secretary's conduct, underlying all the rest, might have been mistrusted by a man with a better knowledge of men than the Golden Dustman had. The secretary was as far from being inquisitive or intrusive as secretary could be, but nothing less than a complete understanding of the whole of the affairs would content him. It soon became apparent, from the knowledge with which he set out, that he must have been to the office where the Hannon will was registered, and must have read the will. He anticipated Mr. Boffin's consideration whether he should be advised with on this or that topic, by showing that he already knew of it and understood it. He did this with no attempt at concealment, seeming to be satisfied that it was part of his duty to have prepared himself at all attainable points for its utmost discharge. This might, let it be repeated, have awakened some little vague mistrust in a man more worldly wise than the Golden Dustman. On the other hand, the secretary was discerning, discreet, and silent, though as zealous as if the affairs had been his own. He showed no love of patronage or the command of money, but distinctly preferred resigning both to Mr. Boffin. If, in his limited sphere, he sought power, it was the power of knowledge, the power derivable from a perfect comprehension of his business. As on the secretary's face there was a nameless cloud, so on his manner there was a shadow equally indefinable. It was not that he was embarrassed, as on that first night with the Wilfer family. He was habitually unembarrassed now, and yet the something remained. It was not that his manner was bad, as on that occasion. It was now very good, as being modest, gracious, and ready. Yet the something never left it. It has been written of men who have undergone a cruel captivity, or who have passed through a terrible strait, or who in self-preservation have killed a defenceless fellow creature, that the record thereof has never faded from their countenances until they died. Was there any such record here? He established a temporary office for himself in the new house, and all went well under his hand, with one singular exception. He manifestly objected to communicate with Mr. Boffin's solicitor. 2 or 3 times, when there was some slight occasion for his doing so, he transferred the task to Mr. Boffin, and his evasion of it soon became so curiously apparent, that Mr. Boffin spoke to him on the subject of his reluctance. "It is so," the secretary admitted. "I would rather not." Had he any personal objection to Mr. Lightwood? "I don't know him." Had he suffered from lawsuits? "Not more than other men," was his short answer. Was he prejudiced against the race of lawyers? "No. But while I am in your employment, sir, I would rather be excused from going between the lawyer and the client." "Of course, if you press it, Mr. Boffin, I am ready to comply. But I should take it as a great favour if you would not press it without urgent occasion." Now, it could not be said that there was urgent occasion, for Lightwood retained no other affairs in his hands than such as still lingered and languished about the undiscovered criminal, and such as arose out of the purchase of the house. Many other matters that might have travelled to him, now stopped short at the secretary, under whose administration they were far more expeditiously and satisfactorily disposed of than they would have been if they had got into young Blight's domain. This the Golden Dustman quite understood. Even the matter immediately in hand was of very little moment as required personal appearance on the secretary's part, For it amounted to no more than this: the death of Hexam rendering the sweat of the honest man's brow unprofitable. The honest man had shufflingly declined to moisten his brow for nothing, with that severe exertion which is known in legal circles as swearing your way through a stone wall. Consequently, that new light had gone sputtering out. But the airing of the old facts had led some one concerned to suggest that it would be well before they were reconsigned to their gloomy shelf, now probably for ever, to induce or compel that Mr. Julius Handford to reappear and be questioned. And all traces of Nira Julius Handford being lost, Lightwood now referred to his client for authority to seek him through public advertisement. "Does your objection go to titting to Lightwood, Rokesmith?" "Not in the least, sir." "Then perhaps you'll write him a line, and say he is free to do what he likes." "I don't think it promises." "I don't think it promises," said the secretary. "Still, he may do what he likes." "I will write immediately." "Let me thank you for so considerately yielding to my disinclination. It may seem less unreasonable, if I avow to you that although I don't know Mr. Lightwood, I have a disagreeable association connected with him. It is not his fault, he is not at all to blame for it, and does not even know my name." Mr. Boffin dismissed the matter with a nod or two. The letter was written, and next day Mr. Julius Handford was advertised for. He was requested to place himself in communication with Mr. Mortimer Lightwood, as a possible means of furthering the ends of justice, and a reward was offered to any one acquainted with his whereabout who would communicate the same to the said Mr. Mortimer Lightwood at his office in the Temple. Every day for 6 weeks this advertisement appeared at the head of all the newspapers, and every day for 6 weeks the secretary, when he saw it, said to himself, in the tone in which he had said to his employer, "I don't think it promises." Among his first occupations the pursuit of that orphan wanted by Nira Boffin held a conspicuous place. From the earliest moment of his engagement he showed a particular desire to please her, and, knowing her to have this object at heart, he followed it up with unwearying alacrity and interest. Mr. and Nira Milvey had found their search a difficult one. Either an eligible orphan was of the wrong sex, which almost always happened, or always too old, or too young, or too sickly, or too dirty, or too much accustomed to the streets, or too likely to run away, or it was found impossible to complete the philanthropic transaction without buying the orphan. For, the instant it became known that anybody wanted the orphan, up started some affectionate relative of the orphan who put a price upon the orphan's head. The suddenness of an orphan's rise in the market was not to be paralleled by the maddest records of the stock exchange. He would be at 5,000% discount out at nurse making a mud pie at 9 in the morning, and, being inquired for, would go up to 5,000% premium before noon. The market was rigged in various artful ways. Counterfeit stock got into circulation. Parents boldly represented themselves as dead, and brought their orphans with them. Genuine orphan stock was surreptitiously withdrawn from the market. It being announced, by emissaries posted for the purpose, that Mr. and Mrs. Milvey were coming down the court, orphan scrip would be instantly concealed, and production refused, save on a condition usually stated by the brokers as a gallon of beer. Likewise, fluctuations of a wild and South Sea nature were occasioned, by orphan holders keeping back, and then rushing into the market a dozen together. But, the uniform principle at the root of all these various operations was bargain and sale, and that principle could not be recognized by Mr. and Mrs. Milvey. At length, tidings were received by the Reverend Frank of a charming orphan to be found at Brentford. One of the deceased parents, late his parishioners, had a poor widowed grandmother in that agreeable town, and she, Nira Betty Higdon, had carried off the orphan with maternal care, but could not afford to keep him. The secretary proposed to Mrs. Boffin, either to go down himself and take a preliminary survey of this orphan, or to drive her clothesline, that she might at once form her own opinion. Mrs. Boffin preferring the latter course, they set off one morning in a hired phaeton, conveying the hammer-headed young man behind them. The abode of Mrs. Betty Higden was not easy to find, lying in such complicated back settlements of muddy Brentford that they left their equipage at the sign of the Three Magpies, and went in search of it on foot. After many inquiries and defeats, there was pointed out to them in a lane, a very small cottage residence, with a board across the open doorway, hooked onto which board by the armpits was a young gentleman of tender years, angling for mud with a headless wooden horse and line. In this young sportsman, distinguished by a crisply curling auburn head and a bluff countenance, the secretary descried the orphan. It unfortunately happened as they quickened their pace, that the orphan, lost to considerations of personal safety in the ardour of the moment, overbalanced himself and toppled into the street. Being an orphan of a chubby conformation, he then took to rolling, and had rolled into the gutter before they could come up. From the gutter he was rescued by John Rokesmith, and thus the first meeting with Mrs. Higden was inaugurated by the awkward circumstance of their being in possession, one would say at first sight unlawful possession, of the orphan, upside down and purple in the countenance. The board across the doorway too, acting as a trap equally for the feet of Mrs. Higden coming out, and the feet of Mrs. Boffin and John Rokesmith going in, greatly increased the difficulty of the situation, to which the cries of the orphan imparted a lugubrious and inhuman character. At first, it was impossible to explain, on account of the orphan's holding his breath, a most terrific proceeding, superinducing in the orphan lead-colour rigidity and a deadly silence, compared with which his cries were music yielding the height of enjoyment. But as he gradually recovered, Mrs. Boffin gradually introduced herself, and smiling peace was gradually wooed back to Mrs. Betty Higden's home. It was then perceived to be a small home with a large mangle in it, at the handle of which machine stood a very long boy, with a very little head, and an open mouth of disproportionate capacity that seemed to assist his eyes in staring at the visitors. In a corner below the mangle, on a couple of stools, sat two very little children, a boy and a girl, and when the very long boy, in an interval of staring, took a turn at the mangle, it was alarming to see how it lunged itself at those two innocents, like a catapult designed for their destruction, harmlessly retiring when within an inch of their heads. The room was clean and neat. It had a brick floor, and a window of diamond panes, and a flounce hanging below the chimney-piece, and strings nailed from bottom to top outside the window on which scarlet beans were to grow in the coming season if the fates were propitious. However propitious they might have been in the seasons that were gone, to Betty Higden in the matter of beans, they had not been very favourable in the matter of coins, for it was easy to see that she was poor. She was one of those old women, was Mrs. Betty Higden, who by dint of an indomitable purpose and a strong constitution fight out many years, though each year has come with its new knock-down blows fresh to the fight against her, wearied by it, an active old woman, with a bright dark eye and a resolute face, yet quite a tender creature too, not a logically reasoning woman, but God is good, and hearts may count in heaven as high as heads. "Yes, sure," said she, when the business was opened, "Mrs. Milvey had the kindness to write to me, and I got sloppy to read it. It was a pretty letter. But she's an affable lady." The visitors glanced at the long boy, who seemed to indicate by a broader stare of his mouth and eyes that in him sloppy stood confessed. "For I ain't, you must know," said Betty, "much of a hand at reading writing hand, though I can read my Bible and most print. And I do love a newspaper. You mightn't think it, but Sloppy is a beautiful reader of a newspaper." He do the police in different voices. The visitors again considered it a point of politeness to look at Sloppy, who, looking at them, suddenly threw back his head, extended his mouth to its utmost width, and laughed loud and long. At this the two innocents, with their brains in that apparent danger, laughed, and Mrs. Higden laughed, and the orphan laughed, and then the visitors laughed. Which was more cheerful than intelligible. Then Sloppy, seeming to be seized with an industrious mania or fury, turned to at the mangle, and impelled it at the heads of the innocents with such a creaking and rumbling, that Mrs. Higden stopped him. "The gentlefolks can't hear themselves speak, Sloppy. Bide a bit, bide a bit. Is that the dear child in your lap?" said Mrs. Boffin. Yes, this is Johnny, too, cried Mrs. Boffin, turning to the secretary. Already Johnny. Only one of two names left to give him. He's a pretty boy. With his chin tucked down in his shy childish manner, he was looking furtively at Mrs. Boffin out of his blue eyes, and reaching his fat dimpled hand up to the lips of the old woman, who was kissing it by times. Yes, he's a pretty boy, he's a dear darling boy, he's the child of my own last left daughter's daughter. But she's gone the way of all the rest. Those are not his brother and sister, said Mrs. Boffin. Oh, dear no, those are minders. Minders, the secretary repeated. Left to be minded, sir. I keep a minding school. I can take only 3, on account of the mangle. But I love children, and 4p a week is 4p. Come here, Toddles and Poddles. Toddles was the pet name of the boy, Poddles of the girl. At their little unsteady pace, they came across the floor, hand in hand, as if they were traversing an extremely difficult road intersected by brooks, and, when they had had their heads patted by Mrs. Betty Higden, made lunges at the orphan, dramatically representing an attempt to bear him, crowing, into captivity and slavery. All the 3 children enjoyed this to a delightful extent, and the sympathetic Sloppy again laughed long and loud. When it was discreet to stop the play, Betty Higden said, "Go to your seats, Toddles and Poddles," and they returned hand in hand across country, seeming to find the brooks rather swollen by late rains. "And Master, or Mr. Sloppy," said the secretary, in doubt whether he was man, boy, or what. "A love child," returned Betty Higden, dropping her voice, "parents never known, found in the street. He was brought up in the," with a shiver of repugnance, "the house." "The poor house," said the secretary. Mrs. Higden set that resolute old face of hers, and darkly nodded yes. "You dislike the mention of it?" "Dislike the mention of it," answered the old woman. "Kill me sooner than take me there. Throw this pretty child under cart horses' feet and a loaded wagon, sooner than take him there. Come to us and find us all a-dying, and set alight to us all where we lie, and let us all blaze away with the house into a heap of cinders sooner than move a corpse of us there." A surprising spirit in this lonely woman after so many years of hard working, and hard living, my lords and gentlemen and honourable boards. What is it that we call it in our grandiose speeches? British independence, rather perverted? Is that, or something like it, the ring of the cant? "Do I never read in the newspapers," said the dame, fondling the child, "God help me and the like of me, how the worn-out people that do come doon to that, get driven from post to pillar and pillar to post, a purpose to tire them out? Do I never read how they are put off, how they are grudged, the shelter, or the doctor, or the drop of physic, or the bit of bread? Do I never read how they grow heartsick of it and give it up, after having let themselves drop so low, and how they after all die out for want of help? Then I say, I hope I can die as well as another, and I'll die without that disgrace. Absolutely impossible, my lords and gentlemen and honourable boards, by any stretch of legislative wisdom to set these perverse people right in their logic. Johnny, my pretty," continued old Betty, caressing the child, and rather mourning over it than speaking to it, "your old granny Betty is nigher 80 year than 70. She never begged nor had a penny of the Union money in all her life. She paid Scott and she paid lot when she had money to pay, she worked when she could, and she starved when she must. You pray that your granny may have strength enough left her at the last, she's strong for an old one, Johnny, to get up from her bed and run and hide herself and swoon to death in a hole, sooner than fall into the hands of those cruel jacks we read of that dodge and drive, and worry and weary, and scorn and shame, the decent poor. A brilliant success, my lords and gentlemen and honourable boards, to have brought it to this in the minds of the best of the poor. Under submission, might it be worth thinking of at any odd time? The fright and abhorrence that Mrs. Betty Higden smoothed out of her strong face as she ended this diversion, showed how seriously she had meant it. "And does he work for you?" asked the secretary, gently bringing the discourse back to Master or Mr. Sloppy. "Yes," said Betty with a good-humoured smile and nod of the head. "And well too. Does he live here?" "He lives more here than anywhere. He was thought to be no better than a natural, and first come to me as a minder. I made interest with Mr. Blogg the beadle to have him as a minder, seeing him by chance up at church, and thinking I might do something with him. For he was a weak rickety creature then." "Is he called by his right name?" "Why, you see, speaking quite correctly, he has no right name. I always understood he took his name from being found on a sloppy night. He seems an amiable fellow." "Bless you, sir, there's not a bit of him," returned Betty, "that's not amiable. So you may judge how amiable he is, by running your eye along his height. Of an ungainly make was Sloppy. Too much of him longwise, too little of him broadwise, and too many sharp angles of him angle-wise. One of those shambling male human creatures, born to be indiscreetly candid in the revelation of buttons, every button he had about him glaring at the public to a quite preternatural extent. A considerable capital of knee and elbow and wrist and ankle, had Sloppy, and he didn't know how to dispose of it to the best advantage, but was always investing it in humong securities, and so getting himself into embarrassed circumstances. Full Private Number 1 in the awkward squad of the rank and file of life, was Sloppy, and yet had his glimmering notions of standing true to the colours. "And now," said Mrs. Boffin, concerning Johnny. As Johnny, with his chin tucked in and lips pouting, reclined in Betty's lap, concentrating his blue eyes on the visitors and shading them from observation with a dimpled arm, old Betty took one of his fresh fat hands in her withered right, and fell to gently beating it on her withered left. "Yes, concerning Johnny. If you thrust the dear child to me," said Mrs. Boffin, with a face inviting trust, "he shall have the best of homes, the best of care, the best of education, the best of friends. Please God, I will be a true good mother to him. I am thankful to you, and the dear child would be thankful if he was old enough to understand." Still lightly beating the little hand upon her own. "I wouldn't stand in the dear child's light, not if I had all my life before me instead of a very little of it. But I hope you won't take it ill that I cleave to the child closer than words can tell, for he's the last living thing left me." "Take it ill, my dear soul? Is it likely? And you so tender of him as to bring him home here?" "I have seen," said Betty, still with that light beat upon her hard rough hand, "so many of them on my lap. And they are all gone but this one. I am ashamed to seem so selfish, but I don't really mean it. It'll be the making of his fortune, and he'll be a gentleman when I am dead. I don't know what comes over me. I try against it. Don't notice me." The light beat stopped, the resolute mouth gave way, and the fine strong old face broke up into weakness and tears. Now, greatly to the relief of the visitors, the emotional Sloppy no sooner beheld his patroness in this condition, than, throwing back his head and throwing open his mouth, he lifted up his voice and bellowed. This alarming note of something humong instantly terrified Toddles and Poddles, who were no sooner heard to roar surprisingly, than Johnny, curving himself the wrong way and striking out at Mrs. Boffin with a pair of indifferent shoes, became a prey to despair. The absurdity of the situation put its pathos to the rout. Mrs. Betty Higden was herself in a moment, and brought them all to order with that speed, that Sloppy, stopping short in a polysyllabic bellow, transferred his energy to the mangle, and had taken several penitential turns before he could be stopped. There, said Mrs. Boffin, almost regarding her kind self as the most ruthless of women. "Nothing is going to be done. Nobody need be frightened. We're all comfortable, ain't we, Mrs. Higden?" "Sure and certain we are," returned Betty. "And there really is no hurry, you know," said Mrs. Boffin in a lower voice. Take time to think of it, my good creature. Don't you fear me no more, said Betty, I thought of it for good yesterday. I don't know what come over me just now, but it'll never come again. Well, then, Johnny shall have more time to think of it, returned Mrs. Boffin. The pretty child shall have time to get used to it. And you'll get him more used to it, if you think well of it, won't you? Betty undertook that, cheerfully and readily. Law, cried Mrs. Boffin, looking radiantly about her, we want to make everybody happy, not dismal, and perhaps you wouldn't mind letting me know how used to it you begin to get, and how it all goes on. I'll send Sloppy, said Mrs. Higden. And this gentleman who has come with me will pay him for his trouble, said Mrs. Boffin. And Mr. Sloppy, whenever you come to my house, be sure you never go away without having had a good dinner of meat, beer, vegetables, and pudding. This still further brightened the face of affairs, for the highly sympathetic Sloppy, first broadly staring and grinning, and then roaring with laughter, Toddles and Poddles followed suit, and Johnny trumped the trick. T&P, considering these favourable circumstances for the resumption of that dramatic descent upon Johnny, again came across country hand in hand upon a buccaneering expedition, and this having been fought out in the chimney-corner behind Mrs. Higden's chair, with great valour on both sides, those desperate pirates returned hand in hand to their stools, across the dry bed of a mountain torrent. You must tell me what I can do for you, Betty my friend, said Mrs. Boffin confidentially, if not today, next time. Thank you all the same, but I want nothing for myself. I can work. I'm strong. I can walk 20 miles if I'm put to it. Old Betty was proud, and said it with a sparkle in her bright eyes. Yes, but there are some little comforts that you wouldn't be the worse for, returned Mrs. Boffin. Bless ye, I wasn't born a lady any more than you. It seems to me, said Betty, smiling, that you were born a lady, and a true one, or there never was a lady born. But I couldn't take anything from my dear. I never did take anything from anyone. It ain't that I'm not grateful, but I love to earn it better. Well, well, returned Mrs. Boffin. I only spoke of little things, or I wouldn't have taken the liberty. Betty put her visitor's hand to her lips, in acknowledgement of the delicate answer. Wonderfully upright her figure was, and wonderfully self-reliant her look, as, standing facing her visitor, she explained herself further. If I could have kept the dear child, without the dread that's always upon me of his coming to that fate I have spoken of, I could never have parted with him, even to you. For I love him, I love him, I love him. I love my husband long dead and gone, in him, I love my children dead and gone, in him, I love my young and hopeful days dead and gone, in him. I couldn't sell that love, and look you in your bright kind face. It's a free gift. I am in want of nothing. When my strength fails me, if I can but die out quick and quiet, I shall be quite content. I have stood between my dead and that shame I have spoken of, and it has been kept off from every one of them. Sewed into my gown with her hand upon her breast, is just enough to lay me in the grave. Only see that it's rightly spent, so as I may rest free to the last from that cruelty and disgrace, and you'll have done much more than a little thing for me, and all that in this present world my heart is set upon. Mrs. Betty Higden's visitor pressed her hand. There was no more breaking up of the strong old face into weakness. My lords and gentlemen and honourable boards, it really was as composed as our faces, and almost as dignified. And now, Johnny was to be inveigled into occupying a temporary position on Mrs. Boffin's lap. It was not until he had been piqued into competition with the two diminutive minders, by seeing them successively raised to that post and retire from it without injury, that he could be by any means induced to leave Mrs. Betty Higden's skirts, towards which he exhibited, even when in Mrs. Boffin's embrace, strong yearnings, spiritual and bodily, the former expressed in a very gloomy visage, the latter in extended arms. However, a general description of the toy wonders lurking in Mr. Boffin's house, so far conciliated this worldly-minded orphan as to induce him to stare at her frowningly, with a fist in his mouth, and even at length to chuckle when a richly caparisoned horse on wheels, with a miraculous gift of cantering to cake shops, was mentioned. This sound being taken up by the minders, swelled into a rapturous trio which gave general satisfaction. So, the interview was considered very successful, and Niras Boffin was pleased, and all were satisfied. Not least of all, Sloppy, who undertook to conduct the visitors back by the best way to the Three Magpies, and whom the hammer-headed young man much despised. This piece of business thus put in train, the secretary drove Mrs. Boffin back to the Bower, and found employment for himself at the new house until evening. Whether, when evening came, he took away to his lodgings that led through fields, with any design of finding Miss Bella Wilfer in those fields, is not so certain as that she regularly walked there at that hour. And, moreover, it is certain that there she was no longer in mourning. Miss Bella was dressed in as pretty colours as she could muster. There is no denying that she was as pretty as they, and that she and the colours went very prettily together. She was reading as she walked, and of course it is to be inferred, from her showing no knowledge of Mr. Rokesmith's approach, that she did not know he was approaching. Said Miss Bella, raising her eyes from her book, when he stopped before her. "Oh, it's you. Only I. A fine evening." "Is it?" said Bella, looking coldly round. "I suppose it is, now you mention it. I have not been thinking of the evening. So intent upon your book." "Yes," replied Bella, with a drawl of indifference. "A love story, Miss Wilfer?" "Oh dear no, or I shouldn't be reading it. It's more about money than anything else." "And does it say that money is better than anything?" "Upon my word," returned Bella, "I forget what it says, but you can find out for yourself if you like, Mr. Rokesmith. I don't want it any more." The secretary took the book, she had fluttered the leaves as if it were a fan, and walked beside her. "I am charged with a message for you, Miss Wilfer." "Impossible, I think," said Bella, with another drawl from Mrs. Boffin. "She desired me to assure you of the pleasure she has in finding that she will be ready to receive you in another week or two at furthest." Bella turned her head towards him, with her prettily insolent eyebrows raised, and her eyelids drooping. As much as to say, "How did you come by the message, pray?" "I have been waiting for an opportunity of telling you that I am Mr. Boffin's secretary." "I am as wise as ever," said Miss Bella, loftily, "for I don't know what a secretary is." "Not that it signifies." "Not at all." A covert glance at her face, as he walked beside her, showed him that she had not expected his ready assent to that proposition. "Then are you going to be always there, Mr. Rokesmith?" she inquired, as if that would be a drawback. "Always? No." "Very much there?" "Yes." "Dear me," drawled Bella, in a tone of mortification. "But my position there as secretary will be very different from yours as guest. You will know little or nothing about me. I shall transact the business, you will transact the pleasure. I shall have my salary to earn, you will have nothing to do but to enjoy and attract." "Attract, sir," said Bella, again with her eyebrows raised, and her eyelids drooping. "I don't understand you." Without replying on this point, Nira Rokesmith went on. "Excuse me, when I first saw you in your black dress, there," was Miss Bella's mental exclamation. "What did I say to them at home? Everybody noticed that ridiculous morning. When I first saw you in your black dress, I was at a loss to account for that distinction between yourself and your family. I hope it was not impertinent to speculate upon it." "I hope not, I am sure," said Miss Bella, haughtily. "But you ought to know best how you speculated upon it." Mr. Rokesmith inclined his head in a deprecatory manner, and went on. "Since I have been entrusted with Mr. Boffin's affairs, I have necessarily come to understand the little mystery. I venture to remark that I feel persuaded that much of your loss may be repaired. I speak, of course, merely of wealth, Miss Wilfer." The loss of a perfect stranger, whose worth, or worthlessness, I cannot estimate, nor you either, is beside the question. But this excellent gentleman and lady are so full of simplicity, so full of generosity, so inclined towards you, and so desirous to, how shall I express it, to make amends for their good fortune, that you have only to respond. As he watched her with another covert look, he saw a certain ambitious triumph in her face which no assumed coldness could conceal. As we have been brought under one roof by an accidental combination of circumstances, which oddly extends itself to the new relations before us, I have taken the liberty of saying these few words. You don't consider them intrusive, I hope, said the secretary with deference. Really, Mr. Rokesmith, I can't say what I consider them, returned the young lady. They are perfectly new to me, and may be founded altogether on your own imagination. You will see. These same fields were opposite the Wilfer premises. The discreet Mrs. Wilfer, now looking out of window and beholding her daughter in conference with her lodger, instantly tied up her head and came out for a casual walk. I have been telling Miss Wilfer, said John Rokesmith, as the majestic lady came stalking up, that I have become, by a curious chance, Mr. Boffin's secretary or man of business. I have not, returned Mrs. Wilfer, waving her gloves in her chronic state of dignity and vague ill usage, the honour of any intimate acquaintance with Mr. Boffin, and it is not for me to congratulate that gentleman on the acquisition he has made. A poor one enough, said Rokesmith. Pardon me, returned Mrs. Wilfer, the merits of N.L.R. Boffin may be highly distinguished, may be more distinguished than the countenance of Mrs. Boffin would imply, but it were the insanity of humility to deem him worthy of a better assistant. You are very good. I have also been telling Miss Wilfer that she is expected very shortly at the new residence in town. Having tacitly consented, said Mrs. Wilfer, with a grand shrug of her shoulders, and another wave of her gloves, to my child's acceptance of the proffered attentions of Mrs. Boffin, I interpose no objection. Here Miss Bella offered the remonstrance, don't talk nonsense, ma, please. Peace, said Mrs. Wilfer. No, ma, I am not going to be made so absurd. Interposing objections. I say, repeated Mrs. Wilfer, with a vast access of grandeur, that I am not going to interpose objections. If Mrs. Boffin, to whose countenance no disciple of Lavater could possibly for a single moment subscribe, with a shiver, seeks to illuminate her new residence in town with the attractions of a child of mine, I am content that she should be favoured by the company of a child of mine. You use the word, I have myself used, said Rokesmith, with a glance at Bella, when you speak of Miss Wilfer's attractions there. Pardon me, returned Mrs. Wilfer, with dreadful solemnity, but I had not finished. Pray excuse me. I was about to say, pursued Mrs. Wilfer, who clearly had not had the faintest idea of saying anything more, that when I use the term attractions, I do so with the qualification that I do not mean it in any way whatever. The excellent lady delivered this luminous elucidation of her views with an air of greatly obliging her hearers, and greatly distinguishing herself. Whereat Miss Bella laughed a scornful little laugh and said, quite enough about this, I am sure, on all sides. Have the goodness, Mr. Rokesmith, to give my love to Mrs. Boffin, pardon me. Cried Mrs. Wilfer. Compliments. Love. Repeated Bella, with a little stamp of her foot. No, said Mrs. Wilfer, monotonously. Compliments. Say Miss Wilfer's love, and Mrs. Wilfer's compliments, the secretary proposed, as a compromise. And I shall be very glad to come when she is ready for me. The sooner, the better. One last word, Bella, said Mrs. Wilfer, before descending to the family apartment. I trust that as a child of mine you will ever be sensible that it will be graceful in you, when associating with Mr. and Mrs. Boffin upon terms, to remember that the secretary, Mr. Rokesmith, as your father's lodger, has a claim on your good word. The condescension with which Mrs. Wilfer delivered this proclamation of patronage, was as wonderful as the swiftness with which the lodger had lost caste in the secretary. He smiled as the mother retired downstairs, but his face fell as the daughter followed. So insolent, so trivial, so capricious, so mercenary, so careless, so hard to touch, so hard to tongue, he said, bitterly. And added as he went upstairs, and yet so pretty, so pretty. And added presently, as he walked to and fro in his room. And if she knew. She knew that he was shaking the house by his walking to and fro, and she declared it another of the miseries of being poor, that you couldn't get rid of a haunting secretary, stumping overhead in the dark, like a ghost. Chapter 17 In a dismal swamp. And now, in the blooming summer days, behold Mr. and Mrs. Boffin established in the eminently aristocratic family mansion, and behold all manner of crawling, creeping, fluttering, and buzzing creatures, attracted by the gold dust off. Golden dustman. Foremost among those leaving cards at the eminently aristocratic door before it is quite painted, are the Veneerings, out of breath, one might imagine, from the impetuosity of their rush to the eminently aristocratic steps. 1 copperplate Mrs. Veneering, 2 copperplate Mr. Veneerings, and a cannibal copperplate Mr. and Mrs. Veneering, requesting the honour of Mr. and Mrs. Boffin's company at dinner with the utmost analytical solemnities. The enchanting Lady Tippins leaves a card. Twemlow leaves cards. A tall custard-coloured phaeton tooling up in a solemn manner leaves 4 cards, to wit, a couple of Mr. Podsnaps, a Mrs. Podsnap, and a Miss Podsnap. All the world and his wife and daughter leave cards. Sometimes the world's wife has so many daughters, that her card reads rather like a miscellaneous lot at an auction, comprising Mrs. Tapkins, Miss Tapkins, Miss Frederica Tapkins, Miss Antonina Tapkins, Miss Malvina Tapkins, and Miss Euphemia Tapkins. At the same time, the same lady leaves the card of Mrs. Hemy George Alfred Swoshel, née Tapkins, also, a card, Mrs. Tapkins at home, Wednesdays, music, Portland Place. Miss Bella Wilfer becomes an inmate, for an indefinite period, of the eminently aristocratic dwelling. Mrs. Boffin bears Miss Bella away to her milliners and dressmakers, and she gets beautifully dressed. The Veneerings find with swift remorse that they have omitted to invite Miss Bella Wilfer. 1 Mrs. Veneering and 1 Mr. and Mrs. Veneering, requesting that additional honour, instantly do penance in white cardboard on the hall table. Mrs. Tapkins likewise discovers her omission, and with promptitude repairs it, for herself, for Miss Tapkins, for Miss Frederica Tapkins, for Miss Antonina Tapkins, for Miss Malvina Tapkins, and for Miss Euphemia Tapkins. Likewise, for Mrs. Henry George Alfred Swoshel, née Tapkins. Likewise, for Mrs. Tapkins at home, Wednesdays, music, Portland Place. Tradesmen's books hunger, and tradesmen's mouths water, for the gold dust of the golden dustman. As Mrs. Boffin and Miss Wilfer drive out, or as Mr. Boffin walks out at his jog-trot pace, the fishmonger pulls off his hat with an air of reverence founded on conviction. His men cleanse their fingers on their woolen aprons before presuming to touch their foreheads to Mr. Boffin or Lady. The gaping salmon and the golden mullet lying on the slab seem to turn up their eyes sideways, as they would turn up their hands if they had any, in worshipping admiration. The butcher, though a portly and a prosperous man, doesn't know what to do with himself, so anxious is he to express humility when discovered by the passing Boffins taking the air in a mutton grove. Presents are made to the Boffin servants, and bland strangers with business cards meeting said servants in the street, offer hypothetical corruption. As, supposing I was to be favoured with an order from Mr. Boffin, my dear friend, it would be worth my while, to do a certain thing that I hope might not prove wholly disagreeable to your feelings. But no one knows so well as the secretary, who opens and reads the letters, what a set is made at the man marked by a stroke of notoriety. Oh, the varieties of dust for ocular use, offered in exchange for the gold dust of the golden dustman. 57 churches to be erected with half-crowns, 42 parsonage houses to be repaired with shillings, 27 organs to be built with halfpence, 1200 children to be brought up on postage stamps. Not that a half-crown, shilling, halfpenny, or postage stamp would be particularly acceptable from Mr. Boffin, but that it is so obvious he is the man to make up the deficiency. And then the charities, my Christian brother. And mostly in difficulties, yet mostly lavish, too, in the expensive articles of print and paper. Large fat private double letter, sealed with ducal coronet. Nicodemus Boffin, Esquire. My dear Sir, having consented to preside at the forthcoming annual dinner of the Family Party Fund, and feeling deeply impressed with the immense usefulness of that noble institution and the great importance of its being supported by a list of stewards that shall prove to the public the interest taken in it by popular and distinguished men, I have undertaken to ask you to become a steward on that occasion. Soliciting your favourable reply before the 14th instant, I am, my dear Sir, your faithful swant, Linseed. P.S. The steward's fee is limited to 3 guineas. Friendly this, on the part of the Duke of Linseed, and thoughtful in the postscript, only lithographed by the 100 and presenting but a pale individuality of an address to Nicodemus Boffin, Esquire, in quite another hand. It takes 2 noble earls and a viscount, combined, to inform Nicodemus Boffin, Esquire, in an equally flattering manner, that an estimable lady in the west of England has offered to present a purse containing £20 to the Society for granting annuities to unassuming members of the middle classes, if 20 individuals will previously present purses of £100 each. And those benevolent noblemen very kindly point out that if Nicodemus Boffin, Esquire, should wish to present 2 or more purses, it will not be inconsistent with the design of the estimable lady in the west of England, provided each purse be coupled with the name of some member of his honoured and respected family. These are the corporate beggars. But there are, besides, the individual beggars, and how does the heart of the secretary fail him when he has to cope with them? And they must be coped with to some extent, because they all enclose documents. They call their scraps documents, but they are, as to papers deserving the name, what minced veal is to a calf, the non-return of which would be their ruin. That is to say, they are utterly ruined now, but they would be more utterly ruined then. Among these correspondents are several daughters of general officers, long accustomed to every luxury of life, except spelling, who little thought, when their gallant fathers waged war in the Peninsula, that they would ever have to appeal to those whom Providence, in its inscrutable wisdom, has blessed with untold gold, and from among whom they select the name of Nicodemus Boffin, Esquire, for a maiden effort in this wise, understanding that he has such a heart as never was. The secretary learns, too, that confidence between man and wife would seem to obtain but rarely when virtue is in distress, so numerous are the wives who take up their pens to ask Nira Boffin for money without the knowledge of their devoted husbands, who would never permit it, while, on the other hand, so numerous are the husbands who take up their pens to ask Mr. Boffin for money without the knowledge of their devoted wives, who would instantly go out of their senses if they had the least suspicion of the circumstance. There are the inspired beggars, too. These were sitting, only yesterday evening, musing over a fragment of candle which must soon go out and leave them in the dark for the rest of their nights, when surely some angel whispered the name of Nicodemus Boffin, Esquire, to their souls, imparting rays of hope, nay confidence, to which they had long been strangers. Akin to these are the suggestively befriended beggars. They were partaking of a cold potato and water by the flickering and gloomy light of a lucifer match, in their lodgings, rent considerably in arrear, and heartless landlady threatening expulsion like a dog into the streets, when a gifted friend happening to look in, said, "Write immediately to Nicodemus Boffin, Esquire," and would take no denial. There are the nobly independent beggars too. These, in the days of their abundance, ever regarded gold as dross, and have not yet got over that only impediment in the way of their amassing wealth, but they want no dross from Nicodemus Boffin, Esquire, no, Mr. Boffin, the world may term it pride, paltry pride if you will, but they wouldn't take it if I offered it, alone, sir, for 14 weeks to the day, interest calculated at the rate of 5% per annum, to be bestowed upon any charitable institution you may name, is all they want of you, and if you have the meanness to refuse it, count on being despised by these great spirits. There are the beggars of punctual business habits too. These will make an end of themselves at 1:45 p.m. on Tuesday, if no post office order is in the interim received from Nicodemus Boffin, Esquire. Arriving after 1:45 p.m. on Tuesday, it need not be sent, as they will then, having made an exact memorandum of the heartless circumstances, be cold in death. There are the beggars on horseback too, in another sense from the sense of the proverb. These are mounted and ready to start on the highway to affluence. The goal is before them, the road is in the best condition, their spurs are on, the steed is willing, but, at the last moment, for want of some special thing, a clock, a violin, an astronomical telescope, an electrifying machine, they must dismount for ever, unless they receive its equivalent in money from Nicodemus Boffin, Esquire. Less given to detail are the beggars who make sporting ventures. These, usually to be addressed in reply under initials at a country post office, inquire in feminine hands, dare one who cannot disclose herself to Nicodemus Boffin, Esquire, but whose name might startle him were it revealed, solicit the immediate advance of £200 from unexpected riches exercising their noblest privilege in the trust of a common humanity. In such a dismal swamp does the new house stand, and through it does the secretary daily struggle breast high. Not to mention all the people à la Vuho have made inventions that won't act, and all the jobbers who job in all the jobberies jobbed, though these may be regarded as the alligators of the dismal swamp, and are always lying by to drag the golden eye, usman under. But the old house. There are no designs against the golden dustman there? There are no fish of the shark tribe in the Bower waters? Perhaps not. Still, Wegg is established there, and would seem, judged by his secret proceedings, to cherish a notion of making a discovery. For, when a man with a wooden leg lies prone on his stomach to peep under bedsteads, and hops up ladders, like some extinct bird, to survey the tops of presses and cupboards, and provides himself an iron rod which he is always poking and prodding into dust mounds, the probability is that he expects to find something. Book.2, Birds of Feather Chapter 1 of an educational character. The school at which young Charlie Hexam had first learned from a book the streets being, for pupils of his degree, the great preparatory establishment in which very much that is never unlearned is learned without and before book was a miserable loft in an unsavoury yard. Its atmosphere was oppressive and disagreeable, it was crowded, noisy, and confusing, half the pupils dropped asleep, or fell into a state of waking stupefaction, the other half kept them in either condition by maintaining a monotonous droning noise, as if they were performing, out of time and tune, on a ruder sort of bagpipe. The teachers, animated solely by good intentions, had no idea of execution, and a lamentable jumble was the upshot of their kind endeavours. It was a school for all ages, and for both sexes. The latter were kept apart, and the former were partitioned off into square assortments. But, all the place was pervaded by a grimly ludicrous pretence that every pupil was childish and innocent. This pretence, much favoured by the lady visitors, led to the ghastliest absurdities. Young women old in the vices of the commonest and worst life, were expected to profess themselves enthralled by the good child's book, The Adventures of Little Margery, who resided in the village cottage by the mill, severely reproved and morally squashed the miller, when she was 5 and he was 50, divided her porridge with singing birds, denied herself a new nankeen bonnet, on the ground that the turnips did not wear nankeen bonnets, neither did the sheep who ate them, who plaited straw, and delivered the dreariest orations to all comers, at all sorts of unseasonable times. So, unwieldy young dredgers and hulking mudlarks were referred to the experiences of Thomas Tuppence, who, having resolved not to rob, under circumstances of uncommon atrocity, his particular friend and benefactor, of 18pence, presently came into supernatural possession of 3 and 6pence, and lived a shining light ever afterwards. Note, that the benefactor came to no good. Several swaggering sinners had written their own biographies in the same strain, it always appearing from the lessons of those very boastful persons, that you were to do good, not because it was good, but because you were to make a good thing of it. Contrariwise, the adult pupils were taught to read, if they could learn, out of the New Testament, and by dint of stumbling over the syllables and keeping their bewildered eyes on the particular syllables coming round to their tongue, were as absolutely ignorant of the sublime history, as if they had never seen or heard of it. An exceedingly and confoundingly perplexing jumble of a school, in fact, where black spirits and grey, red spirits and white, jumbled every night. And particularly every Sunday night. For then, an inclined plane of unfortunate infants would be handed over to the prosiest and worst of all the teachers with good intentions, whom nobody older would endure, who, taking his stand on the floor before them as chief executioner, would be attended by a conventional volunteer boy as executioner's assistant. When and where it first became the conventional system that a weary or inattentive infant in a class must have its face smoothed downward with a hot hand, or when and where the conventional volunteer boy first beheld such system in operation, and became inflamed with a sacred zeal to administer it, matters not. It was the function of the chief executioner to hold forth, and it was the function of the acolyte to dart at sleeping infants, yawning infants, restless infants, whimpering infants, and smooth their wretched faces, sometimes with one hand, as if he were anointing them for a whisker, sometimes with both hands, applied after the fashion of blinkers. And so the jumble would be in action in this department for a mortal hour, the exponent drawling on to my dear children air, let us say, for example, about the beautiful coming to the sepulchre, and repeating the word sepulchre, commonly used among infants, 500 times, and never once hinting what it meant, the conventional boy smoothing away right and left, as an infallible commentary, the whole hotbed of flushed and exhausted infants exchanging measles, rashes, whooping cough, fever, and stomach disorders, as if they were assembled in high market for the purpose. Even in this temple of good intentions, an exceptionally sharp boy exceptionally determined to learn, could learn something, and, having learned it, could impart it much better than the teachers, as being more knowing than they, and not at the disadvantage in which they stood towards the shrewder pupils. In this way it had come about that Charlie Hexam had reason in the jumble, taught in the jumble, and been received from the jumble into a better school. So you want to go and see your sister, Hexam? If you please, Mr. Headstone. I have half a mind to go with you. Where does your sister live? Why, she is not settled yet, Mr. Headstone. I'd rather you didn't see her till she is settled, if it was all the same to you. Look here, Hexam. Mr. Bradley Headstone, highly certificated stipendiary schoolmaster, drew his right forefinger through one of the buttonholes of the boy's coat, and looked at it attentively. I hope your sister may be good company for you. Why do you doubt it, Mr. Headstone? I did not say I doubted it. No, sir, you didn't say so. Bradley Headstone looked at his finger again, took it out of the buttonhole and looked at it closer, bit the side of it and looked at it again. You see, Hexam, you will be one of us. In good time you are sure to pass a creditable examination and become one of us. Then the question is, the boy waited so long for the question, while the schoolmaster looked at a new side of his finger, and bit it, and looked at it again, that at length the boy repeated, the question is, sir, whether you had not better leave well alone. Is it well to leave my sister alone, Mr. Headstone? I do not say so, because I do not know. I put it to you. I ask you to think of it. I want you to consider. You know how well you are doing here. After all, she got me here, said the boy, with a struggle. Perceiving the necessity of it, acquiesced the schoolmaster, and making up her mind fully to the separation. Yes. The boy, with a return of that former reluctance or struggle or whatever it was, seemed to debate with himself. At length he said, raising his eyes to the master's face, I wish you'd come with me and see her, Mr. Headstone, though she is not settled. I wish you'd come with me, and take her in the rough, and judge her for yourself." "You are sure you would not like," asked the schoolmaster, "to prepare her?" "My sister Lizzie," said the boy, proudly, "wants no prepang, Mr. Headstone. What she is, and shows herself to be. There's no pretending about my sister." His confidence in her sat more easily upon him than the indecision with which he had twice contended. It was his better nature to be true to her, if it were his worse nature to be wholly selfish. And as yet the better nature had the stronger hold. "Well, I can spare the evening," said the schoolmaster. "I am ready to walk with you." "Thank you, Mr. Headstone." "And I am ready to go." Bradley Headstone, in his decent black coat and waistcoat, and decent white shirt, and decent formal black tie, and decent pantaloons of pepper and salt, with his decent silver watch in his pocket and its decent hair guard round his neck, looked a thoroughly decent young man of 26. He was never seen in any other dress, and yet there was a certain stiffness in his manner of wearing this, as if there were a want of adaptation between him and it, recalling some mechanics in their holiday clothes. He had acquired mechanically a great store of teacher's knowledge. He could do mental arithmetic mechanically, sing at sight mechanically, blow various wind instruments mechanically, even play the great church organ mechanically. From his early childhood up, his mind had been a place of mechanical stowage. The arrangement of his wholesale warehouse, so that it might be always ready to meet the demands of retail dealers, history here, geography there, astronomy to the right, political economy to the left, natural history, the physical sciences, figures, music, the lower mathematics, and what not, all in their several places. This care had imparted to his countenance a look of care, while the habit of questioning and being questioned had given him a suspicious manner, or a manner that would be better described as one of lying in wait. There was a kind of settled trouble in the face. It was the face belonging to a naturally slow or inattentive intellect that had toiled hard to get what it had won, and that had to hold it now that it was gotten. He always seemed to be uneasy lest anything should be missing from his mental warehouse, and taking stock to assure himself. Suppression of so much to make room for so much, had given him a constrained manner, over and above. Yet there was enough of what was animal, and of what was fiery, though smouldering, still visible in him, to suggest that if young Bradley Headstone, when a pauper lad, had chanced to be told off for the sea, he would not have been the last man in a ship's crew. Regarding that origin of his, he was proud, moody, and sullen, desiring it to be forgotten. And few people knew of it. In some visits to the jumble his attention had been attracted to this boy Hexam. An undeniable boy for a pupil teacher, an undeniable boy to do credit to the master who should bring him on. Combined with this consideration, there may have been some thought of the pauper lad now never to be mentioned. Be that how it might, he had with pains gradually worked the boy into his own school, and procured him some offices to discharge there, which were repaid with food and lodging. Such were the circumstances that had brought together Bradley Headstone and young Charlie Hexam that autumn evening. Autumn, because full half a year had come and gone since the bird of prey lay dead upon the river shore. The schools, for they were twofold, as the sexes, were down in that district of the flat country tending to the Thames, where Kent and Surrey meet, and where the railways still bestride the market gardens that will soon die under them. The schools were newly built, and there were so many like them all over the country, that one might have thought the whole were but one restless edifice with the locomotive gift of Aladdin's palace. They were in a neighbourhood which looked like a toy neighbourhood taken in blocks out of a box by a child of particularly incoherent mind, and set up anyhow, here, one side of a new street, there, a large solitary public house facing nowhere, here, another unfinished street already in ruins, there, a church, here, an immense new warehouse, there, a dilapidated old country villa, then, a medley of black ditch, sparkling cucumber frame, rank field, richly cultivated kitchen garden, brick viaduct, arch-spanned canal, and disorder of frowsiness and fog. As if child had given the table a kick, and gone to sleep. But, even among school buildings, school teachers, and school pupils, all according to pattern and all engendered in the light of the latest gospel according to monotony, the older pattern into which so many fortunes have been shaped for good and evil, comes out. It came out in Miss Peacher the school mistress, watering her flowers, as Mr. Bradley Headstone walked forth. It came out in Miss Peacher the school mistress, watering the flowers in the little dusty bit of garden attached to her small official residence, with little windows like the eyes in needles, and little doors like the covers of school books. Small, shining, neat, methodical, and buxom was Miss Peacher, cherry-cheeked and tuneful of voice. A little pincushion, a little housewife, a little book, a little workbox, a little set of tables and weights and measures, and a little woman, all in one. She could write a little essay on any subject, exactly a slate long, beginning at the left-hand top of one side and ending at the right-hand bottom of the other, and the essay should be strictly according to rule. If Mr. Bradley Headstone had addressed a written proposal of marriage to her, she would probably have replied in a complete little essay on the theme exactly a slate long, but would certainly have replied yes. For she loved him. The decent hair guard that went round his neck and took care of his decent silver watch was an object of envy to her. So would Miss Peacher have gone round his neck and taken care of him. Of him, insensible. Because he did not love Miss Peacher. Miss Peacher's favourite pupil, who assisted her in her little household, was in attendance with a can of water to replenish her little watering pot, and sufficiently divined the state of Miss Peacher's affections to feel it necessary that she herself should love young Charlie Hexam. So, there was a double palpitation among the double stocks and double wallflowers, when the master and the boy looked over the little gate. "A fine evening, Miss Peacher," said the master. "A very fine evening, Mr. Headstone," said Miss Peacher. "Are you taking a walk?" "Hexam and I are going to take a long walk." "Charming weather," remarked Miss Peacher, "for a long walk." "Ours is rather on business than mere pleasure," said the master. Miss Peacher, inverting her watering pot, and very carefully shaking out the few last drops over a flower, as if there were some special virtue in them which would make it a Jack's beanstalk before morning, called for replenishment to her pupil, who had been speaking to the boy. "Good night, Miss Peacher," said the master. "Good night, Mr. Headstone," said the mistress. The pupil had been, in her state of pupillage, so imbued with the class custom of stretching out an arm, as if to hail a cab or omnibus, whenever she found she had an observation on hand to offer to Miss Peacher, that she often did it in their domestic relations, and she did it now. "Well, Mary Ann," said Miss Peacher. "If you please, Hexam said they were going to see his sister." "But that can't be, I think," returned Miss Peacher, "because Mr. Headstone can have no business with her." Mary Ann again hailed. "Well, Mary Ann, if you please, perhaps it's Hexam's business." "That may be," said Miss Peacher. "I didn't think of that." "Not that it matters at all." Mary Ann again hailed. "Well, Mary Ann, they say she's very handsome." "Oh, Mary Ann," returned Miss Peacher, slightly colouring and shaking her head, a little out of humour, "how often have I told you not to use that vague expression, not to speak in that general way? When you say they say, what do you mean? Part of speech they." Mary Ann hooked her right arm behind her in her left hand, as being under examination, and replied, "Personal pronoun. Person, they. Third person. Number, they. Plural number." "Then how many do you mean, Mary Ann?" "Two. Or more." "I beg your pardon," said Mary Ann, disconcerted now she came to think of it, "but I don't know that I mean more than her brother himself." As she said it, she unhooked her arm. "I felt convinced of it," returned Miss Peacher, smiling again. "Now pray, Mary Ann, be careful another time. He says is very different from they say, remember. Difference between he says and they say? Give it me. Mary Ann immediately hooked her right arm behind her in her left hand, an attitude absolutely necessary to the situation, and replied, "One is indicative mood, present tense, third person singular, verb active to say. Other is indicative mood, present tense, third person plural, verb active to say." Why verb active, Mary Ann? Because it takes a pronoun after it in the objective case, Miss Peacher. Very good indeed, remarked Miss Peacher, with encouragement. In fact, could not be better. Don't forget to apply it, another time, Mary Ann. This said, Miss Peacher finished the watering of her flowers, and went into her little official residence, and took a refresher of the principal rivers and mountains of the world, their breadths, depths, and heights, before settling the measurements off body of a dress for her own personal occupation. Bradley Headstone and Charlie Hexam duly got to the Surrey side of Westminster Bridge, and crossed the bridge, and made along the Middlesex shore towards Millbank. In this region are a certain little street called Church Street, and a certain little blind square, called Smith Square, in the centre of which last retreat is a very hideous church with 4 towers at the 4 corners, generally resembling some petrified monster, frightful and gigantic, on its back with its legs in the air. They found a tree nearby in a corner, and a blacksmith's forge, and a timber yard, and a dealer's in old iron. What a rusty portion of a boiler and a great iron wheel also meant by lying half buried in the dealer's forecourt, nobody seemed to know or to want to know. Like the miller of questionable jollity in the song, they cared for nobody, no not they, and nobody cared for them. After making the round of this place, and noting that there was a deadly kind of repose on it, more as though it had taken laudanum than fallen into a natural rest, they stopped at the point where the street and the square joined, and where there were some little quiet houses in a row. To these Charlie Hexam finally led the way, and at one of these stopped. "This must be where my sister lives, sir. This is where she came for a temporary lodging, soon after father's death. How often have you seen her since?" "Why, only twice, sir," returned the boy, with his former reluctance, "but that's as much her doing as mine." "How does she support herself?" "She was always a fair needlewoman, and she keeps the stockroom of a seaman's outfitter." "Does she ever work at her own lodging here?" "Sometimes, but her regular hours and regular occupation are at their place of business, I believe, sir." "This is the number." The boy knocked at a door, and the door promptly opened with a spring and a click. A parlour door within a small entry stood open, and disclosed a child, a dwarf, a girl, a something, sitting on a little low old-fashioned armchair, which had a kind of little working bench before it. "I can't get up," said the child, "because my back's bad, and my legs are queer. But I'm the person of the house." "Who else is at home?" asked Charlie Hexam, staring. "Nobody's at home at present," returned the child, with a glib assertion of her dignity, "except the person of the house." "What did you want, young man?" "I wanted to see my sister." "Many young men have sisters," returned the child. "Give me your name, young man." The queer little figure, and the queer but not ugly little face, with its bright grey eyes, were so sharp, that the sharpness of the manner seemed unavoidable. As if, being turned out of that mould, it must be sharp. "Hexam is my name." "Ah, indeed," said the person of the house. "I thought it might be. Your sister will be in about a quarter of an hour. I am very fond of your sister. She's my particular friend. Take a seat." "And this gentleman's name?" "Mr. Headstone, my schoolmaster." "Take a seat. And would you please to shut the street door first? I can't very well do it myself, because my back's so bad, and my legs are so queer." They complied in silence, and the little figure went on with its work of gummed or gluing together with a camel's hair brush certain pieces of cardboard and thin wood, previously cut into various shapes. The scissors and knives upon the bench showed that the child herself had cut them, and the bright scraps of velvet and silk and ribbon also strewn upon the bench showed that when duly stuffed, and stuffing too was there, she was to cover them smartly. The dexterity of her nimble fingers was remarkable, and, as she brought two thin edges accurately together by giving them a little bite, she would glance at the visitors out of the corners of her grey eyes with a look that out-sharpened all her other sharpness. "You can't tell me the name of my trade, I'll be bound," she said, after taking several of these observations. "You make pincushions," said Charlie. "What else do I make?" "Pen wipers," said Bradley Headstone. "Ha! Ha! What else do I make?" "You're a schoolmaster, but you can't tell you do something," he resumed, pointing to a corner of the little bench, "with straw, but I don't know what." "Well done you," cried the person of the house. "I only make pincushions and pen wipers, to use up my waste. But my straw really does belong to my business." "Try again." "What do I make with my straw?" "Dinner mats." "A schoolmaster, and says dinner mats. I'll give you a clue to my trade, in a game of forfeits. I love my love with a B because she's beautiful, I hate my love with a B because she is brazen, I took her to the sign of the Blue Boar, and I treated her with bonnets, her name's Bouncer, and she lives in Bedlam. Now, what do I make with my straw?" "Ladies' bonnets." "Fine ladies," said the person of the house, nodding assent. "Dolls. I'm a doll's dressmaker. I hope it's a good business." The person of the house shrugged her shoulders and shook her head. "No. Poorly paid. And I'm often so pressed for time. I had a doll married, last week, and was obliged to work all night. And it's not good for me, on account of my back being so bad and my legs so queer." They looked at the little creature with a wonder that did not diminish, and the schoolmaster said, "I am sorry your fine ladies are so inconsiderate, it's the way with them," said the person of the house, shrugging her shoulders again. "And they take no care of their clothes, and they never keep to the same fashions a month. I work for a doll with 3 daughters. Bless you, she is enough to ruin her husband." The person of the house gave a weird little laugh here, and gave them another look out of the corners of her eyes. She had an elfin chin that was capable of great expression, and whenever she gave this look, she hitched this chin up, as if her eyes and her chin worked together on the same wires. "Are you always as busy as you are now?" "Busier. I'm slack just now. I finished a large morning order the day before yesterday. Doll I work for, lost a canary bird." The person of the house gave another little laugh, and then nodded her head several times, as who should moralize, "Oh, this world, this world." "Are you alone all day?" asked Bradley Headstone. "Don't any of the neighbouring children?" "Ah, lud!" cried the person of the house, with a little scream, as if the word had pricked her. "Don't talk of children. I can't bear children. I know their tricks and their manners." She said this with an angry little shake of her tight fist close before her eyes. Perhaps it scarcely required the teacher habit, to perceive that the doll's dressmaker was inclined to be bitter on the difference between herself and other children. But both master and pupil understood it so. Always running about and screeching, always playing and fighting, always skipping on the pavement and chalking it for their games. "Oh, I know their tricks and their manners." Shaking the little fist as before. "And that's not all. Ever so often calling names in through a person's keyhole, and imitating a person's back and legs. Oh, I know their tricks and their manners. And I'll tell you what I do, to punish 'em. There's doors under the church in the square, black doors, leading into black vaults. Well, I'd open one of those doors, and I'd cram 'em all in, and then I'd lock the door and tln off the keyhole I'd blow in pepper." "What would be the good of blowing in pepper?" asked Charlie Hexam. "To set 'em sneezing," said the person of the house, "and make their eyes water." And when they were all sneezing and inflamed, I'd mock 'em through the keyhole. Just as they, with their tricks and their manners, mock a person through a person's keyhole. An uncommonly emphatic shake of her little fist close before her eyes seemed to ease the mind of the person of the house, for she added with recovered composure, "No, no, no. No children for me. Give me grown-ups." It was difficult to guess the age of this strange creature, for her poor figure furnished no clue to it, and her face was at once so young and so old. 12, or at the most 13, might be near the mark. "I always did like grown-ups," she went on, "and always kept company with them. So sensible. Sit so quiet. Don't go prancing and capering about. And I mean always to keep among none but grown-ups till I marry. I suppose I must make up my mind to many, one of these days." She listened to a step outside that caught her ear, and there was a soft knock at the door. Pulling at a handle within her reach, she said, with a pleased laugh, "Now here, for instance, is a grown-up that's my particular friend." And Lizzie Hexam in a black dress entered the room. "Charlie! You?" Taking him to her arms in the old way, of which he seemed a little ashamed, she saw no one else. There, Liz, all right my dear. See. Here's Mr. Headstone, come with me." Her eyes met those of the schoolmaster, who had evidently expected to see a very different sort of person, and a murmured word or two of salutation passed between them. She was a little flurried by the unexpected visit, and the schoolmaster was not at his ease. But he never was, quite. "I told Mr. Headstone you were not settled, Liz, but he was so kind as to take an interest in coming, and so I brought him. How well you look." Bradley seemed to think so. "Ah! Don't she," cried the person of the house, resuming her occupation, though the twilight was falling fast. "I believe you she does. But go on with your chat, one and all, you 1, 2, 3, my company, and don't mind me," pointing this impromptu rhyme with 3 points of her thin forefinger. "I didn't expect a visit from you, Charlie," said his sister. "I supposed that if you wanted to see me you would have sent to me, appointing me to come somewhere near the school, as I did last time." "I saw my brother near the school, sir," to Bradley Headstone, "because it's easier for me to go there, than for him to come here. I work about midway between the two places." "You don't see much of one another," said Bradley, not improving in respect of ease. "No," with a rather sad shake of her head. "Charlie always does well, Mr. Headstone. He could not do better. I regard his course as quite plain before him." "I hoped so. I am so thankful. So well done of you, Charlie dear. It is better for me not to come, except when he wants me, between him and his prospects." "You think so, Mr. Headstone?" Conscious that his pupil-teacher was looking for his answer, that he himself had suggested the boys keeping aloof from this sister, now seen for the first time face to face, Bradley Headstone stammered, "Your brother is very much occupied, you know. He has to work hard. One cannot but say that the less his attention is diverted from his work, the better for his future. When he shall have established himself, why then it will be another thing then." Lizzie shook her head again, and returned, with a quiet smile, "I always advised him as you advise him." "Did I not, Charlie?" "Well, never mind that now," said the boy. "How are you getting on?" "Very well, Charlie. I want for nothing. You have your own room here." "Oh yes. Upstairs. And it's quiet, and pleasant, and airy. And she always has the use of this room for visitors," said the person of the house, screwing up one of her little bony fists, like an opera glass, and looking through it, with her eyes and her chin in that quaint accordance. "Always this room for visitors, haven't you, Lizzie dear?" It happened that Bradley Headstone noticed a very slight action of Lizzie Hexam's hand, as though it checked the doll's dressmaker. And it happened that the latter noticed him in the same instant, for she made a double eyeglass of her two hands, looked at him tln off it, and cried, with a waggish shake of her head, "Aha! Caught you spying, did I?" It might have fallen out so, anyway, but Bradley Headstone also noticed that immediately after this, Lizzie, who had not taken off her bonnet, rather hurriedly proposed that as the room was getting dark they should go out into the air. They went out, the visitors saying good night to the doll's dressmaker, whom they left, leaning back in her chair with her arms crossed, singing to herself in a sweet thoughtful little voice. "I'll saunter on by the river," said Bradley. "You will be glad to talk together." As his uneasy figure went on before them among the evening shadows, the boy said to his sister, petulantly, "When are you going to settle yourself in some Christian sort of place, Liz? I thought you were going to do it before now." "I am very well where I am, Charlie." "Very well where you are. I am ashamed to have brought Mr. Headstone with me. How came you to get into such company as that little witch's?" "By chance at first, as it seemed, Charlie. But I think it must have been by something more than chance, for that child you remember the bills upon the walls at home." "Confound the bills upon the walls at home. I want to forget the bills upon the walls at home, and it would be better for you to do the same," grumbled the boy. "Well, what of them?" "This child is the grandchild of the old man." "What old man?" "The terrible drunken old man, in the list slippers and the nightcap." the boy asked, rubbing his nose in a manner that half expressed vexation at hearing so much, and half curiosity to hear more. "How came you to make that out?" "What a girl you are! The child's father is employed by the house that employs me, that's how I came to know it, Charlie. The father is like his own father, a weak wretched trembling creature, falling to pieces, never sober. But a good workman too, at the work he does. The mother is dead. This poor ailing little creature has come to be what she is, surrounded by drunken people from her cradle, if she ever had one, Charlie. I don't see what you have to do with her, for all that," said the boy. "Don't you, Charlie?" The boy looked doggedly at the river. They were at Millbank, and the river rolled on their left. His sister gently touched him on the shoulder, and pointed to it. "Any compensation, restitution, never mind the word, you know my meaning. Father's grave." But he did not respond with any tenderness. After a moody silence he broke out in an ill-used tone, "It'll be a very hard thing, Liz, if, when I am trying my best to get up in the world, you pull me back." "I, Charlie?" "Yes, you, Liz. Why can't you let bygones be bygones? Why can't you, as Nira Headstone said to me this very evening about another matter, leave well alone? What we have got to do, is, to turn our faces full in our new direction, and keep straight on. And never look back. Not even to try to make some amends." "You are such a dreamer," said the boy, with his former petulance. "It was all very well when we sat before the fire, when we looked into the hollow down by the flare, but we are looking into the real world, now." "Ah, we were looking into the real world then, Charlie. I understand what you mean by that, but you are not justified in it. I don't want, as I raise myself, to shake you off, Liz. I want to carry you up with me. That's what I want to do, and mean to do. I know what I owe you. I said to Mr. Headstone this very evening, after all, my sister got me here. Well, then. Don't pull me back, and hold me down. That's all I ask, and surely that's not unconscionable." She had kept a steadfast look upon him, and she answered with composure, "I am not here selfishly, Charlie. To please myself I could not be too far from that river. Nor could you be too far from it to please me. Let us get quit of it equally. Why should you linger about it any more than I? I give it a wide berth." "I can't get away from it, I think," said Lizzie, passing her hand across her forehead. It's no purpose of mine that I live by it still. There you go, Liz. Dreaming again? You lodge yourself of your own accord in a house with a drunken tailor, I suppose, or something of the sort, and a little crooked antic of a child, or old person, or whatever it is, and then you talk as if you were drawn or driven there. Now, do be more practical. She had been practical enough with him, in suffering and striving for him, but she only laid her hand upon his shoulder, not reproachfully, and tapped it twice or thrice. She had been used to do so, to soothe him when she carried him about, a child as heavy as herself. Tears started to his eyes. Upon my word, Liz, drawing the back of his hand across them, I mean to be a good brother to you, and to prove that I know what I owe you. All I say is, that I hope you'll control your fancies a little, on my account. I'll get a school, and then you must come and live with me, and you'll have to control your fancies then, so why not now? Now, say I haven't vexed you. You haven't, Charlie, you haven't. And say I haven't hurt you. You haven't, Charlie. But this answer was less ready. Say you are sure I didn't mean to. Come. There's Mr. Headstone stopping and looking over the wall at the tide, to hint that it's time to go. Kiss me, and tell me that you know I didn't mean to hurt you. She told him so, and they embraced, and walked on and came up with the schoolmaster. But we go your sister's way, he remarked, when the boy told him he was ready. And with his cumbrous and uneasy action he stiffly offered her his arm. Her hand was just within it, when she drew it back. He looked round with a start, as if he thought she had detected something that repelled her, in the momentary touch. I will not go in just yet, said Lizzie. And you have a distance before you, and will walk faster without me. Being by this time close to Vauxhall Bridge, they resolved, in consequence, to take that way over the Thames, and they left her, Bradley Headstone giving her his hand at parting, and she thanking him for his care of her brother. The master and the pupil walked on, rapidly and silently. They had nearly crossed the bridge, when a gentleman came coolly sauntering towards them, with a cigar in his mouth, his coat thrown back, and his hands behind him. Something in the careless manner of this person, and in a certain lazily arrogant air with which he approached, holding possession of as much pavement as another would have claimed, instantly caught the boy's attention. As the gentleman passed, the boy looked at him narrowly, and then stood still, looking after him. "Who is it that you stare after?" asked Bradley. "Why," said the boy, with a confused and pondering frown upon his face, "it is that Rayburn one." Bradley Headstone scrutinized the boy as closely as the boy had scrutinized the gentleman. "I beg your pardon, Mr. Headstone, but I couldn't help wondering what in the world brought him here." Though he said it as if his wonder were past, at the same time resuming the walk, it was not lost upon the master that he looked over his shoulder after speaking, and that the same perplexed and pondering frown was heavy on his face. "You don't appear to like your friend, Hexam." "I don't like him," said the boy. "Why not?" "He took hold of me by the chin in a precious impertinent way, the first time I ever saw him," said the boy. Again, "Why?" "For nothing. Or, it's much the same, because something I happened to say about my sister didn't happen to please him." "Then he knows your sister?" "He didn't at that time," said the boy, still moodily pondering. "Does now?" The boy had so lost himself that he looked at Mr. Bradley Headstone as they walked on side by side, without attempting to reply until the question had been repeated. Then he nodded and answered, "Yes, sir." "Going to see her, I dare say." "It can't be," said the boy, quickly. "He doesn't know her well enough. I should like to catch him at it." When they had walked on for a time, more rapidly than before, the master said, clasping the pupil's arm between the elbow and the shoulder with his hand, "You were going to tell me something about that person? What did you say his name was?" "Rayburn. Mr. Eugene Rayburn. He is what they call a barrister, with nothing to do." The first time he came to our old place was when my father was alive. He came on business, not that it was his business, he never had any business, he was brought by a friend of his. And the other times? There was only one other time that I know of. When my father was killed by accident, he chanced to be one of the finders. He was mooning about, I suppose, taking liberties with people's chins, but there he was, somehow. He brought the news home to my sister early in the morning, and brought Miss Abby Potterson, a neighbour, to help break it to her. He was mooning about the house when I was fetched home in the afternoon. They didn't know where to find me till my sister could be brought round sufficiently to tell them, and then he mooned away. And is that all? That's all. Sir Bradley Headstone gradually released the boy's arm, as if he were thoughtful, and they walked on side by side as before. After a long silence between them, Bradley resumed the talk. I suppose, your sister, with a curious break both before and after the words, has received hardly any teaching, Hexam? Hardly any, sir. Sacrificed, no doubt, to her father's objections. I remember them in your case. Yet, your sister scarcely looks or speaks like an ignorant person. Lizzie has as much thought as the best, Mr. Headstone. Too much, perhaps, without teaching. I used to call the fire at home her books, for she was always full of fancies, sometimes quite wise fancies, considering when she sat looking at it. I don't like that, said Bradley Headstone. His pupil was a little surprised by this striking in with so sudden and decided and emotional an objection, but took it as a proof of the master's interest in himself. It emboldened him to say, I have never brought myself to mention it openly to you, Mr. Headstone, and you're my witness that I couldn't even make up my mind to take it from you before we came out tonight, but it's a painful thing to think that if I get on as well as you hope, I shall be, I won't say disgraced, because I don't mean disgraced, but, rather put to the blush if it was known, by a sister who has been very good to me. Yes, said Bradley Headstone in a slurring way, for his mind scarcely seemed to touch that point, so smoothly did it glide to another, and there is this possibility to consider. Some man who had worked his way might come to admire your sister, and might even in time bring himself to think of marrying your sister, and it would be a sad drawback and a heavy penalty upon him, if, overcoming in his mind other inequalities of condition and other considerations against it, this inequality and this consideration remained in full force. That's much my own meaning, sir. Said Bradley Headstone, but you spoke of a mere brother. Now, the case I have supposed would be a much stronger case, because an admirer, a husband, would form the connection voluntarily, besides being obliged to proclaim it, which a brother is not. After all, you know, it must be said of you that you couldn't help yourself, while it would be said of him, with equal reason, that he could. That's true, sir. Sometimes since Lizzie was left free by father's death, I have thought that such a young woman might soon acquire more than enough to pass muster. And sometimes I have even thought that perhaps Miss Peacher, for the purpose, I would advise not Miss Peacher. Bradley Headstone struck in at the recurrence of his late decision of manner. Would you be so kind as to think of it for me, Nira Headstone? Yes, Hexam, yes. I'll think of it. I'll think maturely of it. I'll think well of it. Their walk was almost a silent one afterwards, until it ended at the schoolhouse. There, one of neat Miss Peacher's little windows, like the eyes in needles, was illuminated, and in a corner near it sat Mary Ann watching, while Miss Peacher at the table stitched at the neat little body she was making up by brown paper pattern for her own wearing. N.B. Miss Peacher and Miss Peacher's pupils were not much encouraged in the unscholastic art of needlework, by government. Mary Ann, with her face to the window, held her arm up. Well, Mary Ann? Mr. Headstone coming home, ma'am? In about a minute, Mary Ann again hailed. Yes, Mary Ann. Gone in and locked his door, Miss Peacher repressed a sigh as she gathered her work together for bed, and transfixed that part of her dress where her heart would have been if she had had the dress on, with a sharp needle. Chapter 2 Still educational. The person of the house, doll's dressmaker and manufacturer of ornamental pincushions and pen wipers, sat in her quaint little low armchair, singing in the dark, until Lizzie came back. The person of the house had attained that dignity while yet of very tender years indeed, through being the only trustworthy person in the house. "Well, Lizzie Wizzy," said she, breaking off in her song, "what's the news out of doors?" "What's the news indoors?" returned Lizzie, playfully smoothing the bright long fair hair which grew very luxuriant and beautiful on the head of the doll's dressmaker. "Let me see," said the blind man. "Why, the last news is, that I don't mean to marry your brother." "No," shaking her head and her chin. "Don't like the boy." "What do you say to his master?" "I say that I think he's bespoke." Lizzie finished putting the hair carefully back over the misshapen shoulders, and then lighted a candle. It showed the little parlour to be dingy, but orderly and clean. She stood it on the mantel shelf, remote from the dressmaker's eyes, and then put the room door open, and the house door open, and turned the little low chair and its occupant towards the outer air. It was a sultry night, and this was a fine weather arrangement when the day's work was done. To complete it, she seated herself in a chair by the side of the little chair, and protectingly drew under her arm the spare hand that crept up to her. "This is what your loving Jenny Wren calls the best time in the day and night," said the person of the house. Her real name was Fanny Cleaver, but she had long ago chosen to bestow upon herself the appellation of Miss Jenny Wren. "I have been thinking," Jenny went on, "as I sat at work today, what a thing it would be, if I should be able to have your company till I am married, or at least courted. Because when I am courted, I shall make him do some of the things that you do for me. He couldn't brush my hair like you do, or help me up and down stairs like you do, and he couldn't do anything like you do, but he could take my work home, and he could call for orders in his clumsy way. And he shall too. I'll trot him about, I can tell him." Jenny Wren had her personal vanities, happily for her, and no intentions were stronger in her breast than the various trials and torments that were, in the fullness of time, to be inflicted upon him. "Wherever he may happen to be just at present, or whoever he may happen to be," said Miss Wren, "I know his tricks and his manners, and I give him warning to look out." "Don't you think you are rather hard upon him?" asked her friend, smiling, and smoothing her hair. "Not a bit," replied the sage Miss Wren, with an air of vast experience. "My dear, they don't care for you, those fellows, if you're not hard upon 'em. But I was saying if I should be able to have your company." "Ah! What a large if! Ain't it? I have no intention of parting company, Jenny, don't say that, or you'll go directly. Am I so little to be relied upon?" "You're more to be relied upon than silver and gold." As she said it, Miss Wren suddenly broke off, screwed up her eyes and her chin, and looked prodigiously knowing. "Aha! Who comes here?" "A grenadier." "What CL&S he want?" "A pot of beer." "And nothing else in the world, my dear." A man's figure paused on the pavement at the outer door. "Rayburn, ain't it?" said Miss Wren. "Near Eugene, so I am told," was the answer. "You may come in, if you're good." "I am not good," said Eugene, "but I'll come in." He gave his hand to Jenny Wren, and he gave his hand to Lizzie, and he stood leaning by the door at Lizzie's side. He had been strolling with his cigar, he said, it was smoked out and gone by this time, and he had strolled round to return in that direction that he might look in as he passed. Had she not seen her brother tonight? "Yes," said Lizzie, whose manner was a little troubled. "Gracious condescension on our brother's part. Mr. Eugene Rayburn thought he had passed my young gentleman on the bridge yonder." "Who was his friend with him?" "The schoolmaster." "To be sure. Looked like it." Lizzie sat so still, that one could not have said wherein the fact of her manner being troubled was expressed, and yet one could not have doubted it. Eugene was as easy as ever, but perhaps, as she sat with her eyes cast down, it might have been rather more perceptible that his attention was concentrated upon her for certain moments, than its concentration upon any subject for any short time ever was. Elsewhere I have nothing to report, Lizzie, said Eugene. But, having promised you that I should be always kept on nearer riderhood through my friend Lightwood, I like occasionally to renew my assurance that I keep my promise, and keep my friend up to the mark. I should not have doubted it, sir. Generally, I confess myself a man to be doubted, returned Eugene, coolly, for all that. Why are you? Asked the sharp Miss Wren. Because, my dear, said the airy Eugene, I am a bad idle dog. Then why don't you reform and be a good dog? Inquired Miss Wren. Because, my dear, returned Eugene, there's nobody who makes it worth my while. Have you considered my suggestion, Lizzie? This in a lower voice, but only as if it were a graver matter, not at all to the exclusion of the person of the house. I have thought of it, Mr. Rayburn, but I have not been able to make up my mind to accept it. False pride, said Eugene. I think not, Mr. Rayburn. I hope not. False pride, repeated Eugene. Why, what else is it? The thing is worth nothing in itself. The thing is worth nothing to me. What can it be worth to me? You know the most I make of it. I propose to be of some use to somebody which I never was in this world, and never shall be on any other occasion, by paying some qualified person of your own sex and age, so many, or rather so few, contemptible shillings, to come here, certain nights in the week, and give you certain instruction which you wouldn't want if you hadn't been a self-denying daughter and sister. You know that it's good to have it, or you would never have so devoted yourself to your brother's having it. Then why not have it, especially when our friend Miss Jenny here would profit by it too? If I proposed to be the teacher, or to attend the lessons, obviously incongruous, but as to that, I might as well be on the other side of the globe, or not on the globe at all. False pride, Lizzie. Because true pride wouldn't shame, or be shamed by, your thankless brother. True pride wouldn't have schoolmasters brought here, like doctors, to look at a bad case. True pride would go to work and do it. You know that, well enough, for you know that your own true pride would do it tomorrow, if you had the ways and means which false pride won't let me supply. Very well. I add no more than this. Your false pride does wrong to yourself and does you wrong to your dead father. How to my father, Mr. Rayburn? She asked, with an anxious face. How to your father? Can you ask? By perpetuating the consequences of his ignorant and blind obstinacy. By resolving not to set right the wrong he did you. By determining that the deprivation to which he condemned you, and which he forced upon you, shall always rest upon his head. It chanced to be a subtle string to sound, in her who had so spoken to her brother within the hour. It sounded far more forcibly, because of the change in the speaker for the moment, the passing appearance of earnestness, complete conviction, injured resentment of suspicion, generous and unselfish interest. All these qualities, in him usually so light and careless, she felt to be inseparable from some touch of their opposites in her own breast. She thought, had she, so far below him and so different, rejected this disinterestedness, because of some vain misgiving that he sought her out, or heeded any personal attractions that he might descry in her. The poor girl, pure of heart and purpose, could not bear to think it. Sinking before her own eyes, as she suspected herself of it, she drooped her head as though she had done him some wicked and grievous injury, and broke into silent tears. Don't be distressed, said Eugene, very, very kindly. I hope it is not I who have distressed you. I meant no more than to put the matter in its true light before you, though I acknowledge I did it selfishly enough, for I am disappointed. Disappointed of doing her service. How else could he be disappointed? It won't break my heart, laughed Eugene, it won't stay by me 48 hours, but I am genuinely disappointed. I had set my fancy on doing this little thing for you and for our friend Miss Jenny. The novelty of my doing anything in the least useful had its charms. I see, now, that I might have managed it better. I might have affected to do it wholly for our friend Miss J. I might have got myself up, morally, as Sir Eugene Bountiful. But upon my soul I can't make flourishes, and I would rather be disappointed than try. If he meant to follow home what was in Liz's thoughts, it was skillfully done. If he followed it by mere fortuitous coincidence, it was done by an evil chance. It opened out so naturally before me, said Eugene. The ball seemed so thrown into my hands by accident. I happened to be originally brought into contact with you, Lizzie, on those 2 occasions that you know of. I happen to be able to promise you that a watch shall be kept upon that false accuser, Riderhood. I happen to be able to give you some little consolation in the darkest hour of your distress, by assuring you that I don't believe him. On the same occasion I tell you that I am the idlest and least of lawyers, but that I am better than none, in a case I have noted down with my own hand, and that you may be always sure of my best help, and incidentally of Lightwood's too, in your efforts to clear your father. So, it gradually takes my fancy that I may help you, so easily, to clear your father of that other blame which I mentioned a few minutes ago, and which is a just and real one. I hope I have explained myself, for I am heartily sorry to have distressed you. I hate to claim to mean well, but I really did mean honestly and simply well, and I want you to know it. I have never doubted that, Mr. Rayburn, said Lizzie, the more repentant, the less he claimed. I am very glad to hear it. Though if you had quite understood my whole meaning at first, I think you would not have refused. Do you think you would? I don't know that I should, Mr. Rayburn. Well, then why refuse now you do understand it? It's not easy for me to talk to you, returned Lizzie, in some confusion, for you see all the consequences of what I say, as soon as I say it. Take all the consequences, laughed Eugene, and take away my disappointment. Lizzie Hexam, as I truly respect you, and as I am your friend and a poor devil of a gentleman, I protest I don't even now understand why you hesitate. There was an appearance of openness, trustfulness, unsuspecting generosity, in his words and manner, that won the poor girl over, and not only won her over, but again caused her to feel as though she had been influenced by the opposite qualities, with vanity at their head. I will not hesitate any longer, Mr. Rayburn. I hope you will not think the worse of me for having hesitated at all. For myself and for Jenny, you let me answer for you, Jenny dear. The little creature had been leaning back, attentive, with her elbows resting on the elbows of her chair, and her chin upon her hands. Without changing her attitude, she answered, yes, so suddenly that it rather seemed as if she had chopped the monosyllable than spoken it. For myself and for Jenny, I thankfully accept your kind offer. Agreed. Dismissed, said Eugene, giving Lizzie his hand before lightly waving it, as if he waved the whole subject away. I hope it may not be often that so much is made of so little. Then he fell to talking playfully with Jenny Wren. I think of setting up a doll, Miss Jenny, he said. You had better not, replied the dressmaker. Why not? You are sure to break it. All you children do. But that makes good for trade, you know, Miss Wren, returned Eugene. Much as people's breaking promises and contracts and bargains of all sorts, makes good for my trade. I don't know about that, Miss Wren retorted, but you had better by half set up a pen wiper, and turn industrious, and use it. Why, if we were all as industrious as you, little busybody, we should begin to work as soon as we could crawl, and there would be a bad thing. Do you mean, returned the little creature, with a flush suffusing her face, bad for your backs and your legs? No, 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 said Eugene, shocked, to do him justice, at the thought of trifling with her infirmity. Bad for business, bad for business. If we all set to work as soon as we could use our hands, it would be all over with the dolls' dressmakers. There's something in that, replied Miss Wren. You have a sort of an idea in your noddle sometimes. Then, in a changed tone, talking of ideas, my Lizzie, they were sitting side by side as they had sat at first. I wonder how it happens that when I am working here, all alone in the summertime, I smell flowers. As a commonplace individual, I should say, Eugene suggested languidly, for he was growing weary of the person of the house, that you smell flowers because you do smell flowers. No, I don't, said the little creature, resting one arm upon the elbow of her chair, resting her chin upon that hand, and looking vacantly before her. This is not a flowery neighborhood. It's anything but that. And yet as I sit at work, I smell miles of flowers. I smell roses, till I think I see the rose leaves lying in heaps, bushels, on the floor. I smell fallen leaves, till I put down my hand, so, and expect to make them rustle. I smell the white and the pink may in the hedges, and all sorts of flowers that I never was among. For I have seen very few flowers indeed, in my life. Pleasant fancies to have, Jenny dear, said her friend, with a glance towards Eugene as if she would have asked him whether they were given the child in compensation for her losses. So I think, Lizzie, when they come to me. And the birds I hear. Oh, cried the little creature, holding out her hand and looking upward, how they sing. There was something in the face and action for the moment, quite inspired and beautiful. Then the chin dropped musingly upon the hand again. I dare say my birds sing better than other birds, and my flowers smell better than other flowers. For when I was a little child, in a tone as though it were ages ago, the children that I used to see early in the morning were very different from any others that I ever saw. They were not like me, they were not chilled, anxious, ragged, or beaten, they were never in pain. They were not like the children of the neighbours, they never made me tremble all over, by setting up shrill noises, and they never mocked me. Such numbers of them too. All in white dresses, and with something shining on the borders, and on their heads, that I have never been able to imitate with my work, though I know it so well. They used to come down in long bright slanting rows, and say all together, Who is this in pain? Who is this in pain? When I told them who it was, they answered, Come and play with us. When I said I never play, I can't play, they swept about me and took me up, and made me light. Then it was all delicious ease and rest till they laid me down, and said, all together, Have patience, and we will come again. Whenever they came back, I used to know they were coming before I saw the long bright rows, by hearing them ask, all together a long way off, Who is this in pain? Who is this in pain? And I used to cry out, Oh my blessed children, it's poor me. Have pity on me. Take me up and make me light. By degrees, as she progressed in this remembrance, the hand was raised, the late ecstatic look returned, and she became quite beautiful. Having so paused for a moment, silent, with a listening smile upon her face, she looked round and recalled herself. What poor fun you think me, don't you, Mr. Rayburn? You may well look tired of me. But it's Saturday night, and I won't detain you. That is to say, Miss Wren, observed Eugene, quite ready to profit by the hint, you wish me to go. Well, it's Saturday night, she returned, and my child's coming home. And my child is a troublesome bad child, and costs me a world of scolding. I would rather you didn't see my child. A doll, said Eugene, not understanding, and looking for an explanation. But Lizzie, with her lips only, shaping the two words, her father, he delayed no longer. He took his leave immediately. At the corner of the street he stopped to light another cigar, and possibly to ask himself what he was doing otherwise. If so, the answer was indefinite and vague. Who knows what he is doing, who is careless what he does? A man stumbled against him as he turned away, who mumbled some maudlin apology. Looking after this man, Eugene saw him go in at the door by which he himself had just come out. On the man's stumbling into the room, Lizzie rose to leave it. "Don't go away, Miss Hexam," he said in a submissive manner, speaking thickly and with difficulty. "Don't fly from unfortunate man in shattered state of health. Give poor invalid honour of your company." "It ain't catching." Lizzie murmured that she had something to do in her own room, and went away upstairs. "How's my Jenny?" said the man, timidly. "How's my Jenny Wren, best of children, object dearest affections broken-hearted invalid?" To which the person of the house, stretching out her arm in an attitude of command, replied with irresponsive asperity, "Go along with you. Go along into your corner. Get into your corner directly." The wretched spectacle made as if he would have offered some remonstrance, but not venturing to resist the person of the house, thought better of it, and went and sat down on a particular chair of disgrace. "Oh, cried the person of the house, pointing her little finger, "you bad old boy. Oh, you naughty, wicked creature. What do you mean by the?" Shaking figure, unnerved and disjointed from head to foot, put out its two hands a little way, as making overtures of peace and reconciliation. Abject tears stood in its eyes, and stained the blotched red of its cheeks. The swollen lead-coloured underlip trembled with a shameful whine. The whole indecorous threadbare ruin, from the broken shoes to the prematurely grey scanty hair, grovelled. Not with any sense worthy to be called a sense, of this dire reversal of the places of parent and child, but in a pitiful expostulation to be let off from a scolding. "I know your tricks and your manners," cried Miss Wren. "I know where you've been to." Which indeed it did not require discernment to discover. "Oh, you disgraceful old chap!" The very breathing of the figure was contemptible, as it laboured and rattled in that operation, like a blundering clock. "Slave, slave, slave," from morning to night pursued the person of the house, "and all for this. What do you mean by it?" There was something in that emphasized which absurdly frightened the figure. As often as the person of the house worked her way round to it, even as soon as he saw that it was coming, he collapsed in an extra degree. "I wish you had been taken up, and locked up," said the person of the house. "I wish you had been poked into cells and black holes, and run over by rats and spiders and beetles. I know their tricks and their manners, and they'd have tickled you nicely. Ain't you ashamed of yourself?" "Yes, my dear," stammered the father. Then said the person of the house, terrifying him by a grand muster of her spirits and forces before recurring to the emphatic word, "What do you mean by it?" Circumstances over which had no control was the miserable creature's plea in extenuation. "I'll circumstance you and control you too," retorted the person of the house, speaking with vehement sharpness, "if you talk in that way. I'll give you in charge to the police, and have you fined 5 shillings when you can't pay, and then I won't pay the money for you, and you'll be transported for life." "How should you like to be transported for life?" "Shouldn't like it. Poor shattered invalid. Trouble nobody long," cried the wretched figure. "Come, come," said the person of the house, tapping the table near her in a business-like manner, and shaking her head and her chin, "you know what you've got to do. Put down your money this instant." The obedient figure began to rummage in its pockets. "Spent a fortune out of your wages, I'll be bound," said the person of the house. "Put it here. All you've got left. Every farthing." Such a business as he made of collecting it from his dog's-eared pockets, of expecting it in this pocket, and not finding it, of not expecting it in that pocket, and passing it over, of finding no pocket where that other pocket ought to be. "Is this all?" demanded the person of the house, when a confused heap of pence and shillings lay on the table. "Got no more," was the rueful answer, with an accordant shake of the head. "Let me make sure. You know what you've got to do. Turn all your pockets inside out, and leave 'em so," cried the person of the house. He obeyed. And if anything could have made him look more abject or more dismally ridiculous than before, it would have been his so displaying himself. "Here's but 7 and 8 pence halfpenny," exclaimed Miss Wren, after reducing the heap to order. "Oh, you prodigal old son! Now you shall be starved." "No, don't starve me," he urged, whimpering. "If you were treated as you ought to be," said Miss Wren, "you'd be fed upon the skewers of cat's meat, only the skewers, after the cats had had the meat. As it is, go to bed." When he stumbled out of the cummer to comply, he again put out both his hands, and pleaded, "Circumstances over which no control get along with you to bed," cried Miss Wren, snapping him up. "Don't speak to me. I'm not going to forgive you. Go to bed this moment." Seeing another emphatic what upon its way, he evaded it by complying and was heard to shuffle heavily upstairs, and shut his door, and throw himself on his bed. Within a little while afterwards, Lizzie came down. "Shall we have our supper, Jenny dear?" "Ah! Bless us and save us, we need have something to keep us going," returned Miss Jenny, shrugging her shoulders. Lizzie laid a cloth upon the little bench, more handy for the person of the house than an ordinary table, and put upon it such plain fare as they were accustomed to have, and drew up a stool for herself. "Now for supper." "What are you thinking of, Jenny darling?" "I was thinking," she resumed, coming out of a deep study, "what I would do to him, if he should turn out a drunkard." "Oh, but he won't," said Lizzie. "You'll take care of that, beforehand?" "I shall try to take care of it beforehand, but he might deceive me." "Oh, my dear, all those fellows with their tricks and their manners do deceive." "With the little fist in full action?" "And if so, I tell you what I think I'd do. When he was asleep, I'd make a spoon red hot, and I'd have some boiling liquor bubbling in a saucepan, and I'd take it out hissing, and I'd open his mouth with the other hand, or perhaps he'd sleep with his mouth ready open, and I'd pour it down his throat, and blister it and choke him." "I am sure you would do no such horrible thing," said Lizzie. "Shouldn't I?" "Well, perhaps I shouldn't. But I should like to." "I am equally sure you would not." "Not even like to?" "Well, you generally know best. Only you haven't always lived among it as I have lived, and your back isn't bad and your legs are not queer." As they went on with their supper, Lizzie tried to bring her round to that prettier and better state. But the charm was broken. The person of the house was the person of a house full of sordid shames and cares, with an upper room in which that abased figure was infecting even innocent sleep with sensual brutality and degradation. The doll's dressmaker had become a little quaint shrew, off-world, worldly, off-earth, earthy. Poor doll's dressmaker! How often so dragged down by hands that should have raised her up, how often so misdirected when losing her way on the eternal road, and asking guidance. Poor little doll's dressmaker. Chapter 3. A.M. Piece of work. Britannia, sitting meditating one fine day, perhaps in the attitude in which she is presented on the copper coinage, discovers all of a sudden that she wants veneering in Parliament. It occurs to her that veneering is a representative man which cannot in these times be doubted, and that Her Majesty's faithful Commons are incomplete without him. So, Britannia mentions to a legal gentleman of her acquaintance that if veneering will put down £5,000, he may write a couple of initial letters after his name at the extremely cheap rate of £2,500 per letter. It is clearly understood between Britannia and the legal gentleman that nobody is to take up the £5,000, but that being put down they'll disappear by magical conjuration and enchantment. The legal gentleman in Britannia's confidence going straight from that lady to Veneering, thus commissioned, Veneering declares himself highly flattered, but requires breathing time to ascertain whether his friends will rally round him. Above all things, he says, it behoves him to be clear, at a crisis of this importance, whether his friends will rally round him. The legal gentleman, in the interests of his client, cannot allow much time for this purpose, as the lady rather thinks she knows somebody prepared to put down £6,000, but he says he will give Veneering 4 hours. Veneering then says to Mrs. Veneering, "We must work," and throws himself into a hansom cab. Nearest Veneering in the same moment relinquishes baby to nurse, presses her aquiline hands upon her brow, to arrange the throbbing intellect within, orders out the carriage, and repeats in a distracted and devoted manner, compounded of Ophelia and any self-immolating female of antiquity you may prefer, we must work. Veneering, having instructed his driver to charge at the public in the streets, like the Life Guards at Waterloo, is driven furiously to Duke Street, St. James's. There, he finds Twemlow in his lodgings, fresh from the hands of a secret artist who has been doing something to his hair with yolks of eggs. The process requiring that Twemlow shall, for 2 hours after the application, allow his hair to stick upright and dry gradually, he is in an appropriate state for the receipt of startling intelligence, looking equally like the monument on Fish Street Hill, and King Priam on a certain incendiary occasion not wholly unknown as a neat point from the classics. "My dear Twemlow," says Veneering, grasping both his hands, "as the dearest and oldest of my friends, then there can be no more doubt about it in future," thinks Twemlow, "and I am. Are you of opinion that your cousin, Lord Snigsworth, would give his name as a member of my committee? I don't go so far as to ask for his lordship, I only ask for his name. Do you think he would give me his name?" In sudden low spirits, Twemlow replies, "I don't think he would. My political opinions," says Veneering, not previously aware of having any, "are identical with those of Lord Snigsworth, and perhaps as a matter of public feeling and public principle, Lord Snigsworth would give me his. It might be so," says Twemlow, "but," and perplexedly scratching his head, forgetful of the yolks of eggs, is the more discomfited by being reminded how sticky he is. "Between such old and intimate friends as ourselves," pursues Veneering, "there should in such a case be no reserve. Promise me that if I ask you to do anything for me which you don't like to do, or feel the slightest difficulty in doing, you will freely tell me so." This, Twemlow is so kind as to promise, with every appearance of most heartily intending to keep his word. "Would you have any objection to tie it down to Snigsworthy Park, and ask this favour of Lord Snigsworth? Of course if it were granted I should know that I owed it solely to you, while at the same time you would put it to Lord Snigsworth entirely upon public grounds. Would you have any objection?" Says Twemlow, with his hand to his forehead, "You have exacted a promise from me." "I have, my dear Twemlow, and you expect me to keep it honourably." "I do, my dear Twemlow." "On the whole, then, observe me," urges Twemlow with great nicety, as if, in the case of its having been off the whole, he would have done it directly on the whole, "I must beg you to excuse me from addressing any communication to Lord Snigsworth." Bless you," says Veneering, horribly disappointed, but grasping him by both hands again, in a particularly fervent manner. It is not to be wondered at that poor Twemlow should decline to inflict a letter on his noble cousin, who has gout in the temper, inasmuch as his noble cousin, who allows him a small annuity on which he lives, takes it out of him, as the phrase goes, in extreme severity, putting him, when he visits at Snigsworthy Park, under a kind of martial law, ordaining that he shall hang his hat on a particular peg, sit on a particular chair, talk on particular subjects to particular people, and perform particular exercises, such as sounding the praises of the family varnish, not to say pictures, and abstaining from the choicest of the family wines unless expressly invited to partake. "One thing, however, I can do for you," says Twemlow, "and that is, work for you." Veneering blesses him again. "I'll go," says Twemlow, in a rising hurry of spirits, "to the club. Let us see now, what o'clock is it?" 20 minutes to 11. "I'll be," says Twemlow, "at the club by 10 minutes to 12, and I'll never leave it all day." Veneering feels that his friends are rallying round him, and says, "Thank you, thank you. I knew I could rely upon you. I said to Anastasia before leaving home just now to come to you, of course the first friend I have seen on a subject so momentous to me, my dear Twemlow, said to Anastasia, we must work." You were right," replies Twemlow. "Tell me. Is she working?" "She is," says Veneering. "Good, cries Twemlow, polite little gentleman that he is. A woman's tact is invaluable. To have the dear sex with us, is to have everything with, but you have not imparted to me, remarks Veneering. What do you think of my entering the House of Commons? I think, rejoins Twemlow, feelingly, that it is the best club in London. Veneering again blesses him, plunges downstairs, rushes into his hansom, and directs the driver to be up and at the British public, and to charge into the city. Meanwhile Twemlow, in an increasing hurry of spirits, gets his hair down as well as he can, which is not very well, for, after these glutinous applications it is restive, and has a surface on it somewhat in the nature of pastry, and gets to the club by the appointed time. At the club he promptly secures a large window, writing materials, and all the newspapers, and establishes himself, immovable, to be respectfully contemplated by Pall Mall. Sometimes, when a man enters who nods to him, Twemlow says, "Do you know Veneering?" Man says, "No, member of the club." Twemlow says, "Yes. Coming in for pocket breeches." Man says, "Ah. Hope he may find it worth the money," yawns, and saunters out. Towards 6 o'clock of the afternoon, Twemlow begins to persuade himself that he is positively jaded with work, and thinks it much to be regretted that he was not brought up as a parliamentary agent. From Twemlow's, Veneering dashes at Podsnap's place of business. Finds Podsnap reading the paper, standing, and inclined to be oratorical over the astonishing discovery he has made, that Italy is not England. Respectfully entreats Podsnap's pardon for stopping the flow of his words of wisdom, and informs him what is in the wind. Tells Podsnap that their political opinions are identical. Gives Podsnap to understand that he, Veneering, formed his political opinions while sitting at the feet of him, Podsnap. Seeks earnestly to know whether Podsnap will rally round him. Says Podsnap, something sternly, "Now, first of all, Veneering, do you ask my advice?" Veneering falters that as so old and so dear a friend, "Yes, yes, that's all very well," says Podsnap, "but have you made up your mind to take this borough of pocket breeches on its own terms, or do you ask my opinion whether you shall take it or leave it alone?" Veneering repeats that his heart's desire and his soul's thirst are, that Podsnap shall rally round him. "Now, I'll be plain with you, Veneering," says Podsnap, knitting his brows. "You will infer that I don't care about Parliament, from the fact of my not being there?" Why, of course Veneering knows that. Of course Veneering knows that if Podsnap chose to go there, he would be there, in a space of time that might be stated by the light and thoughtless as a jiffer. "It is not worth my while," pursues Podsnap, becoming handsomely mollified, "and it is the reverse of important to my position. But it is not my wish to set myself up as law for another man, differently situated. You think it is worth your while, and is important to your position? Is that so?" Always with the proviso that Podsnap will rally round him, Veneering thinks it is so. "Then you don't ask my advice," says Podsnap. "Good. Then I won't give it you. But you do ask my help. Good. Then I'll work for you." Veneering instantly blesses him, and apprizes him that Twemlow is already working. Podsnap does not quite approve that anybody should be already working, regarding it rather in the light of a liberty, but tolerates Twemlow, and says he is a well-connected old female who will do no harm. "I have nothing very particular to do today," adds Podsnap, "and I'll mix with some influential people. I had engaged myself to dinner, but I'll send Mrs. Podsnap and get off going myself, and I'll dine with you at 8. It's important we should report progress and compare notes. Now, let me see. You ought to have a couple of active, energetic fellows, of gentlemanly manners, to go about." Veneering, after cogitation, thinks of Boots and Brewer. "Whom I have met at your house," says Podsnap. "Yes. They'll do very well. Let them each have a cab, and go about." Veneering immediately mentions what a blessing he feels it, to possess a friend capable of such grand administrative suggestions, and really is elated at this going about of Boots and Brewer, as an idea wearing an electioneering aspect and looking desperately like business. Leaving Podsnap, at a hand gallop, he descends upon Boots and Brewer, who enthusiastically rally round him by at once bolting off in cabs, taking opposite directions. Then Veneering repairs to the legal gentleman in Britannia's confidence, and with him transacts some delicate affairs of business, and issues an address to the independent electors of Pocket Breaches, announcing that he is coming among them for their suffrages, as the mariner returns to the home of his early childhood, a phrase which is none the worse for his never having been near the place in his life, and not even now distinctly knowing where it is. Mrs. Veneering, during the same eventful hours, is not idle. No sooner does the carriage turn out, all complete, than she turns into it, all complete, and gives the word to Lady Tippins. That charmer dwells over a staymaker's in the Belgravian borders, with a life-size model in the window on the ground floor of a distinguished beauty in a blue petticoat, stay lace in hand, looking over her shoulder at the town in innocent surprise. As well she may, to find herself dressing under the circumstances. Lady Tippins at home? Lady Tippins at home, with the room darkened, and her back, like the lady's at the ground floor window, though for a different reason, cunningly turned towards the light. Lady Tippins is so surprised by seeing her dear Mrs. Veneering so early in the middle of the night, the pretty creature calls it, that her eyelids almost go up, under the influence of that emotion. To whom Mrs. Veneering incoherently communicates, how that Veneering has been offered Pocket Breaches, how that it is the time for rallying round, how that Veneering has said we must work, how that she is here, as a wife and mother, to entreat Lady Tippins to work, how that the carriage is at Lady Tippins' disposal for purposes of work, how that she, proprietress of said brand new elegant equipage, ill return home on foot, on bleeding feet if need be, to work, not specifying how, until she drops by the side of baby's crib. My love, says Lady Tippins, compose yourself, we'll bring him in. And Lady Tippins really does work, and work the Veneering horses too, for she clatters about town all day, calling upon everybody she knows, and showing her entertaining powers and green fan to immense advantage, by rattling on with, my dear soul, what do you think? What do you suppose me to be? You'll never guess. I'm pretending to be an electioneering agent. And for what place of all places? Pocket Breaches. And why? Because the dearest friend I have in the world has bought it. And who is the dearest friend I have in the world? A man of the name of Veneering. Not omitting his wife, who is the other dearest friend I have in the world, and I positively declare I forgot their baby, who is the other. And we are carrying on this little farce to keep up appearances, and isn't it refreshing? Then, my precious child, the fun of it is that nobody knows who these Veneerings are, and that they know nobody, and that they have a house out of the Tales of the Genii, and give dinners out of the Arabian Nights. Curious to see M, my dear? Say you'll know M. Come and dine with M. They shan't bore you. Say who shall meet you. We'll make up a party of our own, and I'll engage that they shall not interfere with you for one single moment. You really ought to see their gold and silver camels. I call their dinner table, the caravan. Do come and dine with my Veneerings, my Veneerings, my exclusive property, the dearest friends I have in the world. And above all, my dear, be sure you promise me your vote and interest and all sorts of plumpers for Pocket Breaches, for we couldn't think of spending sixpence on it, my love, and can only consent to be brought in by the spontaneous thingummies of the incorruptible what do our columns. Now, the point of view seized by the bewitching Tippins, that this same working and rallying round is to keep up appearances, may have something in it, but not all the truth. More is done, or considered to be done, which does as well, by taking cabs, and going about than the fair Tippins knew of. Many vast vague reputations have been made, solely by taking cabs and going about. This particularly obtains in all parliamentary affairs. Whether the business in hand be to get a man in, or get a man out, or get a man over, or promote a railway, or jockey a railway, or what else, nothing is understood to be so effectual as scouring nowhere in a violent hurry, in short, as taking cabs and going about. Probably because this reason is in the air, Twemlow, far from being singular in his persuasion that he works like a Trojan, is capped by Podsnap, who in his turn is capped by Boots and Brewer. At 8 o'clock, when all these hard workers assemble to dine at Veneering's, it is understood that the cabs of Boots and Brewer mustn't leave the door, but that pails of water must be brought from the nearest baiting place, and cast over the horses' legs on the very spot, lest Boots and Brewer should have instant occasion to mount and away. Those fleet messengers require the analytical to see that their hats are deposited where they can be laid hold of at an instant's notice, and they dine, remarkably well though, with the air of firemen in charge of an engine, expecting intelligence of some tremendous conflagration. Mrs. Veneering faintly remarks, as dinner opens, that many such days would be too much for her. Many such days would be too much for all of us, says Podsnap, but we'll bring him in. We'll bring him in, says Lady Tippins, sportively waving her green fan. Veneering for ever. We'll bring him in, says Twemlow. We'll bring him in, say Boots and Brewer. Strictly speaking, it would be hard to show cause why they should not bring him in, Pocket Breaches having closed its little bargain, and there being no opposition. However, it is agreed that they must work to the last, and that if they did not work, something indefinite would happen. It is likewise agreed that they are all so exhausted with the work behind them, and need to be so fortified for the work before them, as to require peculiar strengthening from Veneering's cellar. Therefore, the analytical has orders to produce the cream of his bins, and therefore it falls out that rallying becomes rather a trying word for the occasion, Lady Tippins being observed gamely to inculcate the necessity of rearing round their dear Veneering, Podsnap advocating roaring round him, Boots and Brewer declaring their intention of reeling round him, and Veneering thanking his devoted friends one and all, with great emotion, for ruling round in these inspiring moments. Brewer strikes out an idea which is the great hit of the day. He consults his watch, and says, like Guy Fawkes, he'll now go down to the House of Commons and see how things look. I'll keep about the lobby for an hour or so, says Brewer, with a deeply mysterious countenance, and if things look well, I won't come back, but will order my cab for 9 in the morning. You couldn't do better, says Podsnap. Veneering expresses his inability ever to acknowledge this last service. Tears stand in Mrs. Veneering's affectionate eyes. Boots shows envy, loses ground, and is regarded as possessing a second-rate mind. They all crowd to the door, to see Brewer off. Brewer says to his driver, "Now, is your horse pretty fresh?" eyeing the animal with critical scrutiny. Driver says he's as fresh as butter. "Put him along then," says Brewer, House of Commons. Driver darts up, Brewer leaps in, they cheer him as he departs, and Mr. Podsnap says, "Mark my words, sir. That's a man of resource, that's a man to make his way in life." When the time comes for Veneering to deliver a neat and appropriate stammer to the men of Pocket Breaches, only Podsnap and Twemlow accompany him by railway to that sequestered spot. The legal gentleman is at the Pocket Breaches branch station, with an open carriage with a printed bill Veneering for ever stuck upon it, as if it were a wall, and they gloriously proceed, amidst the grins of the populace, to a feeble little town hall on crutches, with some onions and bootlaces under it, which the legal gentleman says are a market, and from the front window of that edifice Veneering speaks to the listening earth. In the moment of his taking his hat off, Podsnap, as per agreement made with Mrs. Veneering, telegraphs to that wife and mother, "He's up." Veneering loses his way in the usual no thoroughfares of speech, and Podsnap and Twemlow say "Hear, hear." And sometimes, when he can't by any means back himself out of some very unlucky no thoroughfare, Hear, with an air of facetious conviction, as if the ingenuity of the thing gave them a sensation of exquisite pleasure. But Veneering makes two remarkably good points, so good, that they are supposed to have been suggested to him by the legal gentleman in Britannia's confidence, while briefly conferring on the stairs. Point the first is this. Veneering institutes an original comparison between the country and a ship, pointedly calling the ship the vessel of the state, and the minister the man at the helm. Veneering's object is to let Pocket Breeches know that his friend on his right, Podsnap, is a man of wealth. Consequently, says he, and, gentlemen, when the timbers of the vessel of the state are unsound and the man at the helm is unskilful, would those great marine insurers, who rank among our world-famed merchant princes, would they insure her, gentlemen? Would they underwrite her? Would they incur a risk in her? Would they have confidence in her? Why, gentlemen, if I appealed to my honourable friend upon my right, himself among the greatest and most respected of that great and much respected class, he would answer no. Point the second is this. The telling fact that Twemlow is related to Lord Snigsworth must be let off. Veneering supposes a state of public affairs that probably never could by any possibility exist, though this is not quite certain, in consequence of his picture being unintelligible to himself and everybody else, and thus proceeds. Gentlemen, if I were to indicate such a program to any class of society, I say it would be received with derision, would be pointed at by the finger of scorn. If I indicated such a program to any worthy and intelligent tradesman of your town, nay, I will here be personal, and say our town, what would he reply? He would reply, away with it. That's what he would reply, gentlemen. In his honest indignation he would reply, away with it. But suppose I mounted higher in the social scale. Suppose I drew my arm through the arm of my respected friend upon my left, and, walking with him through the ancestral woods of his family, and under the spreading beeches of Snigsworthy Park, approached the noble hall, crossed the courtyard, entered by the door, went up the staircase, and, passing from room to room, found myself at last in the august presence of my friend's near kinsman, Lord Snigsworth. And suppose I said to that venerable Earl, my lord, I am here before your lordship, presented by your lordship's near kinsman, my friend upon my left, to indicate that programme, what would his lordship answer? Why, he would answer, away with it. That's what he would answer, gentlemen. Away with it. Unconsciously using, in his exalted sphere, the exact language of the worthy and intelligent tradesman of our town, the near and dear kinsman of my friend upon my left would answer in his wrath, away with it. Veneering finishes with this last success, and Mr. Podsnap telegraphs to Mrs. Veneering, he's down. Then, dinner is had at the hotel with the legal gentleman, and then there are in due succession, nomination, and declaration. Finally Mr. Podsnap telegraphs to Mrs. Veneering, we have brought him in. Another gorgeous dinner awaits them on their return to the Veneering halls, and Lady Tippins awaits them, and Boots and Brewer await them. There is a modest assertion on everybody's part that everybody single-handed brought him in, but in the main it is conceded by all, that stroke of business on Brewer's part, in going down to the house that night to see how things looked, was the master stroke. A touching little incident is related by Mrs. Veneering, in the course of the evening. Mrs. Veneering is habitually disposed to be tearful, and has an extra disposition that way after her late excitement. Previous to withdrawing from the dinner table with Lady Tippins, she says, in a pathetic and physically weak manner, you will all think it foolish of me, I know, but I must mention it. As I sat by Baby's crib, on the night before the election, Baby was very uneasy in her sleep. The analytical chemist, who is gloomily looking on, has diabolical impulses to suggest wind and throw up his situation, but represses them. After an interval almost convulsive, Baby curled her little hands in one another and smiled. Mrs. Veneering stopping here, Mr. Podsnap deems it incumbent on him to say, I wonder why. Could it be, I asked myself, says Neris Veneering, looking about her for her pocket handkerchief, that the fairies were telling baby that her papa would shortly be an MP. So overcome by the sentiment is Mrs. Veneering, that they all get up to make a clear stage for Veneering, who goes round the table to the rescue, and bears her out backward, with her feet impressively scraping the carpet, after remarking that her work has been too much for her strength. Whether the fairies made any mention of the £5,000, and it disagreed with baby, is not speculated upon. Poor little Twemlow, quite done up, is touched, and still continues touched after he is safely housed over the livery stable yard in Uke Street, St. James's. But there, upon his sofa, a tremendous consideration breaks in upon the mild gentleman, putting all softer considerations to the rout. Gracious heavens! Now I have time to think of it, he never saw one of his constituents in all his days, until we saw them together. After having paced the room in distress of mind, with his hand to his forehead, the innocent Twemlow returns to his sofa and moans, I shall either go distracted, or die, of this man. He comes upon me too late in life. I am not strong enough to bear him. Chapter 4. Cupid prompted to use the cold language of the world, Mrs. Alfred Lamble rapidly improved the acquaintance of Miss Podsnap. To use the warm language of Mrs. Lamble, she and her sweet Georgiana soon became one, in heart, in mind, in sentiment, in soul. Whenever Georgiana could escape from the thraldom of Podsnappery, could throw off the bedclothes of the custard-coloured phaeton, and get up, could shrink out of the range of her mother's rocking, and, so to speak, rescue her poor little frosty toes from being rocked over, she repaired to her friend, Mrs. Alfred Lamble. Mrs. Podsnap by no means objected. As a consciously splendid woman accustomed to overhear herself so denominated by elderly osteologists pursuing their studies in dinner society, Mrs. Podsnap could dispense with her daughter. Mr. Podsnap, for his part, on being informed where Georgiana was, swelled with patronage of the Lambles. That they, when unable to lay hold of him, should respectfully grasp at the hem of his mantle, that they, when they could not bask in the glory of him the sun, should take up with the pale reflected light of the watery young moon his daughter, appeared quite natural, becoming, and proper. It gave him a better opinion of the discretion of the Lambles than he had heretofore held, as showing that they appreciated the value of the connection. So, Georgiana repairing to her friend, Mr. Podsnap went out to dinner, and yet to dinner, arm in arm with Neris Podsnap, settling his obstinate head in his cravat and shirt collar, much as if he were performing on the Pandean pipes, in his own honour, the triumphal march, see the conquering Podsnap comes, sound the trumpets, beat the drums. It was a trait in Mr. Podsnap's character, and in one form or other it will be generally seen to pervade the depths and shallows of Podsnappery, that he could not endure a hint of disparagement of any friend or acquaintance of his. How dare you, he would seem to say, in such a case. What do you mean? I have licensed this person. This person has taken out my certificate. Through this person you strike at me, Podsnap the Great. And it is not that I particularly care for the person's dignity, but that I do most particularly care for Podsnap's. Hence, if any one in his presence had presumed to doubt the responsibility of the Lambles, he would have been mightily huffed. Not that any one did, for Veneering, MP, was always the authority for their being very rich, and perhaps believed it. As indeed he might, if he chose, for anything he knew of the matter. Mr. and Mrs. Lamble's house in Sackville Street, Piccadilly, was but a temporary residence. It has done well enough, they informed their friends, for Mr. Lamble when a bachelor, but it would not do now. So, they were always looking at palatial residences in the best situations, and always very nearly taking or buying one, but never quite concluding the bargain. Hereby they made for themselves a shining little reputation apart. People said, on seeing a vacant palatial residence, the very thing for the Lambles, and wrote to the Lambles about it, and the Lambles always went to look at it, but unfortunately it never exactly answered. In short, They suffered so many disappointments, that they began to think it would be necessary to build a palatial residence. And hereby they made another shining reputation, many persons of their acquaintance becoming by anticipation dissatisfied with their own houses, and envious of the non-existent Lamble structure. The handsome fittings and furnishings of the house in Sackville Street were piled thick and high over the skeleton upstairs, and if it ever whispered from under its load of upholstery, "Here I am in the closet," it was to very few ears, and certainly never to Miss Podsnap's. Hat Miss Podsnap was particularly charmed with, next to the graces of her friend, was the happiness of her friend's married life. This was frequently their theme of conversation. "I am sure," said Miss Podsnap, "Mr. Lamble is like a lover. At least I should think he was." "Georgiana, darling," said Mrs. Lamble, holding up a forefinger, "take care." "Oh my goodness me," exclaimed Miss Podsnap, reddening. "What have I said now?" "Alfred, you know," hinted Mrs. Lamble, playfully shaking her head. "You were never to say Mr. Lamble any more, Georgiana." "Oh, Alfred, then. I am glad it's no worse. I was afraid I had said something shocking. I am always saying something new wrong to Ma." "To me, Georgiana dearest." "No, not to you, you are not Ma. I wish you were." Mrs. Lamble bestowed a sweet and loving smile upon her friend, which Miss Podsnap returned as she best could. They sat at lunch in Mrs. Lamble's own boudoir. "And so, dearest Georgiana, Alfred is like your notion of a lover." "I don't say that, Sophronia," Georgiana replied, beginning to conceal her elbows. "I haven't any notion of a lover. The dreadful wretches that Ma brings up at places to torment me, are not lovers. I only mean that Mr. again, dearest Georgiana." "That Alfred sounds much better, darling. Loves you so. He always treats you with such delicate gallantry and attention. Now, don't he?" "Truly, my dear," said Mrs. Lamble, with a rather singular expression crossing her face. "I believe that he loves me, fully as much as I love him." "Oh, what happiness!" exclaimed Miss Podsnap. "But do you know, my Georgiana," Mrs. Lamble resumed presently, "that there is something suspicious in your enthusiastic sympathy with Alfred's tenderness?" "Good gracious no, I hope not." "Doesn't it rather suggest," said Mrs. Lamble archly, "that my Georgiana's little heart is—" "Oh don't!" Miss Podsnap blushingly besought her. "Please don't. I assure you, Sophronia, that I only praise Alfred, because he is your husband and so fond of you." Sophronia's glance was as if a rather new light broke in upon her. It shaded off into a cool smile, as she said, with her eyes upon her lunch, and her eyebrows raised, "You are quite wrong, my love, in your guess at my meaning. What I insinuated was, that my Georgiana's little heart was growing conscious of a vacancy." "No, no, no," said Georgiana. "I wouldn't have anybody say anything to me in that way for I don't know how many £1,000. "In what way, my Georgiana?" inquired Mrs. Lamble, still smiling coolly with her eyes upon her lunch, and her eyebrows raised. "You know," returned poor little Miss Podsnap. "I think I should go out of my mind, Sophronia, with vexation and shyness and detestation, if anybody did. It's enough for me to see how loving you and your husband are. That's a different thing. I couldn't bear to have anything of that sort going on with myself. I should beg and pray to have the person taken away and trampled upon." Ah! Here was Alfred. Having stolen in unobserved, he playfully leaned on the back of Sophronia's chair, and, as Miss Podsnap saw him, put one of Sophronia's wandering locks to his lips, and waved a kiss from it towards Miss Podsnap. "What is this about husbands and detestations?" inquired the captivating Alfred. "Why, they say," returned his wife, "that listeners never hear any good of themselves, though but pray how long have you been here, sir?" "This instant arrived, my Then I may go on, though if you had been here but a moment or two sooner, you would have heard your praises sounded by Georgiana. Only, if they were to be called praises at all, which I really don't think they were, explained Miss Podsnap in a flutter, for being so devoted to Sophronia. Sophronia, murmured Alfred. My life, and kissed her hand. In return for which she kissed his watch chain. But it was not I who was to be taken away and trampled upon, I hope, said Alfred, drawing a seat between them. Ask Georgiana, my soul, replied his wife. Alfred touchingly appealed to Georgiana. Oh, it was nobody, replied Miss Podsnap. It was nonsense. But if you are determined to know, Mr. Inquisitive Pet, as I suppose you are, said the happy and fond Sophronia, smiling, it was any one who should venture to aspire to Georgiana. Sophronia, my love, remonstrated Mr. Lambole, becoming graver, you are not serious. Alfred, my love, returned his wife, I dare say Georgiana was not, but I now this, said Mr. Lambole, shows the accidental combinations that there are in things. Could you believe, my honest, that I came in here with the name of an aspirant to our Georgiana on my lips? Of course I could believe, Alfred, said Mrs. Lambole, anything that you told me. You dear one. And I anything that you told me. How delightful those interchanges, and the looks accompanying them. Now, if the skeleton upstairs had taken that opportunity, for instance, of calling out, here I am, suffocating in the closet. I give you my honour, my dear Sophronia, and I know what that is, love, said she. You do, my darling, that I came into the room all but uttering young Fledgeby's name. Tell Georgiana, dearest, about young Fledgeby. Oh no, don't. Please don't, cried Miss Podsnap, putting her fingers in her ears. I'd rather not. Mrs. Lamb laughed in her gayest manner, and, removing her Georgiana's unresisting hands, and playfully holding them in her own at arm's length, sometimes near together and sometimes wide apart, went on, you must know, you dearly beloved little goose, that once upon a time there was a certain person called young Fledgeby. And this young Fledgeby, who was of an excellent family and rich, was no end to two other certain persons, dearly attached to one another and called Mr. and Mrs. Alfred Lambole. So this young Fledgeby, being one night at the play, there sees with Mr. and Mrs. Alfred Lambole, a certain heroine called No, don't say Georgiana Podsnap, pleaded that young lady almost in tears. Please don't. Oh do say somebody else. Not Georgiana Podsnap. Oh don't. No other, said Mrs. Lambole, laughing airily, and, full of affectionate blandishments, opening and closing Georgiana's arms like a pair of compasses, than my little Georgiana Podsnap. So this young Fledgeby goes to that Alfred Lambole and says, oh please don't. Georgiana, as if the supplication were being squeezed out of her by powerful compression. I so hate him for saying it. For saying what, my dear, laughed Mrs. Lambole. Oh, I don't know what he said, cried Georgiana wildly, but I hate him all the same for saying it. My dear, said Mrs. Lambole, always laughing in her most captivating way, the poor young fellow only says that he is stricken all of a heap. Oh, what shall I ever do, interposed Georgiana. Oh my goodness, what a fool he must be. And implores to be asked to dinner, and to make a fourth at the play another time. And so he dines tomorrow and goes to the opera with us. That's all. Except, my dear Georgiana, and what will you think of this, that he is infinitely shyer than you, and far more afraid of fear than you ever were of any one in all your days. In perturbation of mind Miss Podsnap still fumed and plucked at her hands a little, but could not help laughing at the notion of anybody's being afraid of her. With that advantage, Sophronia flattered her and rallied her more successfully, and then the insinuating Alfred flattered her and rallied her, and promised that at any moment when she might require that service at his hands, he would take young Fledgeby out and trample on him. Thus it remained amicably understood that young Fledgeby was to come to admire, and that Georgiana was to come to be admired, and Georgiana, with the entirely new sensation in her breast of having that prospect before her, and with many kisses from her dear Sophronia in present possession, proceeded 6 feet 1 of discontented footmen, an amount of the article that always came for her when she walked home, to her father's dwelling. The happy pair being left together, Mrs. Lambole said to her husband, "If I understand this girl, sir, your dangerous fascinations have produced some effect upon her. I mention the conquest in good time because I apprehend your scheme to be more important to you than your vanity." There was a mirror on the wall before them, and her eyes just caught him smirking in it. She gave the reflected image a look of the deepest disdain, and the image received it in the glass. Next moment they quietly eyed each other, as if they, the principals, had had no part in that expressive transaction. It may have been that Mrs. Lambole tried in some manner to excuse her conduct to herself by depreciating the poor little victim of whom she spoke with acrimonious contempt. It may have been too that in this she did not quite succeed, for it is very difficult to resist confidence, and she knew she had Georgiana's. Nothing more was said between the happy pair. Perhaps conspirators who have once established an understanding, may not be over fond of repeating the terms and objects of their conspiracy. Next day came Georgiana, and came Fledgeby. Georgiana had by this time seen a good deal of the house and its frequenters. As there was a certain handsome room with a billiard table in it, on the ground floor, eating out a backyard, which might have been Mr. Lambole's office, or library, but was called by neither name, but simply Mr. Lambole's room, so it would have been hard for stronger female heads than Georgiana's to determine whether its frequenters were men of pleasure or men of business. Between the room and the men there were strong points of general resemblance. Both were too gaudy, too slangy, too odorous of cigars, and too much given to horse flesh, the latter characteristic being exemplified in the room by its decorations, and in the men by their conversation. High-stepping horses seemed necessary to all Mr. Lambole's friends, as necessary as their transaction of business together in a gipsy way at untimely hours of the morning and evening, and in rushes and snatches. There were friends who seemed to be always coming and going across the Channel, on errands about the Bourse, and Greek and Spanish and India and Mexican and par and premium and discount and 3/4 and 7/8. There were other friends who seemed to be always lolling and lounging in and out of the city, on questions of the Bourse, and Greek and Spanish and India and Mexican and par and premium and discount and 3/4 and 7/8. They were all feverish, boastful, and indefinably loose, and they all ate and drank a great deal, and made bets in eating and drinking. They all spoke of sums of money, and only mentioned the sums and left the money to be understood, as 45,000 Tom or 222 on every individual share in the lot Joe. They seemed to divide the world into two classes of people who were making enormous fortunes, and people who were being enormously ruined. They were always in a hurry, and yet seemed to have nothing tangible to do, except a few of them, these, mostly asthmatic and thick-lipped, who were for ever demonstrating to the rest, with gold pencil cases which they could hardly hold because of the big rings on their forefingers, how money was to be made. Lastly, they all swore at their grooms, and the grooms were not quite as respectful or complete as other men's grooms, seeming somehow to fall short of the groom point as their masters fell short of the gentleman point. Young Fledgeby was none of these. Young Fledgeby had a peachy cheek, or a cheek compounded of the peach and the red wall on which it grows, and was an awkward, sandy-haired, small-eyed youth, exceeding slim, his enemies would have said lanky, and prone to self-examination in the articles of whisker and moustache. While feeling for the whisker that he anxiously expected, Fledgeby underwent remarkable fluctuations of spirits, ranging along the whole scale from confidence to despair. There were times when he started, as exclaiming, "By Jupiter, here it is at last!" There were other times when, being equally depressed, he would be seen to shake his head, and give up hope. To see him at those periods leaning on a chimneypiece, like as on an urn containing the ashes of his ambition, with the cheek that would not sprout, upon the hand on which that cheek had forced conviction, was a distressing sight. Not so was Fledgeby seen on this occasion. Arrayed in superb arrayment, with his opera hat under his arm, he concluded his self-examination hopefully, awaited the arrival of Miss Podsnap, and talked small talk with Mrs. Lambole. In facetious homage to the smallness of his talk, and the jerky nature of his manners, Fledgeby's familiars had agreed to confer upon him, behind his back, the honorary title of Fascination Fledgeby. Warm weather, Mrs. Lambole said Fascination Fledgeby. Nearest Lambole thought it scarcely as warm as it had been yesterday. Perhaps not, said Fascination Fledgeby, with great quickness of repartee, but I expect it will be devilish warm tomorrow. He threw off another little scintillation. Been out today, Mrs. Lambole? Mrs. Lambole answered, for a short drive. Some people, said Fascination Fledgeby, are accustomed to take long drives, but it generally appears to me that if they make 'em too long, they overdo it. Being in such feather, he might have surpassed himself in his next sally, had not Miss Podsnap been announced. Nearest Lambole flew to embrace her darling little Georgie, and when the first transports were over, presented Mr. Fledgeby. Mr. Lambole came on the scene last, for he was always late, and so were the frequenters always late, all hands being bound to be made late, by private information about the Bourse, and Greek and Spanish and India and Mexican and par and premium and discount and 3/4 and 7/8. A handsome little dinner was served immediately, and N.L.R. Lambole sat sparkling at his end of the table, with his servant behind his chair, and his ever-lingering doubts upon the subject of his wages behind himself. Mr. Lambole's utmost powers of sparkling were in requisition today, for Fascination Fledgeby and Georgiana not only struck each other speechless, but struck each other into astonishing attitudes, Georgiana, as she sat facing Fledgeby, making such efforts to conceal her elbows as were totally incompatible with the use of a knife and fork, and Fledgeby, as he sat facing Georgiana, avoiding her countenance by every possible device, and betraying the discomposure of his mind in feeling for his whiskers with his spoon, his wine glass, and his bread. So, Mr. and Mrs. Alfred Lambole had to prompt, and this is how they prompted. Georgiana, said Mr. Lambole, low and smiling, and sparkling all over, like a harlequin, you are not in your usual spirits. Why are you not in your usual spirits, Georgiana? Georgiana faltered that she was much the same as she was in general, she was not aware of being different. Not aware of being different, retorted Mr. Alfred Lambole. You, my dear Georgiana, who are always so natural and unconstrained with us, who are such a relief from the crowd that are all alike, who are the embodiment of gentleness, simplicity, and reality. Miss Podsnap looked at the door, as if she entertained confused thoughts of taking refuge from these compliments in flight. Now, I will be judged, said Mr. Lambole, raising his voice a little, by my friend Fledgeby. Oh, don't! Miss Podsnap faintly ejaculated, when Mrs. Lambole took the prompt book. I beg your pardon, Alfred, my dear, but I cannot part with Mr. Fledgeby quite yet, you must wait for him a moment. Mr. Fledgeby and I are engaged in a personal discussion. Fledgeby must have conducted it on his side with immense art, for no appearance of uttering one syllable had escaped him. A personal discussion, Sophronia, my love. What discussion? Fledgeby, I am jealous. What discussion, Fledgeby? Shall I tell him, Mr. Fledgeby? Asked Mrs. Lambole. Trying to look as if he knew anything about it, Fascination replied, yes, tell him. We were discussing then, said Mrs. Lambole, if you must know, Alfred, whether Nira Fledgeby was in his usual flow of spirits. Why, that is the very point, Sophronia, that Georgiana and I were discussing as to herself. What did Fledgeby say? Oh, a likely thing, sir, that I am going to tell you everything, and be told nothing. What did Georgiana say? Georgiana said she was doing her usual justice to herself today, and I said she was not. Precisely, exclaimed Mrs. Lambell, what I said to Mr. Fledgeby. Still, it wouldn't do. They would not look at one another. No, not even when the sparkling host proposed that the quartet should take an appropriately sparkling glass of wine. Georgiana looked from her wine glass at Mr. Lambell and at Mrs. Lambell, but mightn't, couldn't, shouldn't, wouldn't, look at Mr. Fledgeby. Fascination looked from his wine glass at Mrs. Lambell and at Mr. Lambell, but mightn't, couldn't, shouldn't, wouldn't, look at Georgiana. More prompting was necessary. Cupid must be brought up to the mark. The manager had put him down in the bill for the part, and he must play it. Sophronia, my dear, said Mr. Lambell, I don't like the colour of your dress. I appeal, said Mrs. Lambell, to Mr. Fledgeby. And I, said Mr. Lambell, to Georgiana. Georgie, my love, remarked Mrs. Lambell aside to her dear girl, I rely upon you not to go over to the opposition. Now, Mr. Fledgeby. Fascination wished to know if the colour were not called rose colour? Yes, said Mr. Lambell, actually he knew everything, it was really rose colour. Fascination took rose colour to mean the colour of roses. In this he was very warmly supported by Mr. and Mrs. Lambell. Fascination had heard the term Queen of Flowers applied to the rose. Similarly, it might be said that the dress was the Queen of Dresses. Very happy, Fledgeby. From Mr. Lambell. Notwithstanding, Fascination's opinion was that we all had our eyes, or at least a large majority of us, and that, and his father's opinion was several ands, with nothing beyond them. Oh, Mr. Fledgeby, said Mrs. Lambell, to desert me in that way. Oh, Mr. Fledgeby, to abandon my poor dear injured rose and declare for blue. Victory, victory, cried Mr. Lambell, your dress is condemned, my dear. But what, said Mrs. Lambell, stealing her affectionate hand towards her dear girls, what does Georgie say? She says, replied Mr. Lambell, interpreting for her, that in her eyes you look well in any colour, Sophronia, and that if she had expected to be embarrassed by so pretty a compliment as she has received, she would have worn another colour herself. Though I tell her, in reply, that it would not have saved her, for whatever colour she had worn would have been Fledgeby's colour. But what does Fledgeby say? He says, replied Mrs. Lambell, interpreting for him, and patting the back of her dear girl's hand, as if it were Fledgeby who was patting it, that it was no compliment, but a little natural act of homage that he couldn't resist. And expressing more feeling as if it were more feeling on the part of Fledgeby, he is right, he is right. Still, no, not even now, would they look at one another. Seeming to gnash his sparkling teeth, studs, eyes, and buttons, all at once, Mr. Lambell secretly bent a dark frown on the two, expressive of an intense desire to bring them together by knocking their heads together. Have you heard this opera of tonight, Fledgeby? He asked, stopping very short, to prevent himself from running on into confound you. Why no, not exactly, said Fledgeby. In fact I don't know a note of it, neither do you know it, Georgie, said Mrs. Lambell. No, replied Georgiana, faintly, under the sympathetic coincidence. Why, then, said Mrs. Lambell, charmed by the discovery which flowed from the premises, you neither of you know it. How charming! Even the craven Fledgeby felt that the time was now come when he must strike a blow. He struck it by saying, partly to Mrs. Lambell and partly to the circumambient air, I consider myself very fortunate in being reserved by, as he stopped dead, Mr. Lambell, making that gingerous bush of his whiskers to look out of, offered him the word destiny. No, I wasn't going to say that, said Fledgeby. I was going to say fate. I consider it very fortunate that fate has written in the book which is its own property, that I should go to that opera for the first time under the memorable circumstances of going with Miss Podsnap. To which Georgiana replied, hooking her two little fingers in one another, and addressing the tablecloth, thank you, but I generally go with no one but you, Sophronia, and I like that very much. Content perforce with this success for the time, Mr. Lamb let Miss Podsnap out of the room, as if he were opening her cage door, and Mrs. Lamb followed. Coffee being presently served upstairs, he kept a watch on Fledgeby until Miss Podsnap's cup was empty, and then directed him with his finger, as if that young gentleman were a slow retriever, to go and fetch it. This feat he performed, not only without failure, but even with the original embellishment of informing Miss Podsnap that green tea was considered bad for the nerves. Though there Miss Podsnap unintentionally threw him out by faltering, "Oh, is it indeed? How does it act?" which he was not prepared to elucidate. The carriage announced, Mrs. Lamb said, "Don't mind me, Mr. Fledgeby, my skirts and cloak occupy both my hands, take Miss Podsnap." And he took her, and Mrs. Lamb went next, and Mr. Lamb went last, savagely following his little flock, like a drover. But he was all sparkle and glitter in the box at the opera, and there he and his dear wife made a conversation between Fledgeby and Georgiana in the following ingenious and skilful manner. They sat in this order: Mrs. Lamb, fascination Fledgeby, Georgiana, Mr. Lamb. Mrs. Lamb made leading remarks to Fledgeby, only requiring monosyllabic replies. Mr. Lamb did the like with Georgiana. At times Mrs. Lamb would lean forward to address Mr. Lamb to this purpose. "Alfred, my dear, Mr. Fledgeby very justly says, apropos of the last scene, that true constancy would not require any such stimulant as the stage deems necessary." To which Mr. Lamb would reply, Sophronia, my love, but as Georgiana has observed to me, the lady had no sufficient reason to know the state of the gentleman's affections. To which Mrs. Lamb would rejoin, "Very true, Alfred, but Mr. Fledgeby points out this." To which Alfred would demur, "Undoubtedly, Sophronia, but Georgiana acutely remarks, that." Through this device the two young people conversed at great length and committed themselves to a variety of delicate sentiments, without having once opened their lips, save to say yes or no, and even that not to one another. Fledgeby took his leave of Miss Podsnap at the carriage door, and the Lambles dropped her at her own home, and on the way Mrs. Lamb archly rallied her, in her fond and protecting manner, by saying at intervals, "Oh, little Georgiana, little Georgiana." Which was not much, but the tone added, "You have enslaved your Fledgeby." And thus the Lambles got home at last, and the lady sat down moody and weary, looking at her dark lord engaged in a deed of violence with a bottle of soda water, as though he were tinging the neck of some unlucky creature and pouring its blood down his throat. As he wiped his dripping whiskers in an ogreish way, he met her eyes, and pausing, said, with no very gentle voice, "Well, was such an absolute booby necessary to the purpose? I know what I am doing. He is no such dolt as you suppose. A genius, perhaps. You sneer, perhaps, and you take a lofty air upon yourself, perhaps. But I tell you this, when that young fellow's interest is concerned, he holds as tight as a horseleech. When money is in question with that young fellow, he is a match for the devil. Is he a match for you? He is. Almost as good a one as you thought me for you. He has no quality of youth in him, but such as you have seen today. Touch him upon money, and you touch no booby then. He really is a dolt, I suppose, in other things, but it answers his one purpose very well. Has she money in her own right in any case? She has money in her own right in any case. You have done so well today, Sophronia, that I answer the question, though you know I object to any such questions. You have done so well today, Sophronia, that you must be tired. Get to bed." Chapter 5 Mercury prompting Fledgeby deserved Mr. Alfred Lamble's eulogium. He was the meanest cur existing, with a single pair of legs. And instinct, a word we all clearly understand, going largely on four legs, and reason always on two, meanness on four legs never attains the perfection of meanness on two. The father of this young gentleman had been a money-lender, who had transacted professional business with the mother of this young gentleman, when he, the latter, was waiting in the vast dark antechambers of the present world to be born. The lady, a widow, being unable to pay the money-lender, married him, and in due course, Fledgeby was summoned out of the vast dark antechambers to come and be presented to the Registrar-General. Rather curious speculation how Fledgeby would otherwise have disposed of his leisure until doomsday. Fledgeby's mother offended her family by marrying Fledgeby's father. It is one of the easiest achievements in life to offend your family when your family want to get rid of you. Fledgeby's mother's family had been very much offended with her for being poor, and broke with her for becoming comparatively rich. Fledgeby's mother's family was the Snigsworth family. She had even the high honour to be cousin to Lord Snigsworth, so many times removed that the noble Earl would have had no compunction in removing her one time more and dropping her clean outside the cousinly pale, but cousin for all that. Among her pre-matrimonial transactions with Fledgeby's father, Fledgeby's mother had raised money of him at a great disadvantage on a certain reversionary interest. The reversion falling in soon after they were married, Fledgeby's father laid hold of the cash for his separate use and benefit. This led to subjective differences of opinion, not to say objective interchanges of boot-jacks, backgammon boards, and other such domestic missiles, between Fledgeby's father and Fledgeby's mother, and those led to Fledgeby's mother spending as much money as she could, and to Fledgeby's father doing all he couldn't to restrain her. Fledgeby's childhood had been, in consequence, a stormy one, but the winds and the waves had gone down in the grave, and Fledgeby flourished alone. He lived in chambers in the Albany, did Fledgeby, and maintained a spruce appearance. But his youthful fire was all composed of sparks from the grindstone, and as the sparks flew off, went out, and never warmed anything, be sure that Fledgeby had his tools at the grindstone, and turned it with a wary eye. Mr. Alfred Lamble came round to the Albany to breakfast with Fledgeby. Present on the table, one scanty pot of tea, one scanty loaf, 2 scanty pats of butter, 2 scanty rashers of bacon, 2 pitiful eggs, and an abundance of handsome china bought a second-hand bargain. "What did you think of Georgiana?" asked Mr. Lamble. "Why, I'll tell you," said Fledgeby, very deliberately. "Do, my boy." "You misunderstand me," said Fledgeby. "I don't mean I'll tell you that. I mean I'll tell you something else." "Tell me anything, old fellow." "Ah, but there you misunderstand me again," said Fledgeby. "I mean I'll tell you nothing." Mr. Lamble sparkled at him, but frowned at him too. "Look here," said Fledgeby. "You're deep and you're ready. Whether I am deep or not, never mind. I am not ready. But I can do one thing, Lamble, I can hold my tongue. And I intend always doing it. You are a long-headed fellow, Fledgeby. May be, or may not be. If I am a short-tongued fellow, it may amount to the same thing. Now, Lamble, I am never going to answer questions. My dear fellow, it was the simplest question in the world. Never mind. It seemed so, but things are not always what they seem. I saw a man examined as a witness in Westminster Hall. Questions put to him seemed the simplest in the world, but turned out to be anything rather than that, after he had answered M. Very well. Then he should have held his tongue. If he had held his tongue he would have kept out of scrapes that he got into. If I had held my tongue, you would never have seen the subject of my question, remarked Lamble, darkening. Now, Lamble, said Fascination Fledgeby, calmly feeling for his whisker, it won't do. I won't be led on into a discussion. I can't manage a discussion. But I can manage to hold my tongue. Can? Mr. Lamble fell back upon propitiation. I should think you could. Why, when these fellows of our acquaintance drink and you drink with them, the more talkative they get, the more silent you get. The more they let out, the more you keep in. I don't object, Lamble returned Fledgeby, with an internal chuckle, to being understood, though I object to being questioned. That certainly is the way I do it. And when all the rest of us are discussing our ventures, none of us ever know what a single venture of yours is. And none of you ever will from me, Lamble replied Fledgeby, with another internal chuckle. That certainly is the way I do it. Why, of course it is, I know, rejoined Lamble, with a flourish of frankness, and a laugh, and stretching out his hands as if to show the universe a remarkable man in Fledgeby. If I had known it of my Fledgeby, should I have proposed our little compact of advantage, to my Fledgeby? Ah, remarked Fascination, shaking his head slyly. But I am not to be got at in that way. I am not vain. That sort of vanity don't pay, Lamble. No, no, no. Compliments only make me hold my tongue the more. Alfred Lamble pushed his plate away, no great sacrifice under the circumstances of there being so little in it, thrust his hands in his pockets, leaned back in his chair, and contemplated Fledgeby in silence. Then he slowly released his left hand from its pocket, and made that bush of his whiskers, still contemplating him in silence. Then he slowly broke silence, and slowly said, "What the devil is this fellow about this morning?" "Now, look here," Lamble said Fascination Fledgeby, with the meanest of twinkles in his meanest of eyes, which were too near together. "By the way, look here, Lamble, I am very well aware that I didn't show to advantage last night, and that you and your wife, who, I consider, is a very clever woman and an agreeable woman, did. I am not calculated to show to advantage under that sort of circumstances. I know very well you two did show to advantage, and managed capitally. But don't you on that account come talking to me as if I was your doll and puppet, because I am not." "And all this," cried Alfred, after studying with a look the meanness that was fain to have the meanest help, and yet was so mean as to turn upon it, "all this because of one simple natural question. You should have waited till I thought proper to say something about it of myself. I don't like your coming over me with your Georgianus, as if you was her proprietor and mine too." "Well, when you are in the gracious mind to say anything about it of yourself," retorted Lamble, "pray do." "I have done it. I have said you managed capitally. You and your wife both. If you'll go on managing capitally, I'll go on doing my part. Only don't crow." "I crow," exclaimed Lamble, shrugging his shoulders. "Or," pursued the other, "or take it in your head that people are your puppets because they don't come out to advantage at the particular moments when you do, with the assistance of a very clever and agreeable wife. All the rest keep on doing, and let Mrs. Lamble keep on doing. Now, I have held my tongue when I thought proper, and I have spoken when I thought proper, and there's an end of that. And now the question is," proceeded Fledgeby, with the greatest reluctance, "will you have another egg?" "No, I won't," said Lamble, shortly. "Perhaps you're right and will find yourself better without it," replied Fascination, in greatly improved spirits. "To ask you if you'll have another rasher would be unmeaning flattery, for it would make you thirsty all day. Will you have some more bread and butter?" "No, I won't," repeated Lamble. "Then I will," said Fascination. And it was not a mere retort for the sound's sake, but was a cheerful cogent consequence of the refusal, for if Lamble had applied himself again to the loaf, it would have been so heavily visited, in Fledgeby's opinion, as to demand abstinence from bread, on his part, for the remainder of that meal at least, if not for the whole of the next. Whether this young gentleman, for he was but 23, combined with the miserly vice of an old man, any of the open-handed vices of a young one, was a moot point, so very honourably did he keep his own counsel. He was sensible of the value of appearances as an investment, and liked to dress well, but he drove a bargain for every movable about him, from the coat on his back to the china on his breakfast table, and every bargain, by representing somebody's ruin or somebody's loss, acquired a peculiar charm for him. It was a part of his avarice to take, within narrow bounds, long odds at races. If he won, he drove harder bargains; if he lost, he half-starved himself until next time. Why money should be so precious to an ass too dull and mean to exchange it for any other satisfaction, is strange, but there is no animal so sure to get laden with it, as the ass who sees nothing written on the face of the earth and sky but the TLNEE letters LSD. Not luxury, sensuality, dissoluteness, which they often stand for, but the three dry letters. Your concentrated fox is seldom comparable to your concentrated ass in money breeding. Fascination Fledgeby feigned to be a young gentleman living on his means, but was known secretly to be a kind of outlaw in the bill-broking line, and to put money out at high interest in various ways. His circle of familiar acquaintance, from Mr. Lamble round, all had a touch of the outlaw, as to their rovings in the merry greenwood of Jobberby Forest, lying on the outskirts of the share market and the stock exchange. I suppose you, Lamble, said Fledgeby, eating his bread and butter, always did go in for female society. Always, replied Lamble, glooming considerably under his late treatment. Came natural to you, eh? Said Fledgeby. The sex were pleased to like me, sir, said Lamble sulkily, but with the air of a man who had not been able to help himself. Made a pretty good thing of marrying, didn't you? Asked Fledgeby. The other smiled, an ugly smile, and tapped one tap upon his nose. My late governor made a mess of it, said Fledgeby. But is the right name Georgina or Georgiana? Georgiana. I was thinking yesterday, I didn't know there was such a name. I thought it must end in Ina. Why? Why, you play, if you can, the concertina, you know, replied Fledgeby, meditating very slowly. And you have, when you catch it, the scarlatina. And you can come down from a balloon in a parrock. No, you can't though. Well, say Georgette, I'll mean Georgiana. You were going to remark of Georgiana. Lamble moodily hinted, after waiting in vain. I was going to remark of Georgiana, sir, said Fledgeby, not at all pleased to be reminded of his having forgotten it, that she don't seem to be violent. Don't seem to be of the pitching in order. She has the gentleness of the dove, Mr. Fledgeby. Of course you'll say so, replied Fledgeby, sharpening, the moment his interest was touched by another. But you know, the real lookout is this, what I say, not what you say. I say, having my late governor and my late mother in my eye, that Georgiana don't seem to be of the pitching in order. The respected Mr. Lamble was a bully, by nature and by usual practice. Perceiving, as Fledgeby's affronts cumulated, that conciliation by no means answered the purpose here, he now directed a scowling look into Fledgeby's small eyes for the effect of the opposite treatment. Satisfied by what he saw there, he burst into a violent passion and struck his hand upon the table, making the china ring and dance. You are a very offensive fellow, sir, cried Mr. Lamble, rising. You are a highly offensive scoundrel. What do you mean by this behaviour? I say, remonstrated Fledgeby. Don't break out. You are a very offensive fellow, sir, repeated Mr. Lamble. You are a highly offensive scoundrel. I so, you know, urged Fledgeby, quailing. Why, you coarse and vulgar vagabond, said Mr. Lamble, looking fiercely about him, if your servant was here to give me sixpence of your money to get my boots cleaned afterwards, for you are not worth the expenditure, I'd kick you. No, you wouldn't, pleaded Fledgeby. I am sure you'd think better of it. I tell you what, Mr. Fledgeby, said Lamble, advancing on him. Since you presume to contradict me, I'll assert myself a little. Give me your nose. Fledgeby covered it with his hand instead, and said, retreating, I beg you won't. Give me your nose, sir, repeated Lamble. Still covering that feature and backing, Mr. Fledgeby reiterated, apparently with a severe cold in his head, I beg, you won't. And this fellow, exclaimed Lamble, stopping and making the most of his chest, This fellow presumes on my having selected him out of all the young fellows I know, for an advantageous opportunity. This fellow presumes on my having in my desk round the corner, his dirty note of hand for a wretched sum payable on the occurrence of a certain event, which event can only be of my and my wife's bringing about. This fellow, Fledgeby, presumes to be impertinent to me, Lamball. Give me your nose. No. Stop. I beg your pardon, said Fledgeby, with humility. What do you say, sir? Demanded Mr. Lamball, seeming too furious to understand. I beg your pardon, repeated Fledgeby. Repeat your words louder, sir. The just indignation of a gentleman has sent the blood boiling to my head. I don't hear you. I say, repeated Fledgeby, with laborious explanatory politeness, I beg your pardon. Mr. Lamball paused. As a man of honour, said he, throwing himself into a chair, I am disarmed. Mr. Fledgeby also took a chair, though less demonstratively, and by slow approaches removed his hand from his nose. Some natural diffidence assailed him as to blowing it, so shortly after its having assumed a personal and delicate, not to say public, character, but he overcame his scruples by degrees, and modestly took that liberty under an implied protest. Lamball, he said sneakingly, when that was done, I hope we are friends again. Mr. Fledgeby, returned Lamball, say no more. I must have gone too far in making myself disagreeable, said Fledgeby, but I never intended it. Say no more, say no more. Lamball repeated in a magnificent tone. Give me your, Fledgeby started, hand. They shook hands, and on Mr. Lamball's part, in particular, there ensued great geniality. For, he was quite as much of a dastard as the other, and had been in equal danger of falling into the second place for good, when he took heart just in time, to act upon the information conveyed to him by Fledgeby's eye. The breakfast ended in a perfect understanding. Incessant machinations were to be kept at work by Mr. and Mrs. Lamball, love was to be made for Fledgeby, and conquest was to be ensured to him, he on his part very humbly admitting his defects as to the softer social arts, and entreating to be backed to the utmost by his two able coadjutors. Little reeked Mr. Podsnap of the traps and toils besetting his young person. He regarded her as safe ootl in the temple of Podsnappery, hiding the fullness of time when she, Georgiana, should take him, Fitzpodsnap, who with all his worldly goods should her endow. It would call a blush into the cheek of his standard young person to have anything to do with such matters save to take as directed, and with worldly goods as per settlement to be endowed. Who giveth this woman to be married to this man? I, Podsnap. Perish the daring thought that any smaller creation should come between. It was a public holiday, and Fledgeby did not recover his spirits or his usual temperature of nose until the afternoon. Walking into the city in the holiday afternoon, he walked against a living stream setting out of it, and thus, when he turned into the precincts of St. Mary Axe, he found a prevalent repose and quiet there. A yellow overhanging plaster-fronted house at which he stopped was quiet too. The blinds were all drawn down, and the inscription Pubsey and Company seemed to doze in the counting-house window on the ground floor giving on the sleepy street. Fledgeby knocked and rang, and Fledgeby rang and knocked, but no one came. Fledgeby crossed the narrow street and looked up at the house windows, but nobody looked down at Fledgeby. He got out of temper, crossed the narrow street again, and pulled the house bell as if it were the house's nose, and he were taking a hint from his late experience. His ear at the keyhole seemed then, at last, to give him assurance that something stirred within. His eye at the keyhole seemed to confirm his ear, for he angrily pulled the house's nose again, and continued to pull, until a human nose appeared in the dark doorway. Now you, sir, cried Fledgeby. These are nice games. He addressed an old Jewish man in an ancient coat, long of skiff, and wide of pocket. A venerable man, bald and shining at the top of his head, and with long grey hair flowing down at its sides and mingling with his beard. A man who with a graceful Eastern action of homage bent his head, and stretched out his hands with the palms downward, as if to deprecate the wrath of a superior. "What have you been up to?" said Fledgeby, storming at him. "Generous Christian master," urged the Jewish man, "it being holiday, I looked for no one." "Holiday he blowed," said Fledgeby, entering. "What have you got to do with holidays? Shut the door." With his former action the old man obeyed. In the entry hung his rusty large-brimmed low-crowned hat, as long out of date as his coat. In the corner near it stood his staff, no walking stick but a veritable staff. Fledgeby turned into the counting-house, perched himself on a business stool, and cocked his hat. There were light boxes on shelves in the counting-house, and strings of mock beads hanging up. There were samples of cheap clocks, and samples of cheap vases of flowers. Foreign toys, all. Perched on the stool with his hat cocked on his head and one of his legs dangling, the youth of Fledgeby hardly contrasted to advantage with the age of the Jewish man as he stood with his bare head bowed, and his eyes, which he only raised in speaking, on the ground. His clothing was worn down to the rusty hue of the hat in the entry, but though he looked shabby he did not look mean. Now, Fledgeby, though not shabby, did look mean. "You have not told me what you were up to, you sir," said Fledgeby, scratching his head with the brim of his hat. "Sir, I was breathing the air. In the cellar, that you didn't hear. On the house-top. Upon my soul. That's a way of doing business." "Sir," the old man represented with a grave and patient air, "there must be two parties to the transaction of business, and the holiday has left me alone." "Ah! Can't be buyer and seller too. That's what the Jews say, ain't it?" "At least we say truly, if we say so," answered the old man with a smile. "Your people need speak the truth sometimes, for they lie enough," remarked Fascination Fledgeby. "Sir, there is," returned the old man with quiet emphasis, "too much untruth among all denominations of men." Rather dashed, Fascination Fledgeby took another scratch at his intellectual head with his hat, to gain time for rallying. "For instance," he resumed, as though it were he who had spoken last, "who but you and I ever heard of a poor Jew?" "The Jews," said the old man, raising his eyes from the ground with his former smile. "They hear of poor Jews often, and are very good to them." "Bother that," returned Fledgeby. "You know what I mean. You'd persuade me if you could, that you are a poor Jew. I wish you'd confess how much you really did make out of my late governor. I should have a better opinion of you." The old man only bent his head, and stretched out his hands as before. "Don't go on posturing like a deaf and dumb school," said the ingenious Fledgeby, "but express yourself like a Christian, or as nearly as you can." "I had had sickness and misfortunes, and was so poor," said the old man, "as hopelessly to owe the father, principal and interest. The son inheriting, was so merciful as to forgive me both, and place me here." He made a little gesture as though he kissed the hem of an imaginary garment worn by the noble youth before him. It was humbly done, but picturesquely, and was not a barsing to the doer. "You won't say more, I see," said Fledgeby, looking at him as if he would like to try the effect of extracting a double tooth or two, "and so it's of no use my putting it to you. But confess this, Rhea, who believes you to be poor now?" "No one," said the old man. "There you're right," assented Fledgeby. "No one," repeated the old man with a grave slow wave of his head. "All scout it as a fable. Were I to say this little fancy business is not mine," with a lithe sweep of his easily turning hand around him, to comprehend the various objects on the shelves, "it is the little business of a Christian young gentleman who places me, his servant, in trust and charge here, and to whom I am accountable for every single bead," they would laugh. "When, in the larger money business, I tell the borrowers, I say, 'Old chap,'" interposed Fledgeby, "I hope you mind what you do tell, sir. I tell them no more than I am about to repeat. When I tell them, I cannot promise this, I cannot answer for the other, I must see my principal, I have not the money, I am a poor man and it does not rest with me," they are so unbelieving and so impatient, that they sometimes curse me in Jehovah's that's juiced good, that is, said Fascination Fledgeby. And at other times they say, can it never be done without these tricks, Mr. Ria? Come, come, Mr. Ria, we know the arts of your people, my people. If the money is to be lent, fetch it, if it is not to be lent, keep it and say so. They never believe me. That's all right, said Fascination Fledgeby. They say, we know, Mr. Ria, we know. We have but to look at you, and we know. Oh, a good UN are you for the post, thought Fledgeby, and a good UN was I to mark you out for it. I may be slow, but I am precious sure. Not a syllable of this reflection shaped itself in any scrap of Mr. Fledgeby's breath, lest it should tend to put his servant's price up. But looking at the old man as he stood quiet with his head bowed and his eyes cast clown, he felt that to relinquish an inch of his baldness, an inch of his grey hair, an inch of his coat skirt, an inch of his hat brim, an inch of his walking staff, would be to relinquish hundreds of pounds. Look here, Ria, said Fledgeby, mollified by these self-approving considerations. I want to go a little more into buying up queer bills. Look out in that direction. Sir, it shall be done. Casting my eye over the accounts, I find that branch of business pays pretty fairly, and I am game for extending it. I like to know people's affairs likewise. So look out. Sir, I will, promptly. Put it about in the right quarters, that you'll buy queer bills by the lump, by the pound weight, if that's all, supposing you see your way to a fair chance on looking over the parcel. And there's one thing more. Come to me with the books for periodical inspection as usual, at 8 on Monday morning. Ria drew some folding tablets from his breast and noted it down. That's all I wanted to say at the present time, continued Fledgeby in a grudging vein, as he got off the stool, except that I wish you'd take the air where you can hear the bell, or the knocker, either one of the two or both. By the by, how do you take the air at the top of the house? Do you stick your head out of a chimney pot? Sir, there are leads there, and I have made a little garden there. To bury your money in, you old dodger. A thumbnail's space of garden would hold the treasure I bury, master, said Ria. 12 shillings a week, even when they are an old man's wages, bury themselves. I should like to know what you really are worth, returned Fledgeby, with whom he's grown rich on that stipend, and gratitude was a very convenient fiction. But come. Let's have a look at your garden on the tiles, before I go. The old man took a step back, and hesitated. Truly, sir, I have company there. Have you, by George, said Fledgeby, I suppose you happen to know whose premises these are? Sir, they are yours, and I am your servant in them. Oh. I thought you might have overlooked that, retorted Fledgeby, with his eyes on Ria's beard as he felt for his own, having company on my premises, you know. Come up and see the guests, sir. I hope for your admission that they can do no harm, passing him with a courteous reverence, specially unlike any action that Mr. Fledgeby could for his life have imparted to his own head and hands. The old man began to ascend the stairs. As he toiled on before, with his palm upon the stair rail, and his long black skirt, a very gabardine, overhanging each successive step, he might have been the leader in some pilgrimage of devotional ascent to a prophet's tomb. Not troubled by any such weak imagining, Fascination Fledgeby merely speculated on the time of life at which his beard had begun, and thought once more what a good UN he was for the part. Some final wooden steps conducted them, stooping under a low penthouse roof, to the house top. Ria stood still, and, turning to his master, pointed out his guests Lizzie Hexam and Jenny Wren, for whom, perhaps with some old instinct of his race, the gentle Jew had spread a carpet. Seated on it, against no more romantic object than a blackened chimney stack over which some bumble creeper had been trained, they both pored over one book, both with attentive faces, Jenny with the sharper, Lizzie with the more perplexed. Another little book or two were lying near, and a common basket of common fruit, and another basket full of strings of beads and tinsel scraps. A few boxes of humble flowers and evergreens completed the garden, and the encompassing wilderness of dowager old chimneys twirled their cowls and fluttered their smoke, rather as if they were bridling, and fanning themselves, and looking on in a state of airy surprise.